When a Mage Revolts. Chapter 51, The Bandits of Mount North. Before Benjamin could finish his sentence and before the crowd had time to react, the sound of a door being kicked open was heard from entrance of the pub. The 2-meter-tall man guarding the entrance was not prepared and was knocked back a few steps by the force. Before he could regain his balance, a blade shining with holy light pierced through his chest. After that quick movement, the blade was drawn back. The man looked at the hole in his chest with a surprised expression and slowly collapsed. The stench of blood spread through the whole pub. Tiger, he's dead. Some unknown person screamed. Jeremy's legs felt weak. He collapsed on the floor and threw up. Behind the man's corpse stood a young man dressed like a merchant. Against the light shining through the door, he walked into the pub. 1,000 apologies, Sir Lethur, it was unprofessional of me to let you stay in such a dangerous environment for so long. But rest assured, these people shall not harm you. He opened his mouth and said coldly. Benjamin was shocked as well. He knew the church would send paladins to save him, but he did not expect this paladin to make such a bloody entrance. Nonetheless, it was Benjamin's first time seeing someone get killed. He did not have any sympathy for this person who was merely cannon fodder, but he still felt it was a rather extreme approach. Without question, the church must have felt that the previous 2 paladins were not taking care of him enough, so they gave him a more cruel paladin. He did not know what happened to the 2. Benjamin had actually quite liked their characters. Benjamin looked at the people around him. He saw only fear and shock in them as they looked at the paladin wielding the sword and the corpse of the strongman. Even though he did not know what relation they had with Michelle, but from the looks of it, they had to explain themselves here and now. Looks like I am doing Michelle favors again. It's a paladin, this is going to be troublesome. Only the knife-scarred man did not show any panic while saying this. The paladin heard this and turned towards the knife-scarred man. Instantly, his face sunk, as if he just met a formidable opponent. With a frown, he said, "You are the leader of the bandits of Mount North. Looks you didn't die in our ambush and came to the city." Hearing this, the knife-scarred man smiled and said, "It has been so long and you still remember my name. I am honored." Humph, under his breath, the paladin mumbled and grasped his sword tightly. Hearing the conversation, the people in the pub looked at the knife-scarred man with shock, all with a surprised expression that said, "Damn, I didn't know my boss was this powerful." Mount North bandits, what are they famous? Seeing this, Benjamin asked the system. After the paladin appeared, he felt rather relieved and hopeful that things will end here. But with the newest developments, it did not seem as simple anymore. They can be considered the most infamous bandits in the Kingdom of Helius: arson, murder, robbery, theft, they have committed all of these. Parents would use bandits of Mount North to scare their children if they did not want to sleep at night. The kingdom's troops have fought with them several times but could never gain an advantage. In the end, the church decided to send a whole garrison of paladins, and only then they were vanquished. The system explained. That powerful? Benjamin was rather shocked. Even so, being the leader of the bandits, this knife-scarred man was probably no weaker than the paladin. But then again, it will take more than a Tom, Dick, or Harry to have a vendetta against Michelle. If the knife-scarred man had no capability, how could he track Michelle? He would have died under Michelle's hands long ago. Unless the situation will develop even further today? Right when these thoughts were going through Benjamin's mind, the knife-scarred man's expression changed and he shouted, "Hurry up and stop him, he's trying to call for reinforcement." Benjamin and everyone on the scene were stunned. But the knife-scarred man trained his men well, because even if they could not think, their bodies reacted. They listened to the knife-scarred man and piled onto the paladin. Facing so many enemies at once, the paladin was ready to sneakily crush the cross inside his clothes to send a signal for backup, but he had to stop. He backed off a few steps and maintained his distance. Suddenly, he stepped forward with his sword drawn. The first 3 that charged at him had their heads cut off. It flew into the air, dropped down and rolled around the floor. 3 headless bodies fell simultaneously. The stench of blood thickened. The others who witnessed the scene were shocked to their senses. Facing this paladin who killed without remorse, they immediately forgot the knife-scarred man's order and retreated in panic. Listening to commands can be a habit, but protecting oneself is an ability. Boss, that is a bloody paladin. We should not mess around with the church. One of them said. A few of them nodded in agreement. The characteristics of all his followers were clearly shown in this moment. A bunch of useless people. The knife-scarred man spat and scolded. Seeing this, the paladin laughed mockingly. The truth was, even for a paladin, if he was surrounded by many insignificant opponents at the same time, he would be unable to move due to a lack of space and be beaten to death. This is the strength of numbers. For one to win against 100 enemies is honestly an impossible feat. But how many of them are not afraid of death? Once they started to fear, they would no longer have the courage to go forth. Thinking of this, he held the sword and walked a few steps forward. The crowd started screaming in terror, and backed off even further. Some of them even tripped on the bar stools and fell over. Seeing this, the paladin felt like laughing. He was already bored. He overestimated this leader of the bandits of Mount North and his lackeys. Facing these people, he did not even need to call for help. He wanted to start insulting the bandit leader, but the church always taught not to underestimate your enemy, as there were already examples of his seniors that did so and died, so he resisted. He wanted to end this quickly, so he decided to slaughter all of them. If he was able to kill the leader of the Mount North bandits, it would be a great achievement. The bishop was sure to give him many rewards, and those who deem him unfit of being a paladin would no longer discriminate against him. Bang! A gunshot was heard. The paladin showed an expression of unbelief, and saw a new hole open at the left of his chest. The knife-scarred man let out a few hee-hee sounds of laughter, blew his gun and said, "A paladin that is not even wearing a blessed hauberk, who do you think you are, trying to act like a boss in front of me?" I. The paladin's vision started to blur, his 4 strong limbs seemed to have drained of blood, and his energy went away rapidly. In a short time, he could no longer stand, his active mind seemed to have collapsed into a pile of mud, and he could no longer think. The coldness of death came over him. Before he died, all he thought of was, why did the church's information about the leader of Mount North bandits not mention that he was a sharpshooter? Suddenly, the knife-scarred man walked in front of him, as if he knew what the paladin was thinking about, and joyfully said, "Because those that have seen this are already dead." The paladin could no longer hear his words. He stared blankly with that surprised expression of his and turned into a corpse. His blood and the other 4 he killed merged together and silently flowed on the pub's floor. The surrounding people could not react in time. They could not believe this arrogant paladin was already dead by their boss hand. He died too quickly, too hurriedly. My God, that paladin, is already dead. Jeremy, who was already scared and sitting on the floor, almost cried out and could only silently said so. Hearing this sound, the knife-scarred man turned around and looked at Benjamin and Jeremy, showing a face of pure evil. Chapter 52, Sewers of the Outer City. Haven Right's Inner City. Deep within the St. Peter's Cathedral, in a simply decorated room, the bishop's hands were held together and his eyes were closed as he prayed, facing the frescoes on the wall. He seemed to have become a statue. His mouth was tightly shut with no sign of quivering. Suddenly, a priest walked into the quiet room. The paladin, who was sent to protect Benjamin Latour, the cross that was representing him has been broken. He is dead, he said to the bishop who was praying. The bishop opened his eyes. Is this the deed of the fallen one? He spoke, but it did not have the intention of inquiring. After sending us this kind of message, she still decided to deal her hand. Was she just diverting our attention? The priest froze, his expression showing some disagreement. He was silent for a moment, but suddenly shook his head and said, "I am afraid she wasn't trying to divert our attention, she and the people of the Academy of Silence do not see eye to eye." Hearing this, the bishop turned his head, looked at the priest, his calm eyes not showing joy or anger. "So, the message she used Benjamin Latour to relay to us, has it been verified?" The priest felt himself being observed by the bishop. Without knowing why, he suddenly felt nervous and his palms began to sweat. He had intended to speak, but for some reason he could not say a word and only nodded in affirmation. The bishop was silent again. He seemed to be thinking about how to act after this. The priest, seeing this, did not dare to ask. He silently wiped away the sweat on his hands. "She wants us to deal with the Academy of Silence, after that we would not have the energy to deal with her." After a long silence, the bishop finally spoke with a trace of disturbance, which was rare. "But since she has told us the details of the Academy of Silence, we should not waste it. The Academy of Silence has been arrogant for so long, maybe it's time for them to feel the power of the holy light." The priest wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded. After some thought, he asked, "That Benjamin Latour, do we have to save him?" The bishop did not seem to be very concerned. He waved his hand and said, "The king still has a team of cleaners, dispatch them. We have to deal with the Academy of Silence now, but that does not mean that we can let her do whatever she wants. We should not act rashly, but a team of cleaners should be able to show that we still care, and that is enough to save Benjamin Latour." Hearing this, the priest nodded again. Having asked all the questions, he looked as if he was relieved. He closed his mouth and left. Seeing this, the bishop turned back around to the murals on the Saints Abraham, deep in thought. After a stretch of silence that lasted a while, he finally revealed a trace of human emotions and sighed. At the same time, Haven Wright's outer city, the murderous atmosphere in the pub continued to ferment. After killing the paladin, the knife-scarred man commanded his men to kill the pub owner and the chef. After that, they dragged Benjamin and Jeremy out of the back door of the pub and fled the scene. Benjamin could not help but think that this pub called Bonnie's would no longer have any bunny girls dancing there anymore. He did not worry about his current situation and did not protest the man's invitation. He did not even try to resist. At first, when he called the paladin for help, he was not prepared to let the knife-scarred man live. His left hand secretly held his pistol by his lower back, ready to pull trigger any time he could shoot. But soon, he changed his mind and even let go of his pistol. Because he noticed a man. Around 180 meters or so, it was a very thin man, and it was the assassin who wanted to kill him the night he returned to the Latour family. Although Mr. Assassin wore a mask that day, but through that face full of freckles and eyes full of character, Benjamin was able to recognize him. It was actually him. When he first discovered him, he was shocked. After going through so much, he had almost forgot this person. He could not believe that this man appeared once again and became a lackey of the knife-scarred man. Benjamin could not help but feel shocked. Fate was a mysterious thing. Was it coincidence? Or was there someone behind this? Intentionally or unintentionally, Benjamin just wanted to know, who sent this person to kill him? Although this question had been forgotten for a long time, who knew if it would suddenly come out at a crucial moment again to deal Benjamin with fatal blow? Now that he finally had an opportunity to find the answer, he naturally would not let go of it. So after the paladin was shot dead, Benjamin did not do anything. The reason was simple, the paladin that the church sent to protect him was dead, which meant he was now free to use magic. Since he could use magic, should he even fear of this bandit leader? Why not just tag along, maybe he could get a chance to question that assassin. Truth be told, that knife-scarred man would not harm him anyway. That knife-scarred man still had questions for him. It seemed like the situation had returned to when he was with Michelle. Since he was of value to Michelle, she did not kill him. He was the same to the knife-scarred man, so he would not kill him. This was Benjamin's second kidnapping. he was experienced in this. He did not think he made the same mistake the paladin did by underestimating the enemy. He looked at the knife-scarred man very carefully. In fact, this man was not as ferocious as he looked. On the contrary, the man was very cunning. He was acting dumb from the beginning. Even if the paladin was quite cautious, he was still not careful enough and showed his weak spots. The knife-scarred man took this opportunity when the paladin was lax, and quickly drew out his gun. Without aiming much, he managed to pierce the paladin's heart, another madman bringing around a gun without insurance. Moreover, his marksmanship was no different from having an aimbot toggled on. It was no wonder that the paladin died so suddenly. He did not have time to react at all. From the moment the two met until the death of the paladin, the knife-scarred man's psychological warfare was played quite beautifully. Those who have this ability would not be reckless, therefore, the knife-scarred man will not hurt Benjamin due to impulsive behavior. Of course, this cunningness will make Benjamin's life more difficult, but even so, it was impossible for him to know that Benjamin knew magic, right? To be honest, did this bandit leader even know what magic was? As the adage goes, those who know more will win. It was the same when he faced Michelle, and it will be the same with the knife-scarred man. Of course, there was another reason he did not use magic on the spot to resist. There were a lot of people in the pub. He could definitely protect himself with magic, but he couldn't guarantee he could kill everyone there. If someone managed to flee, then the secret of his magic skills will be leaked. He had to be careful when dealing with the church. Therefore, after some consideration, he followed the knife-scarred man. He put on a harmless look, showed no resistance, and obediently went to the knife-scarred man's home. As the kingdom's most powerful bandit leader, the knife-scarred man's home was not worthy of his fame. His so-called home, in fact, was the sewer. The air was polluted in the outer city's sewer, but it gave him easy access to every part of the city, so it was very suitable for such a man like him. The knife-scarred man brought his lackeys to a secluded area of the streets. They moved aside a broken old bed to reveal the entrance to the sewers. Then they jumped in one by one. Benjamin was not afraid. He was even curious, and quickly jumped down. As for Jeremy, on the way, because Jeremy was too scared, he cried out loud. The knife-scarred man knocked him out with just a punch and carried him on his shoulders all the way. After entering the sewers, he was thrown to the floor. After a while, he even snored. Benjamin could not help but feel it was funny, and was no longer mad at Jeremy. Soon he did not have the energy to pay attention to Jeremy. He had to use all his energy and activate all his brain cells to deal carefully with this cruel-looking but in reality, cunning knife-scarred man. Well, this. Master Benjamin, we can talk about it now, about that woman. Chapter 53, The True Motive of the Bandits. I can tell you information on that woman, but in return, you have to bring one of your lackeys over, I have questions for him. Benjamin requested. The knife-scarred man already sent all his men away, only he and Benjamin remained in the sewers. Benjamin could kill the knife-scarred man with magic and no one would notice. But he would not do this. After killing the knife-scarred man, it would be troublesome for him to find that assassin. Rather than using force, he might as well negotiate with the opposition. After all, the assassin was under the command of the knife-scarred man, so it would be easy for him to be summoned. Benjamin could kill the knife-scarred man after he is done questioning the assassin who will be sent away. After killing the knife-scarred man, he would find another exit and escape. The lackeys would have no idea what happened. There was no other option as there were too many of them, so it was impossible for Benjamin to kill them all. Doing so would also be too bloody and attract attention. On his way here, Benjamin had already thought of a plan. The plan was rather perfect, the only hard part was that he had to figure out how to persuade the knife-scarred man. He would not agree to Benjamin's suggestion so easily. Trade? Who do you think you are, trying to talk terms with me? I already killed the paladin, what makes you think I won't kill you? Saying this, the knife-scarred man drew out his gun and pointed it at Benjamin's forehead. His finger was on the trigger, ready to blow Benjamin's head up anytime. If it was his first time being pointed at by a gun, he would probably mess up his whole plan. But sadly, it was not. Facing this situation, he was a little nervous, but his thoughts were still clear. The knife-scarred man would not kill him. He was only doing this to scare him. From the day he crossed over until now, how many times has he been threatened? If you kill me, you'll never know where Michelle is. He stared directly into the opponent's eyes and said this. The knife-scarred man did not move. With the gun was still pointed at his forehead, Benjamin could feel the coldness of the steel barrel and the fire in the body of the gun. For 2 seconds, he thought the opponent would fire away. This continued on for half a minute. The knife-scarred man grunted and drew his gun back. Even though it was already expected, Benjamin was still relieved. He wiped away the sweat and the mark made by the barrel. What could he do? Even if he knew clearly what was going to happen, would you not panic if you had a gun pointed at your forehead? Right when he thought the knife-scarred man would start speaking, he suddenly grabbed Benjamin's hands, held him down and began searching his body. Benjamin was a bit surprised, but not caught off guard. The knife-scarred man was cunning. Seeing as Benjamin was so brave, of course he would be suspicious. In a while, the gun that the paladin gave Benjamin was confiscated. The knife-scarred man held the gun, let Benjamin go and chuckled. I say, for a noble kid to be so calm with a gun pointed to his head, of course there would be something suspicious. He inspected the gun and fitted it into his belt. I underestimated you. If I didn't pay more attention, I would probably be facing a problem now. Benjamin stared at him furiously. Damn, do not make me jam my gun into your anus, I am afraid of it being dirty. The knife-scarred man obviously misunderstood his anger, and laughed even more joyfully. How about now? Master Benjamin, do you still want to talk terms with me? Benjamin said, of course, if you don't call your lackey over, I would die, and I won't tell you anything. The knife-scarred man was surprised. He looked at Benjamin again, and made some tisk-tisk sounds. He walked left to right then right to left, and after inspecting Benjamin, he started chuckling. He said, I have not seen a nobleman this brave, interesting. All right, it's only asking a few questions. If you tell me where the woman is, I would let you ask as many questions as you want. Who do you want to see? I'll call him over. His attitude changed really quickly. His previously wicked demeanor changed into something like a good person. Benjamin did not care about this sudden change. Hearing what he wanted to hear, he was happy. The hardest part was done. Everything went according to plan, and the knife-scarred man agreed easier than he expected. After this, nothing much could go wrong anymore. Or he agreed so easily, because he thought Benjamin was suspicious and wanted to test him. But who cares, if he continued testing him, would he even know he was a mage? Benjamin could kill his opponent instantly, he had nothing to fear. It is the tall and skinny one, the one with freckles, wearing the rag shirt, I saw him at the pub. He replied. Hearing this, the knife-scarred man nodded, and said, all right, I accept, but you have to remember your promise. After finishing the sentence, he turned around, walked to the sewer entrance, and shouted. Bamboo shoot, where is he? Call him over. After a while, a reply came, boss, which bamboo shoot? The knife-scarred man was frustrated. He shouted, the new bamboo shoot, not the old man, the one that came a few days ago. Ask him to come down, I have stuff to ask him. There was no reply, and they both had to continue to wait. Finally, a sound came. Boss, the new bamboo shoot said he wanted to pee, so he went and he has been gone for some time, we can't find him. Rat says he was probably too scared and ran away. The situation was awkward. What the hell? Benjamin felt that this world was playing tricks on him. Did that guy recognize me as well? and before I wanted to find him, he escaped. He asked the system, full of hatred. Probably not, seeing that guy, he probably won't recognize you. The system replied, but seeing the way he walked just now, he really was holding his pee. Benjamin was silent for a while, then said, "You're saying that he really went to pee, lost his way and is not coming back?" The system replied, "Who knows, it probably is based on his previous behavior." What now? The system seems to be making sense, and there was no way for him to retort. Sigh. What are you playing at? Right when he wanted to question this man was gone? Was he really this unlucky? It was hard for him to make his way here, and even harder for him to plan and continued to battle the knife-scarred man with wits, and finally, he lost to an urge to pee. Benjamin was depressed. As for the knife-scarred man, after hearing the reply, his emotion did not change. He shouted back, "All right, that's all, carry on." After shouting this, he walked back to Benjamin, and said, "You heard them, it is not me who is not willing to help, he ran away, what can I do? You can't blame me for that." Benjamin had no choice, his plan to question the assassin has failed and it failed to a really unexpected reason. But he has yet to give up. After some thought, he said, "Well, at least tell me stuff about that bamboo shoot. When did he come? Where did he come from? Where does he normally hang around? What is he called? If you can't even provide these, I wouldn't tell you where Michelle is." Hearing this, the knife-scarred man's face sunk. "You're asking for too much, do you think I have to rely on you to find her? You really think I don't dare to kill you?" he said, with an urge to reach for his gun. "Of course, other than me, no one else knows where she is," Benjamin replied confidently. He was not arrogant, but he was understood very well how Michelle was an expert at hiding. Even the church had to rely on Benjamin, how much more this bandit leader. From the looks of it, the knife-scarred man has probably been looking for Michelle for months and had not been able to find a trace. Under these circumstances, Benjamin was his only hope, so how could he harm Benjamin? Benjamin was fearless because of the power he held. Maybe this thought is a bit too egoistic. This is not right, Benjamin thought he had better remain calm and cautious. "Damn, this little bastard, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" As expected, the knife-scarred man withdrew his hand holding the gun, reached for Benjamin's collar, lifted him and started scolding. With this kind of reaction, what else could he say? It proved that the man had no other choice, of course, he could only curse and do nothing else. Seeing this, Benjamin was curious. What kind of vendetta did this man have against Michelle that would make him try so hard to find her? Cautiously, he started testing the knife-scarred man. Revenge probably did not give him so much energy, so it was probably benefit. Suddenly, Benjamin seemed to have thought of something. He saw that knife-scarred man's eyes in proximity, those violence-filled eyes. No, they were not eyes of violence, what were hidden in his eyes were helplessness, unwillingness, and ambition. He was the kingdom's most feared bandit, yet his whole gang was destroyed by the church, and only he survived. He should not be hating Michelle, instead his hatred should be towards the church, but he didn't have the power to fight them, unless... An idea popped up in Benjamin's head. An idea without proof but seemed convincing. He wanted to learn magic. The knife-scarred man wanted to find Michelle, not for revenge, but because he wanted to learn magic through Michelle and obtain even more power. Right when Benjamin wanted to make this conclusion, the knife-scarred man looked at Benjamin as if he has seen through Benjamin. He looked at Benjamin's unchanging expression, and suddenly, he frowned and said, Chapter 54, Runes of the Ice-Breaking Spell. When he heard the question, Benjamin began to panic. Damn! Before he could hesitate, he started an incantation so he could be ready to subdue the knife-scarred man with magic in the shortest time. Rebve.co. What the man said was enough to ruin the whole plan. Actually, regardless of what the knife-scarred man found out, Benjamin should be able to deal with it. For him to discover the gun was part of Benjamin's plan, since it will lower the man's suspicion. But the knife-scarred man somehow found out that he was a mage. Magic was Benjamin's trump card. If it was revealed, Benjamin's situation would be reduced from infinite possibilities to him just hanging onto a single thread of luck. At this moment he could only start an incantation and pray in his heart that the knife-scarred man would not have time to react just after discovering his identity. Otherwise, he might have fallen directly for that man's trap. Luckily, it looks like the knife-scarred man had only just found out the truth. He did not react in any way that was effective. When he heard Benjamin start chanting, his face changed, and immediately reached for his gun. But once his fingers touched his gun, he was already unable to move. Benjamin's right hand held onto the knife-scarred man's shoulders. His thumb and index fingers were holding onto a thin ice needle that was already halfway into the man's arm, the other half was being held tight by Benjamin's fingers while being continuously forced in deeper. The moment the knife-scarred man was pierced, a coldness spread through his whole body, freezing him. He could not even struggle. His breath created white fog in the air. Seeing Benjamin calmed down. Luckily, before I came, I managed to finish learning this second magic spell, or else this would be troublesome. He could not help but mumble. That's right, before he left for the outer city, Benjamin already condensed the second magical rune and learned his second spell, ice breaking. The water elemental crystals he used up previously made the water element in his consciousness form much faster than before. The newly condensed runes were also quickly absorbing the water elements. Finally, last night, following a ding sound, the task was completed. Benjamin turned back to look, and in the darkness, the water ball shone brilliantly. The light was equivalent to the light that split the darkness when he excavated his new dimension of consciousness. He had a feeling that he was blessed. After he walked to the side of the water ball, he reached out his hand towards the water ball while chanting the ice-breaking spell's incantation between ice-breaking and the pillar of steam. He chose ice-breaking. Ice was a solid object and had offensive capabilities. At the same time, the coldness that came with it was also good for controlling, so it was much more useful than the gaseous form of water. At the moment he said the incantation, the shining water ball froze rapidly, as if it turned into a bright crystal ball. Then, cracks formed on the ice ball. Very quickly, following the cracks on the outside, more formed within, as if something was happening in the center of the ice ball. It started shaking as its light grew more intense. It's coming, Benjamin said with strong anticipation. Finally, the ice ball shattered, the light died out, and a blue triangular rune that looked that same appeared. Once the triangle was formed, it started trembling, making a ding sound of its own. Ripples swept through the whole dimension of consciousness. Benjamin felt like something has changed once again. Even though he regretted not being able to enter that pure blue space again, he also quickly moved on from his joy at successfully condensing a new rune to begin testing his new spell ice breaking. Of course, through his experimentation, he found even more surprises. He found that his new rune did not need further strengthening, it was as powerful as the previous one. Under its influence, Benjamin could conjure a giant block of ice with the ice-breaking spell and he could control it freely. He could break the ice into arrows, or he could condense it to form a sturdy shield. He seemed to have become the world's best ice sculptor, and could manipulate the ice and turn it into whatever he wanted. Of course, the time needed for the ice to change form would be longer compared to the water ball. But Benjamin was not discouraged, as he found out that the limitations for the compression of ice was beyond water. He could change his washing machine-sized ice block into just a needle. A needle which with one look was enough to freeze your heart. This needle replaced the blessed bullets, and become his newest killing tool. He believed, even with that elderly mage's water sheet, once his needle pokes it, it would freeze over and break apart. Sadly, Benjamin found out that the ice needle could not leave his hands. Once it left, the needle would disappear and turn back into water elemental power. Thus, his killing tool could only be used in proximity. When he was experimenting with his technique, he did not expect his ice needle that was learned under harsh conditions would be able to be used so quickly. In the sewers, when the knife-scarred man asked, "Are you a wizard?" and was grabbed him by the collar, the two were very close. It was not suitable to use the water ball in this situation, so he chose ice breaking. He started chanting, and an ice needle formed in his hands. The moment the knife-scarred man was about to pull out his gun, he stabbed his shoulder. In this moment, he was not sure how strong the ice needle was. What if it could not control the man? Therefore he used all his might to jab it in. Luckily, its strength was far more than Benjamin expected it to be. The knife-scarred man still held onto his collar, but could no longer move. His face was coated in frost, his eyebrows had ice and his whole body was emanating a white mist. He could not even twitch. Benjamin felt like he was facing an ice sculpture. With just his jab, did he die from freezing? My God, so powerful! Even the system emerged and exclaimed. After some thought, Benjamin quickly pulled out the ice needle to disperse the magic. The frost in the man's body also dispersed. He did not want the knife-scarred man die just like his. He still had questions. Luckily, the knife-scarred man did not really die. When the magic was gone, the knife-scarred man was still frozen for a while, but he suddenly let go of his grip on Benjamin's hand. He fell to the ground and started coughing furiously, coughing out some blood-colored ice. His whole body was quivering, as if he was just rescued from the South Pole, which filled Benjamin with sympathy. I. He made some sounds which did not form into a sentence. Seeing this, Benjamin took back his gun, and started chanting, conjuring a healing water ball, which he used on the knife-scarred man. Thank you. The knife-scarred man's condition improved, and he could finally talk. But his whole body was still frostbitten and he could not stop shivering. He laid on the floor, unable to move. Benjamin was satisfied. This guy could finally answer his questions. Chapter 55, The Uninvited Guest. To Benjamin, the identity as a mage was his lifeline, so it must not be revealed under any circumstances. For the knife-scarred man to discover his identity so easily made him feel uneasy. Could it be that he exposed himself in some way? He felt the need to find the answer so he could at least prevent it from happening again. What if he were to accidentally make the same mistake again in front of the bishop? He would be dead on the spot if that happened. And so, Benjamin questioned him. However, what came out from the mouth of the knife-scarred man was this. I didn't realize you are a mage. I felt suspicious and simply asked you, to test you. I didn't expect you to be a real mage. Damn, I thought too much again. Benjamin felt a little disappointed to receive such an answer. However, from another perspective this proved that there were no flaw in his disguise, right? He relaxed a little. Now that the problem is solved, Benjamin continued his questioning. Your underling that new bamboo stick, tell me everything about him. The knife-scarred man shivered for a long time and finally said I don't know where he is from. These underlings were gathered by my friend. He simply gathered a bunch of people. I don't have the skill to know everyone's background. Benjamin was even more disappointed. He didn't expect that such a fearsome thief would know nothing at all. Whatever, it seemed that Benjamin would not be able to extract anything useful from this guy anymore. If that's the case, it would be pointless for him to stay in this place any longer. He decided to silence the knife-scarred man and leave this place immediately. If luck was in his favor, he would encounter the assassin in this area. If not, he would just bring Jeremy home. He had already wasted too much time on this issue. Benjamin then unlocked the safety lock of the gun and prepared to kill him with one shot. Please. Master Mage. Don't kill me. My underlings will rush in if they were to hear the gunshot, and your identity will be discovered, Don't kill me. The knife-scarred man panicked. Even though his hands and legs were frozen, he crawled to Benjamin's leg and begged for mercy. Benjamin listened and nodded. It is true, it would be troublesome if the gunshot were to attract people to come here. Moreover, now that he thought about it, there was no need to waste any bullet at all. The damage the iced needle inflicted on the knife-scarred man seemed to be very severe. His whole body looked as if it might not recover from the frostbite. He might be able to speak and struggle for now, but he should be dead after a while as his muscles degenerate over time. He was also no longer able to call his subordinates for help. He had been communicating with his underlings through shouting before this. But with his current state, he has to struggle to even speak, much less shout. His underlings would never be able to hear him. After a while more, he would be unable to speak anymore. In short, he was a dead man, so to fire the gun at him makes no difference at all. Benjamin began to keep his gun. But what Benjamin could conclude from the situation, the knife-scarred man naturally knew better. As soon as he realized that Benjamin planned to leave him alone to die, he quickly begged Mage, "Can you save me, please? I can be your subordinate, I can do a lot of things for you. I also know a lot of things, most of them are related to mages." Benjamin ignored him and walked towards Jeremy, preparing to drag the unconscious Jeremy out of this place. "Don't leave. Mage. Save me. Only your spell can save me. I know where to find the crystallized particle. I will tell you immediately as soon as you save me, Mage." All of the sudden, Benjamin stopped moving. He decided to not leave the knife-scarred man here. He turned around, walked towards the knife-scarred man and stared at him silently. "It's true, Master Mage. I only got to know the girl because of the crystallized particle. I know where to find the crystallized particle, I will bring you there as soon as you save me." At this moment, the knife-scarred man's eyes were brimming with hope, just like those of a fish that saw incoming waves after being stranded on a beach. Benjamin didn't utter a word. He just stared at the knife-scarred man, deep in thought. The knife-scarred man became agitated. He repeated what he said before and desperately begged Benjamin. His will to live was fully expressed in his behavior. However, it seemed like Benjamin wasn't even paying attention. He thought for a while and started moving. He bent down and started searching for items on the knife-scarred man's body. A dagger, a small pouch of coins, a gun, a few boxes of bullets and a map. He took out whatever he found on the knife-scarred man's body and kept anything that was useful and threw away what was not. After that, he started chanting and summoned the healing water ball with his hand. "Thank you. Thank you, Master Mage." The knife-scarred man was excited. Judging by his looks, it was as if he could not wait to worship Benjamin if he were not frozen. As soon as the water ball splashed onto the knife-scarred man's body, Benjamin immediately summoned another water ball. The knife-scarred man's injury was severe. It was not something a few water balls could heal. Luckily, Benjamin has greatly improved his skill. The water balls that he summoned were huge and fully capable of healing the injuries. After 20+ healing water balls, the knife-scarred man's injuries were completely healed. He stood up and excitedly moved his limbs. His body was as agile as it was before and not a single hint of frostbite could be observed on his body. "Master Mage, your spells are amazing." He looked up to Benjamin while praising him. But what he saw was the gun muzzle. Bam! Benjamin held the gun, which the knife-scarred man used to kill the Holy Knight, aimed in the middle of the eyebrows and pulled the trigger. The knife-scarred man fell down with an expression full of disbelief, horror, and despair. Blood slowly oozed out of the gunshot wound on his forehead. His gaze remained stunned as if he would never understand why Benjamin suddenly changed his mind and killed him after spending so much energy to heal him. But Benjamin actually never changed his mind. He was going to kill the knife-scarred man from the very beginning. The knife-scarred man was wicked. Even if he were to be killed 1,000 times, Benjamin would not pity him at all. He also did not believe what the knife-scarred man said about the crystallized particle. A man this cunning and ambitious would not surrender this sincerely. It would be foolish to trust him. There was only one reason why Benjamin healed him before killing him off, to let the knife-scarred man look as if he did not die under a mage's hand. The trip today to the outskirts has already caused a lot of trouble, even the holy knight sent by the church to protect him was dead. If the church found out about this, they will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. As Benjamin was one of the main characters in this incident, he had better make sure he looked innocent and make up a convincing story. This was his story. After the holy knight was killed by the knife-scarred man, Jeremy and Benjamin were brought away by the knife-scarred man. He brought them down into the sewers to interrogate Benjamin about Michelle. He killed the knife-scarred man with the gun when the knife-scarred man let his guard down. While the story sounded a little bit far-fetched, it was not impossible to happen. The knife-scarred man had to die by a gun wound so that his death would perfectly fit into Benjamin's made-up story. This is why he spent so much effort in healing the knife-scarred man, so that there would not be a trace of frostbite on his body. This was the reason behind his actions just now. He had to be very careful as he was in the church's territory. After killing the knife-scarred man, Benjamin did not even have the time to commemorate his first kill. He needed to carry Jeremy and leave this place immediately. The gunshot would have surely startled the underlings. Benjamin was not sure if they would come down to check things out, but he didn't want to bring on any more problems. In short, he had to leave this area as soon as possible. Luckily for him, he had increased his stamina through military training recently. If not for this, he would not be able to carry the unconscious Jeremy. To escape this premise was out of the question too. However, just as he managed to put Jeremy on his back, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Benjamin Latour, are you the one who used a spell in this premise just now?" Benjamin was stunned and turned around, only to see a team of holy knights standing at the entrance of the sewer looking at him. There were a total of 14 people, each wearing a gorgeous armor that shone even in the sewers. They were positioned neatly with golden sword in their hands. The one who led the team pointed his sword at Benjamin's throat. Benjamin's heart skipped a beat and he felt like his blood rushed to his brain. It was over. Chapter 56, A Rational Decision. Benjamin almost fainted the moment he saw the small group of the cleaners. Just a moment ago he was trying hard to erase traces of magic to fool the church. But now? The church's team that specializes in catching mages has appeared in front of him, as if the world was trying to play a sarcastic joke on him. Benjamin once again felt the malice of this world. Why did they have to come here? Why now of all times? A meteorite might as well fall down from the sky and crush him to death. *CK this. No, he needed to calm down or else it would really be over. Calm down and think. What should he do? Escape from them? But could he? He recalled the cleaners' amazing speed when they were pursuing Michelle and came to a conclusion that he could not outrun these people. Should he just fight these people to death? Truthfully, Benjamin might not even win a group of holy knights. How could he then overcome a team of cleaners? After he successfully escaped from Michelle, he more or less understood the cleaners' background. The cleaners were the elites chosen from among the holy knights and were formed into a team after going through special training regimes. The biggest difference between them and the other holy knights was that they were taught to use the divine arts and special joint attacks. If one were to take away their deity-like aura, they were just holy knights who were able to use the divine arts. If one were to look at it that way, they were not that superior at all. However, how good are they with their divine arts? How powerful were their joint attacks? Benjamin did not know. But what he was clear about was how fearful Michelle was of them, and how the church had absolute confidence in them. He came to the conclusion that there was no difference between taking them on and committing suicide. He was in a dilemma. He could not fight nor escape from them. Benjamin's adrenaline level was almost off the chart when the cleaner pointed his sword at him. Within this short amount of time, it was as if he was a final-stage cancer patient searching for a viable treatment everywhere. His thoughts were scattered everywhere while he tried to think of a plan. What should he do? He thought of an idea as he was looking at the corpse of the knife-scarred man. While the cleaners were able to detect the use of spells within a certain range, that did not mean that they were able to identify the mage. Based on the way they spoke to him, it was highly likely that they were not able to confirm Benjamin's identity as a mage. There was no other way but to push all the blame onto the dead man. With this idea, he pointed at the corpse of the knife-scarred man and said, "It was this man. He was the bandit leader of Mount North. He had escaped from the previous ambush and he turned out to be an evil mage." Even though this idea was formed in a rush, he could not show any sign of guilt as he had already opened his mouth. Life is like a play, everything depends on his acting skills. The leader of the cleaners heard him out and furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at the corpse and then revealed a shocked expression. It looked like they had already heard of rumors regarding the bandits of Mount North. The leader exchanged a look with the other cleaners. "Lord Lethur, please calm down. Can you kindly tell me what happened here?" He looked at Benjamin and asked. Benjamin took a deep breath as if he was trying to calm himself down, but in reality he was trying to create a fake story. At that moment, he felt like he was like the poet Caog creating the ultimate poetry, churning his brain and acting with his limbs at the same time. He then created a new story in a blink of an eye. I was worried about my servant as he did not come back for the whole day, and so I went searching for him. It was this man who tricked my servant to Bonnie's pub so that he could bait me out. Even the honored Holy Knight died protecting me. With a nervous tone, he continued, "At first I did not know why he wanted to abduct me, but the motive was as clear as water as soon as he brought me here. That was when I know he was that witch's subordinate. That witch taught him magic spells so that he could catch me." "That witch?" The leader of the cleaners furrowed his eyebrows, thought for a while and questioned, "Is it the same witch who abducted you last time?" Benjamin nodded frantically and said, "Yes. It is her. Michelle, I will never forget this name. I obeyed the bishop's command to not follow any instructions from that witch. Never in my mind would I expect her to send a bandit to abduct me." The cleaners exchanged glances among each other when they finished listening to his story. Benjamin could feel that their suspicion had subsided as they were exchanging their glances. By the looks of it, the fake story made up by Benjamin was not half bad. He even managed to relate Michelle to the story plot, hence making the story even more realistic. The stiffness of his hands due to nervousness finally faded as he finished his story. "Lord Lethur, did you kill this fallen one?" The leader of the cleaners questioned again. Benjamin nodded and answered, "He was very delighted when he killed the Holy Knight, and he did not realize I have a gun with me. As I have been training with the king's army in the regiment for the past few days, I took out my gun when he turned his back against me. However, he was alerted by it and immediately turned towards me. I triggered the gun and he has been lying there since then. I was afraid that the gunshot would attract his underling here, so I planned to leave this place immediately with Jeremy. Then you guys arrived the moment I picked Jeremy up. To turn against the tide and kill the knife-scarred man might sound a little too dramatic for this story." Benjamin could only describe the events in more details to ensure that his story was as realistic as possible. However, how much detail could he describe within this short amount of time? He had no confidence in himself at all by the time he finished his make-believe story. He did not know if this story could convince the cleaners or the church. "I see," said the cleaner while nodding his head. The hostility between the cleaners and Benjamin had finally subsided. The cleaner continued, "Lord Lethur, we cannot simply make decisions on our own for this incident as it involves the death of a holy knight and a fallen one. Could you possibly come along to the church and meet the bishop with us?" Benjamin immediately agreed with the proposal. "Okay, I would also like to meet the bishop as well." This was all within his expectations. The church would definitely bring the people over and scan their brain whenever mages and magic are involved. It was no surprise to Benjamin at all. When he was busy building his story, he already had the system create fake memories for him. While the system was reluctant to do it, it had no choice to follow Benjamin's order as the situation was very critical. If reading someone's memories was the church's most dependable and trusted method in obtaining information, then it could be safely assumed that Benjamin has successfully evaded this crisis. It could not be helped that the bishop had too much faith in the information obtained from the memory. However, unexpected situations tend to occur to Benjamin whenever he gets into a tricky situation. Once he positioned all his flags, things started to go against his will. "Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Lithur. Can you please wait for a moment while I purify the fallen one's corpse as it still has a strong evil force attached onto it? I will bring you to the church once I am done with the body." The leader of the cleaners said that while walking towards the corpse. A strong evil force? What was that? Benjamin started to have a really bad feeling about this. The knife-scarred man was definitely not a mage, hence his body would definitely not contain any strong evil force. If the cleaners were to find out while purifying the body, then the cat would be out of the bag. There were only Jeremy, Benjamin, and the knife-scarred man in this premise. If the knife-scarred man is determined to be not a mage and Jeremy is unconscious, then the spells the cleaners felt previously was definitely casted by. That was the only conclusion every cleaners will come to. They would definitely purify Benjamin on the spot. Damn, who would have thought that these people had such a card in their hands? Why did nobody tell him that one can determine if someone is a mage by examining their corpse? OSHT OSHT. The leader of the cleaners approached the knife-scarred man and Benjamin. He nodded at Benjamin and proceeded to squat down, preparing to examine the body. What now? Countless thoughts passed through Benjamin's mind. Since this cleaner was in the attack range of the ice needle, should he take the upper hand and kill him now? Benjamin had confidence in the power of the ice needle. Even the cleaner could not possibly negate the effect of this spell. However, if he were to kill this cleaner, what about the rest of them? The cleaners always moved in a team and their battle strength would be significantly reduced if the team leader was not available. Even so, was he strong enough to fight against all the remaining cleaners? Would he be able to escape from them? Within this short amount of time, he had a hard time in his mind, deciding whether he should fight or flee. He felt that his body was about to literally split into half, with the first half telling him to attack the cleaners and the other half convincing him to give up as there was no point in struggling since he would die regardless of the outcome. He could come out with a better plan if he had enough time to calm himself down. However, he did not even have the time to hesitate. In a blink of an eye, his sudden urge to stay alive took over and decided to fight back. *CK it, let's do this. He decided to fight with all his might. Since the cleaners were human beings, it meant that they could be defeated as every human being definitely had a weakness. As he was preparing to use his spells to kill the unsuspecting team leader of the cleaners, someone appeared and stopped all of his actions. The team leader stopped examining the corpse as well. "I finally found you guys. The church is in trouble. The bishop requests all of you to return immediately." Chapter 57, The Perfect Ambush. The team leader of the cleaners stopped examining the corpse as he heard the news. He stood up and turned around to face the holy knight who appeared all of a sudden. He drew his brows together. "What happened? Did the bishop send you here?" he questioned. "That's right. The bishop sent me to look for your troop. The bishop requested for your immediate return to the church." The holy knight who appeared out of thin air spoke as she took off her helmet. Behind the helmet was a lady with short black hair. Under normal circumstances, Benjamin would be surprised to learn that there was a female member among the holy knights. He was not in the right mind to pay attention to that as he was tired and injured. Although he did not know what had happened, the presence of the female holy knight and her delivery of message from the church were very much good news to Benjamin as all the cleaners' attention was diverted away. Benjamin found a leeway to distract the cleaners' suspicion and had more time to plan his next moves. It definitely got him out of a jam. He took this opportunity to recompose his mind and calm himself down. He was very grateful to the female Holy Knight even though he did not know her name. Benjamin would love to worship her like Buddha if she would be able to distract the cleaners away from examining the face-scarred man's corpse. "What happened, Christine?" one of the cleaners asked. The female knight held her helmet, walked towards the troop and sternly said, "The people from the Silent Academy had struck the church again. This time they teamed up with that witch to attack the church." "What?" Everyone was in shock. "What the heck?" Even Benjamin's jaw dropped upon hearing such news. Did she say that the church and the mages were fighting against each other? All of this was too sudden because even though the people from the Silent Academy and Michelle were rampant in their misdeeds, they would always do so in the dark and avoid the church's attention. It was impossible that they would attack the church. Benjamin believed that Michelle would not do something like this. Since Michelle was ruled out as the culprit of the attack. Could it be the Silent Academy? Did they finally produce enough mages to go against the church after so many years of cultivation of strength? Was this possible? Benjamin had seen their act on the introduction to magic and even met two of their stupid mages, and he concluded that the Silent Academy could not possess such talent. Benjamin was still in disbelief. What did they think they were doing? They actually attacked the St. Peter's Church? Had they gone mad? There were rules for causing chaos like this. Benjamin was very shocked upon hearing this news, and it was even more so of a total bombshell for the cleaners. They looked at each other, at a loss for words. The leader of the cleaners regained his composure quickly after hitting the panic button. "Everybody calm down, I will use God's eye to get in touch with the bishop to understand the situation better," he told the cleaners while reaching his hands into his helmet as if he was going to take something out of the helmet. Benjamin felt that the situation did not seem right. The God's eye? Was it some kind of a long-distance communication device invented by the church? Why would the bishop send a holy knight to search for the cleaners if the church possessed such a device? Couldn't the bishop just contact the cleaners via the God's eye? Sending the holy knights seemed to be unnecessary in this case. Unusual. This whole encounter, from the beginning until the end, felt unusual. Judging by the looks of the cleaners, they seemed to recognize the female holy knight. They did not doubt the authenticity of the news as well. As a mage himself, he would understand the line of thoughts of other mages and came to the conclusion that it was impossible for the church to be attacked by the Silent Academy. What a joke! If the mages really did attack the church, the storyline of this novel would come to a quick end after a few more chapters. As he thought about the unusualness, his attention turned to the female holy knight who came with the news. He was surprised that the lady returned his gaze. Her expression seemed weird. It was as if she was trying to hint to him something. Her golden eyes' gaze was as sharp as an owl's. Her gaze felt familiar somehow. Golden eyes? Benjamin had a light bulb moment and had a very crazy theory in his mind. Benjamin looked at her again and decided to change his mind. This theory was not crazy at all. In fact, it was the only accurate and logical explanation. This female holy knight was actually Michelle. Did Michelle come to save him? Realizing from Benjamin's shocked expression that he had found out who she was, the holy knight or Michelle grinned at him. She shook her cuffs to reveal two hidden daggers while approaching two of the cleaners from behind. None of the cleaners paid any attention to her as everyone was focusing on the God's eye. She was just like an assassin who walked under broad daylight. Nobody would expect an assassin during broad daylight, as an assassin only lurked in the dark. She placed both her hands onto two of the cleaners' shoulder like a concerned comrade and swiftly sliced their throat with the daggers. Fresh blood spewed out of their throat as they collapsed. "What are you doing, Christine?" The leader of the cleaners was the only one who witnessed the murder and immediately paused with the God's eye. The rest were facing away from Michelle. They turned back horrifyingly after hearing a groan as the corpses fell onto the ground. They obviously could not comprehend what just happened, but they did learn that two of their comrades had just died. They immediately pulled out their swords out of reflex, and the swords started glowing with holy light as the cleaners pointed their swords at Michelle. However, there came a soft, low voice chanting a spell that caused the cleaners to turn their back against their own will. They quickly directed their attention at the knife-scarred man's dead body. They saw Benjamin holding an ice needle, and it was held against the leader of the cleaner's neck. The leader of the cleaner had already been frozen in ice. He was paused in action while he was unsheathing his sword and could not move at all, as if he was a corpse in the chiller room. While the cleaners were distracted by Michelle's ambush, Benjamin took the opportunity to summon the ice needle and assassinate the leader of the cleaners. He snatched the god's eye from the leader of the cleaners while killing him. The god's eye was a silver bead that emanated divine charm. Benjamin turned to look at Michelle and had eye contact with her. He destroyed the god's eye without any hesitation. No. A few cleaners bellowed in response to either grief over the leader's tragic death or the disrupted communication with the church. 3 cleaners, including the team leader, were killed as quickly as a flash with team effort from both Michelle and Benjamin. This surprise attack was just getting started. While everyone was paying attention to Benjamin, Michelle threw away her daggers and sprinted to one of the cleaners and attempted to strike him down from behind with her blessing sword. The cleaner could only evade her attacks as he was not prepared to retaliate. The sword managed to cut the armor instead of splitting his unshielded head into half. A holy light emitted brightly as the sword and armor came close into each other. The collision of metals caused a piercing loud noise. The sword Michelle was holding was broken into half, and the broken half flew a great distance away, whereas the cleaner's armor had a hole. The cleaner collected himself and howled frighteningly. He pulled out his swords and sought to cut Michelle into half. Michelle swiftly evaded his attack and rammed into the cleaner. Then, she stabbed the cleaner through the hole of the broken armor with her broken sword. A very loud scream was heard. Michelle released the sword from her hand and quickly backed off in order to create distance from the cleaners that were rushing towards her. The cleaner who Michelle attacked stared at Michelle in shock as he clutched onto his broken armor. After a while, he fell to the ground. Each noise that came from the cleaner's armor hitting against the floor signified the victory to Michelle and Benjamin's teamwork. RioBL.cm. The whole incident, from Michelle assassinating 2 of the cleaners to Benjamin killing the cleaners' team leader with his ice needle and then destroying the god's eye to Michelle killing another cleaner with the sword, happened as quick as lightning. The whole process took no more than 20 seconds. The remaining cleaners could not manage to save their comrades, who were killed by Michelle. The cleaners were not able to respond to all these lies, ambush, betrayal, and death in this short amount of time. However, no one could blame them, as the synergy between Michelle and Benjamin were like long-term partners even though they had only teamed up for the first time. These two took advantage of the cleaners' distraction and ambushed them repetitively. They were helpless against these two. However, they were more than capable to recover from this chaos within 20 seconds. After all, they were the cleaners, the church's elites and a mage's worst nightmare. Due to their long-term training, they were able to strike back cohesively even though they had lost their leader. Chapter 58, Sword of the Holy Light. Damn, I knew they would come after me. Benjamin could not help himself but to curse as he anticipated the cleaners' retaliation. However, this was the best outcome he could make out from the flawless teamwork with Michelle within more than 10 seconds. The cleaners' battle strength had been significantly reduced as they had already lost 4 of their members. Benjamin felt that the ambush with more than 10 seconds was quite a lot for him to take in as well. He was in disbelief the moment he recognized Michelle. However, he immediately knew what he had to do the moment he saw Michelle taking out her daggers. It was probably because he had been trying to understand Michelle's thoughts, as they were always trying to outsmart each other. Hence he comprehended Michelle's intention very well. The one who knew you most would always be your enemy. They communicated by only exchanging glances, and the plan to attack the cleaners came into their mind. Benjamin knew very well that this was the only way to cut the losses. If he were to let the cleaners' leader to get in touch with the bishop, then Michelle's lies would be exposed. In the end, not only Benjamin, even Michelle would have to suffer the consequences. Benjamin had a lot of questions that needed to be answered. Why did Michelle risk her life to save him? Why did all these cleaners know Michelle and even addressed her as Christine? Did none of them raise any suspicions about her holy night attire? Time would not stop if he hesitated to think about these questions. There was nothing much to consider, as if he would live another day if he were to give his all and die if he did not. They needed to wipe out all the cleaners so that all this incident would be buried in this dirty sewer. It was also due to this reason that Michelle reminded him via her gaze to destroy the God's Eye as he was killing the cleaners' leader. He needed to completely disrupt the communication between the cleaners and the church. It might be Benjamin's demise if there were to be any slight information to reach the church. The steps taken afterwards were all derived through logic. The confused cleaners were no different than any average Joe, and hence 4 of them were easily killed. As Michelle managed to take down the 4th cleaner, although their ambush was considered successful, it would definitely provoke the remaining cleaners to retaliate quickly. Therefore Benjamin prepared to strike back. The cleaners who were alert of the situation would definitely not be easy victims. Benjamin shielded himself with blister defense and started creating water bombs one at a time. He expected the remaining 10 cleaners to gang up on him, and so it was necessary to be prepared. It was a known fact that a cleaner's mission was to wipe out mages. Although Michelle betrayed them, she did not use any spells at all. Hence they were not aware that Christine was a mage and decided to target Benjamin first. And so, the sweet victory from the ambush was history, as both sides were prepared to clash head-on against each other. May God bless us. 10 of the cleaners held their swords at the same time, and the dazzlingly bright holy light concentrated at the tips of their blades. Their movements were synchronized and they started chanting spells. In the blink of an eye, the holy light that was on the edge of the swords shifted to above their heads. Furthermore, the holy light started to shape-shift and was molded into a giant sword made out of pure holy light. They then aimed their respective swords at Benjamin. The swords of the holy light flew towards him in an attempt to strike him down. At the same time, Benjamin had already created tens of water bombs. Maintaining tens of water bombs had taken a toll on his body, but he would not underestimate the cleaners, as it was a life and death situation. Hence he had no choice but to give his all. He used all his water bombs at once to fight against the magnificent swords of holy light. He started having a headache after he fired all of his water bombs. However, he pressed on and cast the ice-breaking spell to create a thick, shiny ice mirror in front of him. He was afraid that the water bombs were not powerful enough to counter the swords of holy light and they would split him and his blister defense into half. Hence he summoned the ice-breaking spell and hoped to use the laws of reflection of light to counter the swords of holy light. This strategy was not something he came up with in the midst of the crisis. He was already finding ways to counter divine art when he was learning ice-breaking spells, since he had to face the church in the future. From his research, he found out that divine art is a light-based magic. Hence, if it is made out of light, physics law should apply and it could be reflected. Benjamin had come up with this countermeasure plan a long time ago. However, he did not know how this would turn out, as this was his first time countering a divine art. He felt anxious. The water bombs and the swords of holy light clashed with each other and caused tens of explosions, creating noises loud enough to burst one's eardrum. It felt like the whole sewer was shaking as the sound reverberated. All the water bombs exploded at the same time, filling the area with splashes of water like giant tidal waves, and drowned the swords of the holy light. Did it work? Benjamin was delighted at the outcome. The cleaners were known for their joint attack, and the power of their joint attack had reduced significantly as they had lost 3 members and the guidance of a team leader. However, Benjamin's delight soon came to an end as the water collapsed to the ground. A ray of golden light broke through the water curtain. It was as if a waterfall had been cut in half by the ray of light. It was the swords of the holy light. Its shape was distorted as it clashed with the water bombs, and its size had been reduced by half as well. However, it still carried the momentum of purification and flew towards Benjamin. Benjamin quickly raised his iced mirror to deflect the holy light. The sword and the iced mirror collided and the holy light scattered everywhere. It was like the welding sparks, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. However, Benjamin had to open his eyes to witness this moment of truth. An explosion was heard and the iced mirror shattered into millions of pieces and disappeared into thin air. The sword of the holy light could not maintain its shape any longer and dispersed into 10 shards of holy light. However, these shards of holy lights did not disappear and it stubbornly stormed towards Benjamin. Darn it, it's so stubborn. Benjamin did not have the time to do anything else. He was concerned that the blister's defense could not cope with these shards, but there was nothing he could have done. Using multiple spells continuously had taken a toll on his body. At most, he could only summon a giant water ball and place it in front of him as a shield. His magic supply had finally run dry. Oh dear, water ball! What could one water ball do? The shards of holy light went into the water ball and their speed did not slow down at all. Judging by the looks of it, a single giant water ball was not enough to block the remnants of the sword of holy light. However, Benjamin had a light bulb moment as he observed the situation. Before the shards of holy light penetrated the water ball, he used the triangular symbol to create and control a giant water ball, just like how he would usually play with the water balls. With his command, the water within the water ball started flowing in circles. In a blink of an eye, the waters inside the giant ball swirled and its speed gained as time passed. Everything changed when the swirl was formed. The shards of the holy light that were about to penetrate through the water ball were being absorbed by the spiral. They could not advance any further even though they almost penetrated through the water ball. What magic is this? The cleaners who attacked Benjamin could not believe their eyes and tried to control the shards of the holy light to allow them to penetrate through the water ball. However, all their efforts were in vain as they soon lost control of these shards of holy light. The shards of light were like fishes swimming along the flow inside the water ball. It involuntarily swam with the flow and no longer had any threats. Benjamin released a sigh of relief as he saw what happened. He finally deflected this attack. This attack was definitely the cleaners' strongest attack, as this fight was not meant to test the strengths of their opponents but to kill them in one strike. Benjamin estimated that the cleaners could not attack with such a scale of devastating effect any longer. He was lucky that he came up with the idea of using the water ball to deflect the attack, or else things could have ended differently. At that moment, he finally understood the unlimited potential of the water ball spell. This water ball spell could be considered an effective form of magic and could guarantee his safety if used properly. However, Benjamin did not have the time to appreciate the art of the water ball as the next wave of attack was about to hit him. As soon as the cleaners saw their swords of holy light had been completely deflected, they made their next move without any hesitation. They held their swords and raced towards Benjamin so that they could gang him up. Benjamin was stunned by their determination. Chapter 59, Has the war ended? A naive thought. Benjamin knew that the first thing a mage should do when engaged in a battle was to create a distance between him and the enemy. He definitely should not let the 10 cleaners come within his vicinity. However, Benjamin felt that his mental strength was almost depleted as waves of headache hit him because he had been using so much spells continuously. It was too late for him to run away in order to distance himself from the enemies. That was because the cleaners charged towards him at an incredible speed. Luckily for Benjamin, Michelle did not stand by and do nothing when he was blocking the swords of the holy light. As she chanted a lengthy and complicated spell, she stretched her hands and targeted the ground in front of the cleaners. The ground became a quagmire out of nowhere and the cleaners' speed was halved as they stepped into the quagmire. Quagmire spell. Benjamin saw this spell on the Introduction to Magic. It was an intermediate level spell that could turn a solid ground into a quagmire. This spell definitely had its difficulty as it also explained the lack of response from Michelle when he was being attacked. She was trying to cast the spell the whole time. This spell worked wonders when used in this scenario. The cleaner's pace was reduced and Benjamin finally found space to catch his breath. He managed to create a distance from the cleaners by running against their direction. At the same time he was also controlling the water ball, which still had the holy light fragments encapsulated within it. He threw the water ball at the cleaners. The holy light and water ball were no threat to the cleaners. However, they did cause some troubles to them as the shards of the holy light broke through from the slowly disappearing swirl. It completely stopped their charging pace. The true potential of the quagmire spell started to reveal itself at this moment. The cleaners were slowly sinking into the ground when they were dealing with the water ball and the shards of holy light. Some of them were already knee-deep into the ground. Michelle then cast another elementary level spell freezing spell. Although it was just a basic attack spell, its potential was greater than of the intermediate level spell when was used in this situation. The soggy quagmire was frozen and it became rock solid. With the water from the water ball spell frozen, the cleaners' legs were stuck in the ground as the water had slipped into their armor before it was frozen. The cleaners were now completely immobile with just a few simple spells which complemented each other. Benjamin gave a sigh of relief at this sight. This was how mages battle. Once you were under the spell's control, the following spells would restrain you even more. The enemy could no longer battle. At last, Benjamin finally secured his victory. The cleaners realized the severity of their situation and tried their best to struggle their way out. However, they could not break free as these spells worked so well together and they had those heavy armors on them which restricted their motion. "Why did you do this, Christine? I can't believe you'd become the devil's minion," one of the cleaners shouted at Michelle disappointingly. "Holy Night, Christine died a long time ago," Michelle answered cold-heartedly. "Now, I am Michelle the mage." Even though the cleaners had encountered so many misfortune events today, they could not hide their shocked expression at Mitchell's response. "Michelle! You are that fallen one. No wonder you know us so well." The cleaner appeared gravely displeased. "None of us expected the most evil fallen one that we have been trying to capture has been hiding among us all this while." Michelle humphed and disdainfully said, "That's because you and your kind are too dumb. You never pay any attention to your surrounding at all." The cleaners fell into silence as they felt the highest form of betrayal upon finding out their comrade was actually Michelle. Benjamin stood at one side and did nothing. Although he was curious about the past relationship between Michelle and the church, he did not have the luxury to converse as the enemies were still right in front of them. He took a short rest to recover his mental strength and started casting spells again. After casting the ice-breaking spell consecutively for 8 times, Benjamin summoned about 100 ice arrows. He elevated the arrows and directed them towards the helpless cleaners. Although he was reluctant to kill so many people, he had no choice but to do so as none of the cleaners must be kept alive. This was the kind of battle it was, where either side of the parties must be completely annihilated. Michelle cast an ice arrow spell and summoned about 10 ice arrows to attack the cleaners as well. The cleaners did not give up even under their unfortunate circumstance. They faced the sky filled with ice arrows by holding their swords up high and chanted together in deep voice. "May God bless me." Holy light radiated from their bodies and its intensity was no weaker than that of the sword of the holy light. Their armor looked like it was alive under the holy light. Shadows of shields appeared on each of their bodies right before the ice arrow rained upon them. Boom! 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 Loud clashes were heard and there was a storm of white mist generated from the flying ice shards. The whole sewer was chilled with cold air in a blink of an eye. Benjamin felt proud of himself for being able to perform a magic of this feat. He was able to produce such an attack even though he only learnt magic recently. Although his attack became much stronger with the help of the water elemental crystal, his improvements were the result of his own hard work. To be able to kill a team of cleaners, be it by combining multiple types of ambush tactics and in a little bit of luck, Benjamin thought that would be enough to classify himself a first-class mage. "You're very cruel. How could you freeze these innocent people to death?" The system appeared suddenly and disapproved of his actions. Benjamin unexpectedly responded to the system. "What's the point of showing mercy? It's just an act of the victor. Will someone stand up against them and protest their cruelty when they kill the mages?" We are just playing our roles as the prey and predator, that's all. The system was at first at a loss for words and then said, "Why did you not scold me when I usually pour cold water on you?" This system definitely had a virus. As the dust settled down, Benjamin realized it was too soon to let his guard down. Although the cleaners looked a bit roughed up with their magnificent armor filled with holes, none of them died in this rain of ice arrows. In fact, none of them sustained any heavy injury at all. Why the heck were they so indestructible? Benjamin felt like he had underestimated the cleaners even though they were stuck in the frozen quagmire. However, Benjamin was not worried at all. Although they had great defense, defending persistently would be of no use. They were just target dummies as long as they could not break free. The cleaners' armor started to freeze as they struggled with shielding away from the rain of iced arrows. The quagmire underneath their leg was as hard as cement after further freezing. This made it harder for them to struggle. Michelle looked at them as if they were corpses during this encounter in the sewer. After resting a little, she started chanting again and immediately summoned a new batch of ice arrows. Benjamin did the same thing after he recovered water particles from his space of consciousness. The ice arrows were formed batch by batch in the middle of the air. The ice arrows were cast wave by wave. The sewer's ambient temperature dropped and the polluted water started to freeze from the influence of these consecutive magic attacks. Even Benjamin's breath started to condense as he was about to shiver from the surrounding temperature. One could not help but to wonder how many ice arrows have they summoned during this process. These people looked miserable. They should have just died from the ambush at the very beginning. The system sighed. Indeed, this looks very cruel. Even Benjamin agreed. After about 5 minutes of being rained upon by thousands of ice arrows, these 10 cleaners finally died in this dark and dirty sewer. They are all dead. After confirming there were no survivors remaining, Benjamin finally gave a big sigh of relief as if he had finally put down a ton of stone from his shoulder. He finally succeeded. Benjamin felt shocked deeply after this whole incident. He killed a team of cleaners. He really killed a team of cleaners. Never in his mind that he thought he could have done this in the past. Regardless of whether it was intentional or resulted from various factors. He became stronger. Of course he was still not strong enough. Benjamin could have been in a worse situation or even die here if not for Michelle's sudden appearance. Michelle was still Michelle. Never in my mind I would have thought that you would rescue me. He thought while looking at Michelle who was at the other end of the sewer. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand from his back to reveal his silver gun which was loaded with blessed bullets. He aimed his gun at Michelle. He was about to showcase his fast shooting skill. Michelle looked at Benjamin and smiled. Benjamin suddenly felt his heart sank. He did not manage to fire his gun in time before the familiar pain emerged from within his stomach and spread throughout his body. Benjamin dropped his gun and fell onto the ground due to the immense pain. Damn! Chapter 60, Sincerity for Trade. Today was not an ordinary day for the sewers of the outer city. Cold mist drifted, and there were corpses everywhere. The ornamented armors on the floor were dented and scattered everywhere on the frozen mud. In the nearby frozen murky waters, there were already pieces of ice drifting. What made this day more unusual was that what had happened before happened once again. On the brick flooring of the sewer, Benjamin was tormented by the curse as he was rolling around in pain and not able to do anything. Another attempt at it I can retaliate, but another failure. Michelle walked over the cleaners' corpses, and walked to Benjamin's side. She stared down at Benjamin, without any expression of surprise, as if she had already expected this to happen. "You never wanted to help me get the treasure, did you?" she said. Benjamin wanted to reply, but the pain held him back from doing so. He regretted that he thought he would stand a chance to kill Michelle. He regretted his hesitation about opening fire at Michelle just because she saved his life. If he did not hesitate, it could be Michelle lying on the ground now instead of him. No matter what, Michelle risked her life to save him. Common sense would have alerted Benjamin that this was his best chance to wrangle out of Michelle's control, as Michelle saved him for the sake of her treasure. However, Benjamin still could not fire without hesitation. But, after giving some thought, he thought Michelle would be prepared. Even if Benjamin had not hesitated, it would probably be hard to get rid of her. "I really don't understand you two," the system said. "You said you will pull your gun out, then you did take your gun out, saying the curse will go into effect, and it really went into effect, and yet the both of you had so much synergy just now. You guys changed your mind way too fast, I can't keep up." Benjamin laughed wryly in his heart. Maybe the bad part was that he had synergy with Michelle. Even if they were enemies, and they were on opposing sides, it would be hard for him to surprise her. He was not that distraught. This was a fake chance, and he fell for it. Other than the pain from the curse, he would not get hurt in any other way. Michelle would still appear. If it would not be this time, maybe next time. He just had to succeed once, and he would be free. Because of this tormenting, his gratitude that he just felt for Michelle was gone. He was looking forward to the next chance he would get to kill Michelle. This curse, it was really damn painful. It's no use resisting. Suddenly, Michelle shook her head and said, "Looks like I wasn't sincere enough, and you wouldn't trust me for this trade." Benjamin was sweating from the pain in the cold sewer. The pain made him unable to hear Michelle clearly. Thus, he had no strength to respond to Michelle. Michelle squatted down, and took out a leaf from her robes. She placed this leaf on Benjamin's forehead, and said an incantation. Suddenly, a blue light appeared and flew into his chest. Benjamin was already in pain, but he suddenly felt an even more intense pain in his abdomen. After that, he felt relaxed, and the pain was gone, as if he had just relieved of his constipation after a month. This was. Benjamin laid on the floor, and took a few deep breaths. Then he sat up, and looked at Michelle, stunned. Michelle gave that leaf to Benjamin. "I have removed your curse. As for this leaf from the tree of time, I found it on your body originally. It's not that much of use to me, you can have it back." Benjamin took that silver leaf, and did not know how to react to that. "Michelle, removed the curse? Why are you doing this?" He could not help but ask. Michelle stood up and shook her head while saying, "You are a strange man. The more I threaten you with the curse, the more you refuse to work with me. Your unwillingness to cooperate left me with no choice. I could only show more sincerity. Besides, you are a mage. I've said before, the church is our real enemy. You don't have to treat me like a real enemy." Even though Benjamin had the impression that Michelle was manipulative, deceiving and used to playing tricks, he could feel her sincerity after hearing these words from her. Sincerity, this word felt like a stranger to him. In reality, from the moment Michelle saved him, his hatred towards Michelle gradually subsided. This battle against the cleaners gave him the joy of being able to fight alongside an ally. It seemed like there was no reason for him to treat her like an enemy. He put away the silver leaf silently, stood up, and faced Michelle, and showed his own way of sincerity. "All right, I'll help you find that thing in the treasury." Even though he was never interested in the treasury, but right now, he had decided that he wanted to help Michelle to find that item in the treasury. It was a troublesome task, but what else could he do, as Michelle had saved his life from the cleaners? Benjamin did not like owing someone a favor. Moreover, Michelle was right, they were mages and belonged on the same side of the war. The most important thing was, the curse was broken, and so his whole world had been brightened. He did not want to make a deal with Michelle previously, and the main reason was that Michelle was the only one able to call the shots. Due to this reason, after dealing with the cleaners, he wanted to attack Michelle. However, right now, Michelle willingly gave way, and Benjamin had no reason to worry anymore. Since he teleported to this part of the world, the enemies he encountered with had been gotten rid of with this kind of peaceful method. Benjamin felt a sense of ease he had never felt before. That kind of feeling, where one finished their graduation exam after 3 years of preparation, or like an intern that had been at a job for 3 months and finally got accepted by the employer. His life took a huge step forward. From now on, he did not have to be fearful of Michelle anymore. Hearing this, Michelle smiled and said, "I wish us a happy joint cooperation." Benjamin nodded, "I wish us a happy joint operation too." He unexpectedly managed to get rid of the curse, and turned Michelle from an enemy into an ally. This battle in the sewers also ended with victory on his side. The both of them quickly left the sewers. Not only did a holy knight die, a whole squad of cleaners were wiped out. No matter who ended up discovering this pile of mud, they could easily guess that they were killed. Once the church found out, Benjamin could not imagine what kind of scary reaction they would take in retaliation. Therefore, it was no longer safe to stay in the sewer. They walked along the exit trail and got out of the sewer. Benjamin saw the floor littered with the dead bodies of the knife-scarred man's followers. They were all killed, and the wounds looked like blade wounds. It was very likely that the cleaners killed them all together when they came to search for him. The bodies piled up in this derelict house looked really gruesome. Benjamin did not pity any of these people. All he wanted was to find that assassin. But, after looking around, he was not able to locate the assassin's corpse. Thus, he concluded that, this Mr. Assassin went to take a piss, but got lost and decided to leave the scene, saving himself from this incident. Dumb people have dumb luck. This gave Benjamin a chance. That man was not dead. Benjamin could still find him, and interrogate him into revealing who sent him. After leaving that derelict house hidden in the sewers, Benjamin returned to the streets of the outer city. The sky had turned dark, a few unknown birds flew by, making a coarse and lonely noise. Benjamin did not expect it to be evening already when he left his house in the noon. This afternoon, a lot of things had happened. He was still unable to take it all in, but he quickly left this area with Michelle, so he could avoid running into people from the church. He planned to bring Jeremy, who fainted, along, but after some thought, he decided to leave him in the sewers. Today's incidents were blown out of proportion. Benjamin thought that after successfully returning to his house, and no rumors were spread, he had to come up with a proper explanation. For example, a dude appeared out of nowhere and killed all the cleaners, then kidnapped Benjamin. Thus, Jeremy was left there, waiting for the church to come save him. He was unconscious the whole time anyway. Even if they read his memory, there would be nothing suspicious. But, who would take the blame for this kidnapping? The answer was in front of him. Chapter 61, Michelle's Purpose. Michelle frowned upon hearing him and said, "Things were already blown out of proportion today. You still want to go back to the Latour family and be your nobleman? It's impossible." Benjamin asked, "Why is it impossible?" Michelle stopped walking, and examined their surroundings. After making sure that it was secluded enough and no one was passing by, she turned around and explained to Benjamin. A whole squad of cleaners died, the church would definitely not stand idly by. Even though there has been an agreement between the church and the nobleman that the church would not interrogate the nobleman, the church would eventually find a way to read your memories. You are a mage. The church's ability to read your memories will not work, and once their method fails, your identity as a mage will be exposed. What were you talking about? Benjamin felt as if his whole world was turned upside down upon hearing this. The existing agreement between the church and the nobleman was negligible, but Benjamin was perplexed by the fact that the church was unable to read a mage's memories. If the church was really unable to read a mage's memories, how did Benjamin get his memories read twice previously? Was Michelle kidding? But Benjamin felt that Michelle was telling the truth, judging from her sullen voice. Well, what was really going on? I think she is right. The system emerged and said, the first time your memories were read, it was this body's original memories that were being read, and the second time it happened, it was I who brought forth the forged memories to be read. Your actual memories were never read before. That proves that this method does not work on mages. Benjamin was stunned. After thinking carefully, he realized Michelle was right. Now that he got the facts clarified, he realized what happened in the past made sense. No wonder the bishop never suspected him at all. He was proved innocent merely because the bishop was able to read his memories. The pact between the church and the nobleman also really did exist. He recalled both times when his memories were read, they were done covertly by the church. The church took advantage of Benjamin because he was young and did not know of this pact. When Benjamin thought about these, his good opinion of the church had gone -1 again. What a heinous bunch of people! But this meant his plan to act innocent was never interfered with. I can fake my memories and let them read those memories. They will not find out I am a mage after reading these fake memories. Benjamin thought about these and responded to Michelle, actually, my memories have already been read twice by the church, but look at me, I'm still alive, aren't I? Michelle showed an unusual surprised expression. To the people of this world, forging memories was an extraordinary thing, especially capable of fooling the church enough to make them think a failure is a success. The system was his cheat code, and finally it felt like it had some use. I see. Michelle accepted his explanation, then thought for a while and said, then we can use this tactic again, as the church has absolute trust in this memory reading method. You have to create a memory where a person from the Academy of Silence appeared and killed all of the cleaners, then kidnapping you so all this can be blamed onto them. The Academy of Silence. It was Benjamin's turn to be surprised. Why would the Academy of Silence suddenly get involved? After some thought, Benjamin believed that this suggestion was not problematic, but it was unnecessary. Probably who took the blame would not matter because the end result would be the same. The church would not annihilate the Academy of Silence because of this. If they wanted to, they would have done it long ago, would they not? Right, the Academy of Silence, they are the kingdom's only mage organization. They are hidden in the western mountain range. Michelle thought that Benjamin did not know what the Academy of Silence was, then explained, the letter I made you deliver to the church, on the back part of it, I scribbled down the exact location of the Academy of Silence. The church probably noticed. If we blame it all on the Academy of Silence for what happened today, the church will surely wage war against them. Michelle's words contained a lot of information. Benjamin was overwhelmed. That letter, are you saying that letter that you made me deliver to the church, the one with 5 days later, meet me at the prison site written on that letter? He was confused, thus he asked further, trying to confirm that he did not hear wrongly. The exact location of the Academy of Silence was written on the back of the letter? Michelle nodded her head and said under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to see it, but if you apply some heat, those words will appear. This old trick is obvious, the bishop would notice for sure. Benjamin was left speechless. Damn, only he did not find out. This pawn was too deep behind enemy lines. This world was too complicated. Who could have guessed, behind Michelle's letter was her true purpose, and she used Benjamin as a messenger to send information about the Academy of Silence to the church. But, even so, what did this move mean? His curiosity had to do with Michelle's revealed information earlier. It was hard for Benjamin to fathom it. Why did you give the location of the Academy of Silence to the church, even trying to make them wage war against the Academy of Silence? Do you have something against them? Benjamin asked. They were all mages, and if there was any dispute with the Academy, why would they not just sit down and settle the differences, rather than exposing the Academy? Michelle's way of using another's blade to kill her target was really sneaky. He had to be careful not to offend Michelle, or else he would not know how he would end up dying. It's not really an act of revenge, but we do have some differences. In fact, even if the church knew of their exact location, that place is easy to defend, those bunch of mages have camped out there for so long, it would be hard for the church to take them down. She replied. Benjamin did not understand. Then why are you doing this? Michelle shook her head and said mockingly, because those bunch of people are a bunch of sticks in the mud. They treat themselves as some sort of ancient order of mages, hiding in a mountain and worshipping some deity of magic. They have been at peace for too long, and have forgotten how the church slaughtered mages in the past, and think that this would never happen again. Benjamin seemed to have understood based on Michelle's explanation. Suddenly, he appeared to have thought of something, and raised his eyebrows. "You meant that? I want the church to attack them, just to remind them." Michelle continued, "Mages have to stand together to restore ourselves to our glory days, and those old people have to be the first to do it, and fight against the church. They are the kingdom's only mage organization no matter what, only they have the capability to create this sort of move." Michelle paused her speech for a while, then added further with a more sullen tone, as a conclusion to everything she had just said. "They are unwilling to stand up, thus, I plan to use the church to force them to stand up." Benjamin finally understood Michelle's purpose. This woman had an ambition. The church would definitely not let mages walk under sunlight, thus, in simple words, her whole purpose is to overthrow the church's government. This was no simple feat. Benjamin inadvertently thought of when she and Annie were bonding and talking about building a mage kingdom. Even though they were plotting against each other back then, these words now reflected their genuine intention. She really had aspirations and dreams. In order to realize such goal, Michelle had committed many misdeeds, and plotted against many people. Benjamin feared her for this, but somehow respected her. Benjamin could not help but ask, "Right, so, you really are a holy knight?" This question had been bothering him for too long. A mage toying around with the church like that, even making a bishop worry, but was actually an impostor with the assumed identity of a holy knight of the church? This made Benjamin feel that it was mocking and ridiculous. How stupid were the people of the church! They let a mage sneak into their ranks, to the point where she became a holy knight? He had wanted to ask Michelle for a long time, but previously, because they were busy dealing with the cleaners, he could not. After dealing with them, they were met with other hiccups. Benjamin now finally had the chance to ask this question. The internal administration of the church is not as systematic you think. The kingdom's 10 of thousands of holy knights are definitely not as tight-knit as a steel plate. Michelle said, before a knight becomes a holy knight, they would have their memory read once. After that, unless the knight gets involved in any significant incident, the church would never read their memories again, and the disciplinary control of the knights is not too strict. Therefore I managed to conceal my identity and hide amongst the ranks of the knights. So the church would only read a knight's memory at the very beginning? No wonder. Benjamin nodded understandingly. He thought that the knights had to return to the church frequently to report themselves in the form of having their memories read. Looks like he had overestimated the church. It would make sense that the larger an organization, the harder it would be to manage it. Even though the church had dominated the kingdom for so many years, but it still had its enemies, yet continued to expand its kingdom. It was no surprise that the internal control became complacent. But, if every knight was to have his memory read from the start? Benjamin looked at Michelle suspiciously. Chapter 62, Mysterious Map. It was night time. The outer city district of Havenwright started becoming more lively. The main road was bustled with people. The lights lit like stars in the sky, rendering the dark road less deadly. But, in some secluded corners, silence was still prominent. Benjamin was in that kind of secluded corner. It looked an abandoned storage area for malt wine. The sealed-off area showed a sense of solitude. At the corners of the storage area, there were empty wines barrels, some fallen over and piled against each other messily. No scent of alcohol could be traced, as it must be because the storage had been abandoned too long. Benjamin used one of the wine barrels as a chair. He sat on top of it and waited for Michelle. After leaving the house in the sewers, Michelle hid Benjamin in the abandoned storage. She wanted Benjamin to wait here, while she went back to the church to observe the situation. Benjamin wanted to ask Michelle, how she managed to turn into a mage after becoming a holy knight. But Michelle only gave a look that appeared to say let's not talk about the past, and reverted to the topic about the church, and was adamant that she had to go back. According to Michelle, the church would create a cross that represented each knight. The cross would be filled with divine energy. If a knight died, the cross would automatically shatter, informing the church of the knight's deceased status. After hearing of this, Benjamin thought that he had teleported into some sort of immortality cultivating novel. But after giving some thoughts, magic tools like these were really useful and required in managing the tens of thousands of knights. It was understandable for the church to do so, and Benjamin found no meaning to make fun of it. It was because that knight that was killed by the knife-scarred man and had his cross shattered which alerted the church. That was why they sent the squad of cleaners. If the knights had such a system like this, then the cleaners should be no different. The church already knew something had happened since the death of the first cleaner. Right now 14 crosses had been shattered. Benjamin would not dare to imagine what the bishop's face would look like. The church would take extreme measures for sure. Thus, after taking Benjamin to the storage, Michelle had to return to the church to observe the situation in the inner ranks of the church. Benjamin had to know what the church was up to right now, only then he could forge a story that would be convincing to the church. Master yourself, master the enemy. Michelle made her way to the church. Before she left, she said she should be back in 2 hours, thus, Benjamin waited patiently. He wanted to make use of this time to meditate, but 2 hours would be too short, and meditating for this short would not make much progress. Most importantly, after entering his own realm of consciousness, Benjamin's sensitivity to the outer world would be reduced. He was afraid that if something happened he would not be able to react in time. Thus, during these 2 hours, he had to find something else to do. After thinking twice, he took out a map. After killing the knife-scarred man, Benjamin searched his body, and found a bunch of messy items on him. There were firearm, bullets, and coins, which were kept away safely by Benjamin. He also found this map and kept it. He thought at that time that this map would be of use somehow, to let him recognize the roads. He could let the system memorize the map, and it would not waste his effort. Thus, he did not really pay attention to this map. Of course, when Benjamin took out this map to investigate out of boredom and to pass time, he noticed that this was not a normal map. Who would draw a cross on a normal map? Benjamin could not help but recollect what the knife-scarred man said before he was killed. He begged and said along the line of "I know where the elemental crystals are." Benjamin treated that as nonsense, but now it looked like, somehow, this was a treasure map. Hey, take a look at this map. He became serious, and spoke to the system, "Do you know any of these places on the map?" But, the system only replied, "I don't." In Benjamin's original memories, there are no records of any place looking like the ones on the map. Benjamin was surprised to hear this. As a nobleman, Benjamin was well educated and would have learnt geographical related studies. He must have seen a lot of the maps of the kingdom and places outside the kingdom. Even if Benjamin could not remember these, the system could. If even the system said that it had never seen these places before, then this map must be describing a place where no one had discovered yet. Benjamin became much more interested in the map. Thus, instead of just passing his time, he now used all his concentration to study this map. On the map, most of the geographical landscapes were mountain ranges which appeared different from the western part of the kingdom. The cross was marked on a long valley in the middle of the map. Valley. Does the kingdom have any famous valleys? He asked the system. Yes, there are plenty. The system replied cheerfully, and started showing off his database. On the western side of the mountains, there are a few famous valleys, like the Windbreak Valley, Amber Valley, Wicked Dragon Valley. On the northern side of the kingdom, there is a small valley called the Pearl Valley, because it is located nearby Pearl Lake, which noblemen normally go for vacation. On the east side, on the border which separates us from Isar, is the most famous valley of the Broken Armies. The Crusader Great Arch was erected there, being the kingdom's strongest line of defense. After introducing numerous valleys, the system finally concluded. All these valleys do not possess the landscape of that valley in the map. Could it really be true? Benjamin was suddenly in a hopeless tangle. It was not because he gave up easily, it was that he believed in the database of the system very much, especially on things like these. The system had yet to make any errors. Thus, if it said there was not any, there for sure was not any. Unless this map was a map of somewhere outside the Kingdom of Helius. Benjamin shook his head helplessly. Oh well. No matter where it was, he guessed, it would be hard for him to find it. He could only wait till his return to the Latour family, where he could flip through books for maps to see if he could find any clues. Right now, the map he had was not much of use. Benjamin suddenly regretted. He should not have killed that knife-scarred man so quickly, because he could have asked him about where this place was. But, he quickly dismissed this thought as it was just a random thought. It was no use regretting now, he could not even find this place on the map, might as well treat it as a random drawing. Treasures and whatnot only existed in fictional novels, as most of them were fake. He expressed sour grapes, then kept the map away. He might as well just sit here and rest. That would not be a waste of time anyway, because this afternoon had been too eventful and tiring. Thus, Benjamin sat in this abandoned storage area, after he was done looking through the map. He chatted with the system, patiently waiting for Michelle's return. 2 hours had gone past. Michelle had yet to return. In the beginning, Benjamin thought that it was just miscalculation of time on Michelle's part. Michelle probably got the time mistaken, or that she walked slower than she normally would. However, at the 3rd hour, he felt that something was not right. Even if her estimations were not that accurate, it would not go as far apart as an hour. Michelle did not seem like the kind that would be late. Unless, something was delaying her? Time passed bit by bit, and in a while, 3.5 hours had passed. Finally, Benjamin could no longer just sit here, all relaxed and patiently waiting. Chapter 63, Fulner's Theater of Happiness. What the heck happened? Optimistically, Michelle might have just been delayed by something she encountered on the way. However, on the other hand, what if the members of the church had found out about her true identity? If they did, they would definitely arrest her, and what would happen to Benjamin then? Under the pressure of the church's intense interrogations, would Michelle give Benjamin up? Luckily, Benjamin still had quite some faith in Michelle. If she could survive meddling amongst the church's paladins all these years, all while leading the church about in circles in the search of her, she must at least have had a few tricks up her sleeves. Someone with her abilities wouldn't be so easily discovered by the church. At the same time, Benjamin believed that Michelle left him here with plans to ditch him. Regardless of how much or little trust he had in Michelle, he knew one thing for sure: he was still useful to Michelle. If Michelle were to ditch him, it wouldn't benefit her at all, and Michelle never does things that don't benefit her. Thus Benjamin was stuck in a dilemma. He wasn't sure what to make of the situation at all. He couldn't sit around her any longer, he had to get out and do something. So he decided. He stood up from the barrel, and then he proceeded to roll about on the ground, not stopping until he had gotten dirt and mud all over his body. Then he proceeded to tear up his noble top and bottoms until they were ripped all over. Lastly, he took a good amount of dust from a wall nearby and rubbed it all over his face. He still had his bruises from the military training. As he rubbed dust and dirt over them, it hurt slightly, but he could only suck it up for now. Once he was done with all that, he stuck his fingers into his hair and ruffled them, not stopping until his hair looked like nothing short of a bird nest. Like this, nobody will be able to recognize me, he muttered to himself as he checked out his new beggar-like outfit, and he nodded in satisfaction. If only he had a mirror now, then he would be able to really see how big the difference is from before. If one were to look closely, there are many dead giveaways, and the system began to speak. the material of your top and bottoms are still way above what a typical beggar would ever be able to afford. Not to mention the dirt on you are too fresh. A true beggar would have dirt and mud stains from different times and occasions, one would be able to observe a layered pattern even. One must forgive him, he simply couldn't become a beggar with layers. Benjamin was at his wits' end, and plus, it wasn't like passerbys would come look at him up close. Should they do so though, they would immediately be able to tell that he's one of the Latour family members with his facial features. He had neither any tools, nor reality-bending makeup skills, this was the best he could conjure. From afar, it didn't look too bad, and to Benjamin that was good enough. It wasn't as if he was planning to get past the bishop with this disguise anyways, he just wanted to get out of this storeroom. If Michelle had been caught, and under the torturous interrogations of the bishop she had given up Benjamin along with his location, they would definitely send men here. To be safe, he must move. Plus, as a beggar, he could go onto the streets and try to sniff what's in the air on the get-go, which was way better than just sitting in the dark here like a blind sitting duck. You should prepare memories on how to deal with the church just in case something happens and if we're caught off guard without any counters, he commanded the system in his head. All right, the system unwillingly agreed. Just like that, Benjamin became a beggar. He dug a hole and kept all his belongings inside it. Then swiftly, he left the abandoned cellar. Under the guidance of the system, he quickly arrived at the closest street that also happened to be the one of the main streets of the outskirts. As it was night time, the main street was filled with people going back and forth. Every shop was open with their lights brightly shining. At the top of the street, a theater proved to be the most attractive. Few uniformed men stood at its doors trying to get people passing by to visit their theater, as if some sort of massive performance was about to begin. When Benjamin first arrived on the street, he felt a little suspicious. The exterior of Haven Right was no different from the usual. Yet, there were no holy knights patrolling at all, neither were there any priests running about in a rush. Everything seemed to be in a state of euphoria, as if nothing had ever happened. The church actually didn't do anything. Benjamin felt that this was incredibly weird. With the way the church has historically dealt with things, something at this scale would have easily warranted sending a good amount of men to investigate it. No matter what, the church can't possibly just let a whole squad of cleaners just die without any explanation. With this thought in mind, he suddenly closed his eyes, in hopes of sensing the water molecules around him. As the triangle symbol strengthened, his water molecule sensing abilities have expanded in both detail and range significantly. Now, Benjamin can roughly sense everything within a 20-meter radius. Once he completed his sensing, Benjamin scrunched up his face. There was not a single church person in the vicinity. As he kept thinking, he began pacing along the street, and like a beggar, he sat beside the street to continue sensing. Still nothing. Benjamin felt this was incredibly unusual. Even during normal days, the streets would be populated with at least 1 or 2 church personnel patrolling about. Yet now, it seemed like they had all disappeared. This was weird, really weird. Is this the calm before a storm? Benjamin began to try to think like the bishop. If he was the bishop, what would he do? In fact, would this have something to do with why Michelle still isn't back yet? What in heaven's name had happened? No, he had too little information to process a proper conclusion. Just as he was deeply immersed in his thoughts, Benjamin suddenly heard a familiar voice. Do you fools even know how to do this? How come there are only so little people? If today's performance isn't a big hit in the city, can you even begin to imagine what will Father think of me? Not far away, in the theater that was garnering a lot of attention, a noble was lecturing the workers. Benjamin was stunned at that sight. Wasn't that the son of a gun who's had a chamber pot dropped on him twice? Named Dick Fulner? What was he doing here? Benjamin tried to recall the last time he met Dick. It's been a while. The last time was probably when they were playing military simulations in that abandoned castle where Dick tried to get revenge for the chamber pot incident by pointing a gun at Benjamin. Luckily, the curse of Benjamin activated just in time and attracted nearby cavalry, which ended up with him and Dick being taken away. Later, Benjamin heard that Dick received severe punishment for the crime of unauthorized possession of a firearm. However, Dick's father, Axius Fulner, did everything he could to protect his son. From donations to the church, to getting in contact with other nobles, he tried every way to beg for mercy for Dick. In the end, Dick was only held in detention for a week by the church, and released after as if nothing had happened. Benjamin couldn't care less about that. Dick could be released all he wanted as long as he didn't find trouble with him again. He had little care for Dick's life or death. From what he could tell from the silence since the incident, it seemed Dick had moved on, and was no longer interested in revenge. It seems that curse activation in the abandoned castle must have shook this young noble's nerves. However, for the life of Benjamin, he would have never expected to meet Dick here. The Fulners have always held a monopoly over the entertainment industry in the kingdom. Just look at the name of this theater, and you will understand. While Benjamin was still stuck in deep thought, the system suddenly spoke. So, Benjamin looked at the sign of the theater's name. Fulner's Theater of Happiness. What kind of freak's name is that? Benjamin wiped the sweat off himself, and slowly understood why Dick was here. This was his family's business, and from what he said earlier, it seemed like he was in charge of this particular performance. The Fulners sure are invested in the entrepreneurial training of their descendants. In this aspect, it seemed that Claude still had a lot to learn from Axius. Just look at the two sons of the Latour family, one sent to military training, and the other still trying to learn basic magic. Yet here is a Fulner already diving into practical experience. Of course, Benjamin wasn't really concerned about this since most of the Latour family's assets were farmlands. What? Would Benjamin have to sign up for farming lessons then? Oh right, he stalled for a bit as if he had suddenly thought of something important, and said to the system, "Aren't you supposed to be busy falsifying memories? How come you can still speak to me? Falsifying memories is a tiring ordeal, let me rest for a bit and continue later." Benjamin was so done with the system. He turned around and looked Dick, who was standing not too far away. Afraid that Dick might make out who he is, he decided to find somewhere else to gather information. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Dick say, "I wonder what is going on with the church, they suddenly summoned my father and all the nobles over. If it wasn't for that, father would have definitely come for today's performance." Chapter 64, The Rules of Being a Beggar. The church summoned most of the nobles? To Benjamin, this was important news at the time. In this moment, he suddenly realized, going elsewhere to gather information was useless. To find out what was going on inside the city, he had to find out from the lips of nobles like Dick. If only he could go back into the city now, things would be so much easier, but with how he looked now, how could he even step foot into the city? Should someone recognize him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself at all. Hence, he stopped his departing steps and turned around instead, towards the theater once more. He slouched, trying his best to look as much like a beggar as possible so he could eavesdrop in Dick's conversation with his workers. After what seemed like a bunch of bullshit tea and gossip about the theater and performances, Benjamin heard this. "Master, has something happened inside the city?" It seemed the situation in the inner city was a matter of interest to everyone. It didn't even take long for someone to ask a question like this. Dick answered very casually, he had no reservations as he spoke frankly, "I'm not sure, I don't even know what the hell the church is up to. I'm guessing that those followers of the Fallen One must have something to do with it. I even heard from someone that the entire kingdom's holy knights have been summoned to somewhere on standby. Everywhere in the kingdom people are being moved for some big operation." Hearing this, Benjamin couldn't help but shiver a bit in fear. The church is consolidating their power. What do they plan to do? While he was afraid that this sudden consolidation of power might be because of him and Michelle, upon giving it more thought, Benjamin realized that just the two of them couldn't possibly rock the church like this. Compiling what Michelle said earlier about how she gave the Academy of Silence's address to the church, Benjamin quickly affirmed his latter thought. Unless, the church plans to declare war on the Academy of Silence? Although this was an unbiased guess, Benjamin felt that it made a lot of sense. The church is already mobilizing its armies, if not for war, what else? Not just that, Michelle's late appearance could also be explained now. She must have been summoned by the Holy Knights. She must probably be stuck in the battalions now, unable to excuse herself. Upon coming to this conclusion, Benjamin sighed a breath of relief. If everything was truly the way as he thought it to be, then him and Michelle's plan could be considered to have succeeded. The church probably believes that the Academy of Silence killed the cleaners. This would clear Benjamin of any suspicion and nobody would suspect him of being a mage then. While he had no idea how Michelle did it, but the fact that she did, Benjamin was pretty happy. However, another problem struck almost instantly. If the church really believes that the Academy of Silence killed the cleaners, then they must also believe that the Academy kidnapped Benjamin. Now, how will Benjamin return to the Lyther family then? He can't possibly just waltz back in and say that he had been kidnapped by the Academy of Silence, who were a bunch of idiots that accidentally let him run away, and so he ran all the way back to the kingdom. A story like that, even if backed with falsified memories, would still attract the attention of the church. He needed a better, and more sensible way to get home. As Benjamin continued to think, he started walking away from the theater. Since he had already heard what he needed to hear, he ought to stay away from Dick just in case of getting made. Plus, Dick probably didn't know much, so there was little to no reason to stick around. As he walked away, he quickly stepped into an alley by the side of the street. "How are the false memories coming along?" he asked the system. "False memory construction complete, saving memories now." Benjamin cut the system before it could finish the sentence. "All right, you can stop for now. Just now when I needed you be silent you were so keen to speak, and now when I want to let you rest, you're suddenly hard-working again." Begrudgingly, the system stopped the cycle of computing sounds. Benjamin continued, "Look, listen to me, those false memories, I need you to make it like this. Everything that happened in the beginning doesn't change. Only after I shot the gun to kill the Scarface, suddenly someone punched me in the back of my head. Since then I passed out, and no longer remember what happened after." The reason why he said that, was to prevent giving away too much by talking too much. As long as the false memories made it seem like he was knocked out, and that he had no idea what happened after, it was less likely the bishop would find flaws in his cover-up story. The system was silent for a while, but it couldn't resist, and said, "Now you're just emulating those TV show writers who are too lazy to shoot or explain certain plot lines so they play the fainting card, leaving the audience to figure it out for themselves." "You talk too much," Benjamin sulked. "My bad." The system finally shut up. Back to reality, Benjamin was still walking on the small alley. There were much less people around him now. Suddenly, a teenager in ragged clothes walked up to him with his hands on his waist, sternly blocking the way. Benjamin was stunned at sight of this. At the same time, another beggar-like teen walked up to him from the back, blocking his path of retreat. These two look like they're on the same team. The system popped out of nowhere again, trying to sound wise like it had just made a profound statement. "Are you even done with the false memories yet? Else, get back to it," Benjamin commanded the system mercilessly. The system let out what seemed like weeping sounds, and went back to work. Benjamin then focused his gaze back on the little beggar right of him. "Is there a problem?" The little beggar looked at him with hostility, an almost childish hostility. Then the little beggar said, "Where are you from? Do you not know the rules? This is our area, why are you here? Who allowed you to come here and steal our business?" Benjamin was stunned again. He looked at his own clothes, then he finally understood. These two took him as a competitor in the begging business. When Benjamin finally got it, he wasn't sure if he should laugh or cry. He wasn't a real beggar, so this was definitely uncalled for. At the same time, since when did beggars start having competitors? Under a different light, did this also mean that Benjamin's beggar disguise was fairly convincing? He felt weirdly accomplished. How dare you try to steal our business with clothing like that? However, the beggar standing behind him had something else to say. Do you even know how to do this? You must have just ripped your clothes, didn't you? And the dust on your face, it doesn't even have different layers. You're such an unprofessional and you dare insult us by trying to steal our business? What a fool! Benjamin was speechless. Geez, sorry for the sore sight, but I'm not even professional to begin with. You're not going to talk, hey? At sight of this, small beggar number 1 folded his sleeves, looked at small beggar number 2, and said, by the looks of it, we need to teach you a lesson so you'll learn not to meddle in other people's territories. Small beggar number 2 folded up his sleeves as well, as if he was ready to rumble. At sight of this, Benjamin's face couldn't get any more sour. You really want to fight? Small beggar number 1 didn't give a damn about Benjamin. He spat on the floor, and with his mid-pubescent voice, he bellowed, let's go. 5 minutes later. Please stop hitting us, big brother. Please. Oh, it hurts. Ah, it hurts so much. Please, please stop hitting us. We were wrong, big brother. Benjamin used the tricks and skills he had learned from military training, and taught these two small beggars a good lesson with his fists. Friend, don't forget about the juvenile abuse laws. The system seemed to want to offer sagely advice once more. I'm a bloody juvenile, Benjamin answered in a calm tone. After being beaten up in military training for the last half-month, Benjamin felt like a different person. In face of these two malnourished little beggars, he felt like a demigod, as they couldn't even find the strength to fight back. Perhaps after being continuously bashed in the military for so long, Benjamin realized that now that he could beat someone else up, it felt extra amazing. Who gives a damn if it's small beggar number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or even ABCD, whoever dared to mess with him will have their feet broken. I'll let you two go this time, but if you find trouble with me again, I will really show you. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, good sir, big brother, thank you. Just like that, the two little beggars half ran and half stumbled away on all fours. Looking at them running away, Benjamin didn't feel quite accomplished, instead he suddenly realized how ridiculous all this was. What was he doing here? He shook his head, and prepared to leave. Hey, you right there! What are you doing here? The performance is about to start, get ready. Today's performance is incredibly important. If you botch it, you won't just not get paid, your career will end right here. Suddenly, a voice had come from behind him. He turned around, only to see a nicely dressed middle-aged man in a fine suit yelling at him. What was going on? Chapter 65, The Mage in the Theater. When Suits saw Benjamin standing dumbly, he stalked over and dragged Benjamin back. Who are you? Benjamin struggled out of his grasp and asked, confused about the situation. Suits frowned at Benjamin as he said, Oh, you don't recognize me now? Aren't you the one who begged me to let you play a part in the performance today? What are you dawdling now? Quick, the performance is about to start. Begged? A part in the performance? What? Bewildered, Benjamin refused to go with a stranger like a kid baited with candy. He prepared to shake off the man and leave the vicinity. However, a familiar voice was heard the moment he wanted to run. Why, what happened? Standing at the intersection and walking towards them was Dick Fulner, and his mentally troubled baby brother, Kant Fulner. Dick was confused as he questioned. His eyes were set on Benjamin. Immediately, the sirens in Benjamin's head were screeching away in warning. Benjamin could only bow down his head in hopes to avoid detection. He tried his best not to face the two directly. "Don't worry, young master, nothing happened." Suits was noticeably nervous as he explained immediately. Benjamin was thankful for that as Suits successfully got Dick's full attention. "This boy is the beggar that will be helping in our performance tonight, young master." "A beggar performing? Could it be?" Benjamin kept his head low as he slowly understood the situation. If he was not mistaken, the little beggar, the one that asked for trouble and ran after Benjamin taught him a lesson, was the one who agreed to perform in the theater. Hence, when the person in charge of the theater came looking for a beggar, they assumed that it was him. Thus, that previous scene happened. Benjamin was dumbfounded by this turn of events. How should he consider this? He was not actually unlucky per se, just baffled by this. He came here disguised as a beggar to get some information, but now people really took him as a beggar and demanded him to perform at the theater owned by the Fulners. What the hell? It did sound fun though. Stop joking around. How would he dare to go on stage? There would be thousands of eyes on him. It would be a miracle if no one saw through his disguise. The best way to handle this matter was to leave, as soon as possible. "Good," Dick nodded pompously, "bring him backstage now. Let him try and work on the cooperation first. I don't want him to mess up anything during the actual show." The suit replied as he tugged Benjamin backstage. "Yes, I will bring him backstage immediately." By no means was Benjamin going to allow that to happen. He struggled desperately under the suit's grasp, trying to escape and run towards the opposite direction. He absolutely did not want to risk Dick seeing his face. "Why, you don't want to do it? Are you kidding me?" Dick nudged Kant, who was standing behind him. "Kant, don't let him escape, there is no time for us to get another beggar anymore." Benjamin froze before Kant could even react to the command. Benjamin remembered how Kant behaved during the war simulation game, and was hesitant to leave. Benjamin would never have a chance with this idiot if he refrained himself from using magic. He would never use magic now, as if the problem was not big enough as it is. He should not even be behaving weirdly to avoid attracting attention. What should he do now? When Dick noticed Kant's lack of reaction, he furiously slapped the younger's back. Only then did Kant reacted to Dick's orders as he walked towards Benjamin. "No, don't come here, I'm not escaping, I just want to go to the toilet." With his quick wit, Benjamin squeaked in an effort to stop Kant. It was successful. Dick stopped Kant from moving in towards Benjamin after he heard his plea. Dick did not recognize Benjamin's voice, nor did he suspect Benjamin's excuse. He just looked as if he was hit by a sudden realization as he shook his head. "Whew!" Benjamin escaped from a probable disaster there. He could not help but praise his intelligence. "All right then, follow me. We have our own toilet inside the theater," Suits said with a tone that was abnormally disappointed. Okay, I know people like you probably never seen a toilet before. You're in luck today, brat, let me broaden your horizon. Come. Intelligent? Ha! That was funny." Benjamin had no choice but follow Suits into the Fulners' Theatre of Happiness. The theatre was huge, and it could contain thousands of guests. The stage was extraordinarily wide too. It was obvious that the Fulners did not jerry-build this. As a newly furnished theatre, there was a distinct smell of paint in the air. Although the interior of the theatre was not extravagant, but it was brand new and clean. All in all, this was a place that people would choose to stay for a long period of time for a performance. However, Benjamin was not willing to stay here. Benjamin felt a migraine growing as he stood in the toilet of the theatre. Suits, who was the person in charge of the theatre, stood outside the door while he waited for Benjamin. He was impatient as he shouted for Benjamin to hurry as Benjamin would still need to go through the performance flow after this. Benjamin felt like dying when he thought about what he would be required to face next. How exactly did he get himself into this predicament? "Hurry, we've no time to afford you dragging your steps." Suits bellowed at him outside the door. Benjamin yelled, "Got it, I'll be done soon." Just as he wanted to leave the toilet to follow Suits and find a way to sneak out of the theater, he suddenly saw a corner of a dark cloth lying in the corner of the toilet. His heart leaped at the finding. He walked over to pick up the cloth and studied it. "Hey, look at this," Benjamin called for the system. The system answered after a brief pause. This cloth was made from the same material as the cloaks of Michelle and the 3 Silent Academy mages. Benjamin guessed it correctly. He nodded, deep in his thoughts. If he had not learned the method to create this magical cloak he probably would never have been able to recognize this small piece of cloth from the cloak. This theater was undoubtedly newly built, and judging by the lack of rubbish, its cleaning routine was frequently done too. There was very little litter even in the corners of the toilet. Thus, it was obvious that this piece of cloak was unintentionally left behind by someone else within the last 24 hours. "There are mages around here?" As he recalled Dick's words, he understood that this theater had not staged a performance before. Thus, no audiences had access to the theater. So, it was someone from within the theater? Now this is interesting. "Hey! Quick, what are you doing in there?" Suits started shouting again. All right, I'm coming," Benjamin replied. He threw the piece of cloak back into the corner, as if it was untouched. Then, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the toilet. "Why were you so slow?" Suits scolded Benjamin as he led the latter backstage. "Right. What you need to do is simple. Before the start of the performance, you will hide in a box, and the box will then be moved to the stage. When the magician knocks thrice on the box, you will then walk out of it as if you had no idea what happened. Understand?" "Oh, okay," Benjamin feigned himself to be a cowardly beggar as he answered. However, his heart was already fled towards the piece of cloak in the corner. There was a mage in this theater. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that he was abnormally lucky as a person. Every time he walked around in the outskirts, he would always run into mages. Was his encounter with magic a result of fate, or was it because mages already populated the outskirts? For some reason, he felt like something was off. His instincts screamed at him saying that the appearance of mages in the theater was no mere coincidence. That was the reason why he temporarily halted his idea of escaping the theater. He intended to stay for a bit and observe. He could not help it, his curiosity was unsated. Benjamin knew that he was basically setting a trap for himself, but still he could not talk himself out of staying. Chapter 66, Magician Henry. Benjamin followed Suits backstage. The backstage was spacious, but it did not appear so due to the flow of human crowds flooding the place. Fashionistas in eccentric clothing weaved through the crowds, a youth in a tuxedo and a top hat, a curly-haired lady in a short skirt, a clown as round as a ball. There was also a person wearing a wig that looked like his head was stabbed with a knife. His was holding a blood-stained violin. This was an unusually rowdy place. The managers, actors, prop makers, makeup artists, musicians. The number of people that flocked together were uncountable, and Benjamin could not discern what they were discussing. In short, the atmosphere backstage was tense like a war zone before the performance. Benjamin was grateful for this. If he felt something was up, it was convenient for him to quietly leave this unruly place. He would not have to worry about fleeing. However, it would be difficult for Benjamin to find the owner for the piece of cloak amidst the crowd. He grossly estimated around 100 people here in the backstage, and it would be problematic to find one out of the 100. "Here, this is Mr. Henry, and you'll just need to cooperate with him," Suits led Benjamin to the youth in the top hat. Mr. Henry looked like a pretentious magician. He nodded at Suits, without uttering a word. Benjamin did not react as well. He was too preoccupied observing the people around him. Henry the magician drew his brows together. "Will this be okay? It is indeed realistic to get a real beggar to play the role, but wouldn't it be too realistic? This child does not have the required abilities to help with my performance. A professional actor would be a better choice. Suits smiled tightly. Mr. Henry, we are left with no choice. You needed a mere beggar, but the actors in the kingdom are all bigwheels in the industry. Who would be willing to play a pitiful beggar? You don't even know how bad of an attitude the actors have. They are not like any actor you can pick from the crowd in the circus. Please bear with it, Mr. Henry. Displeased, Henry snorted and grumbled something along the line of might as well get someone from the circus, but he did not make any further requests. However, at the same time, Benjamin, who appeared to be in the clouds, felt an abrupt disturbance from the elements. Oh! His heart leaped. He never expected to find a clue that easily. A disturbance from the elements must be caused by a mage. Still, how would Benjamin be sure if the person is a mage? Benjamin had a sudden idea and he decided to widen his senses to detect the elements. Without anyone noticing, he started to use his water particle detection to feel his surroundings. The nature of magic was the communication between elements, thus surrounding elements of a mage would always be unique. In the blue world of the water particles, the backstage was unnaturally boisterous too. Most of the water particles appeared ordinary as they floated about aimlessly in the air. Some, however, would orbit around certain people, one of them being Henry, the magician. Henry the magician? Benjamin was dumbfounded by his findings. Were these people mages as well? He did a brief head count of these people, and the number he got was approximately 40. Holy hell! Benjamin could not believe his own eyes. Did he see this wrongly? To make sure that his senses were not screwing up, he retraced his water particle detection before spreading it out once again, attempting to sense the disturbances of water particles backstage. The result was the same. Benjamin inhaled sharply. This was a winning lottery ticket. He imagined that mages would hide in the theater, but he never expected the theater to be the mages' hideout cache. The Foolners were, really something. Benjamin knew that some nobles would secretly sponsor several mages within their manors. But to sponsor them within the kingdom, gathering all 40 of them together, and using them all to hold a performance? The Foolners must have balls bigger than the tall mountains to do this. Benjamin was in severe deep shock. Suits and Henry ended their conversation when Benjamin was still in a daze. Suits left after that, and Henry led Benjamin towards the other end of the backstage. They finally stopped in front of a huge box. What you need to do is easy. Hide in this box, and someone will move this box up to the stage. When I knock the box thrice, you will then push the box open and step out of it. Remember, you must look confused. Understand? Benjamin tried his best to snap out of his daze. He nodded at Henry. After learning all of them were mages, he was at a loss on how to face Henry the magician. Magician. It was indeed a wise choice to hide his identity. Even if he used magic in public, the clueless crowd would just assume that it was another interesting magic trick and applaud the act. Benjamin grumbled in his heart, but he realized that no matter how much he complained, he could not get over his astonishment at the situation. He was still in disbelief and finding it hard to snap out of it. More than 30 mages. Could it be possible that almost all of the mages in the kingdom were here? As he wondered, he was rushed into the box under Henry's orders. The moment the box was sealed and darkness enveloped Benjamin, he instinctively deployed water particle detection again. Maybe it was because he still had trouble believing the situation, as he once again focused on the people around him for confirmation. It was true, more than 30 people here had water particles orbiting around them. Besides, Benjamin had a slight feeling that these people's spiritual powers were much sharper than the common folks too. So, they were really mages after all. This time, however, Benjamin tried something new. Under the water particle detection, he focused on himself instead of the others. Unexpectedly, the water particles around him did not experience any disturbances. This is interesting. Was it because of the space of his consciousness? Was it because of the difference in training that caused this contrast? Benjamin wondered, and soon he realized the theory behind it. The ordinary Joe who trained their magic used the method of raising their spiritual power and affinity to the elements. When their affinity level increased, it was normal for the elements around them to change as well. Not only that, they utilized the elements around them when they cast spells. Thus, the phenomenon of elements orbiting around them was also a way for them to prepare themselves before casting magic. Benjamin was a whole different story. His affinity to the elements was weak, and he could only rely on the triangular rune. Therefore the elements surrounding him would not be affected. Also, when he cast a spell, he relied on the stored water particles in his space. His spells were not derived from the real world. This was indeed an interesting disparity. This could also explain why the power of a spell is limitless if the mage learnt magic with the space of his consciousness. The concentration of elements in reality would also be limited, no matter how dense they would always have a cap. Thus, if a mage relied on the elements available to him in reality, his power would also be capped. On the other hand, the concentration of elements in the space was not an issue as long as the triangular rune was strong enough. Hence, there was no limits to how powerful a spell could be when the mage used his space. This seemed to be it. Benjamin's understanding towards magic became clearer after this round of brainstorming. Even though he was trapped in a dark box, he was still delighted. Wait! Chapter 67, The Truth Behind It All. Right, the box. What was wrong with his brain? Why would he obediently get into the box as instructed? He felt that he was not playing with his full deck of cards. There was no way he was going to perform on stage later, and since he was planning to escape, why would he be cooperating with the magician? He was probably too distracted by the gathering of the mages that he totally forgot about escaping. There was no point for him to stay since he had identified the mages in the theater. He did not intend to leap out of the box, enthusiastically take Henry into an embrace and shout, "Oh, my lad, I'm a mage too," which could lead the 30 over mages backstage to break into a group hug and sob dramatically. No. Definitely not that. The initial curiosity died down too. So what was he still doing here? He should flee. Benjamin immediately started plotting his escape from the theater. He first used water particle detection to have a sense of the situation outside the box. Henry was standing outside the box, and he was having an intense discussion while facing another mage who looked like a magician. Well, he could not get out of the box. All he could do was to wait for Henry to leave the vicinity. He had no idea when would the performance start, but judging from the atmosphere backstage, it probably would start in another 10 minutes or so. Before this, Suits was blabbering about how the show would be starting soon, but the soon he was referring to was probably the same as the word soon in "I'll be there soon." There was no use for him to be anxious now. He might as well be patient and wait for the perfect opportunity. Also, Dick. How could Benjamin forget about him? Suddenly, Benjamin was hit with an epiphany. Something was off. How was it possible for Dick to be oblivious about this? This was Fulner's new theater, and the mages were most probably gathered by the Fulners. Benjamin would never believe that the Fulners' intention was innocent. Why would they gather all the mages at a place and start a much-anticipated premiere in this theater? What were they conspiring? If it really was just for a show, was such a magnificent lineup really necessary? Benjamin was suddenly reminded by the proverb, "Coming event cast their shadows before them." He broke into a new territory without any preparation. No matter what happened tonight, it would be a startling premiere from the Fulners because they put in so much effort for the preparation. The hierarchy of the nobles in the kingdom was as follows: the Lethursday, affiliated with the church, had the highest status. The Fulners, though had the same ground with the Lethursday due to their business and commercial achievements, was always suppressed by the church. Would it be that the Fulners were fed up with the situation they were in? Were they preparing to join forces with the mages? Just when Benjamin was filled with myriad of thoughts, 3 crisp bangs were heard which pulled him back into reality. Someone knocked on the box 3 times. Benjamin was bewildered because he was interrupted from his thoughts. Had the performance started already? Although he was puzzled, he still walked out of the box just as Henry told him to. Yes. That's it. That's the feeling that I want. Benjamin stood at the side of the box, his face lit with surprise. That was great. When you are on stage, do this exact expression when you get out from the box. Then, leave the stage from the door to your right. Your mission will be completed then. Benjamin was speechless. So this was a rehearsal, hey? That was a random rehearsal, something that was done because Henry felt like it. Was this the rumored free-spirited enthusiasm of an artist? Great, let's do a rehearsal again. Without considering Benjamin's feelings, Henry excitedly exclaimed as if he was touched by Benjamin's performance. Benjamin doubted Henry's identity as a mage. Benjamin could not help but suspected Henry's true identity. It was probably because he could never understand the appreciation between a magician and his actor. Thus, Benjamin had no choice but to rehearse under Henry's commands. Basically, what he did was just hide in the box and come out of it dumbly when Henry knocked on the box. How should he phrase this? This magic was extremely dull. Benjamin felt immense respect when he noticed Henry's serious expression, as if this magician really wanted to just perform magic on stage instead of causing any commotion. Benjamin nearly believed that, really. It did not take long for the rehearsal to end. Henry finally allowed Benjamin to hide quietly inside the box and wait patiently for the show to start. Henry left after he gave his instructions to finish up some final preparations for his performance. There was finally no one around the box. It was time for Benjamin to escape. After he used the water particle detection to make sure that no one was in the vicinity and paying any attention to him, he pushed the lid of the box and crept out of it. No matter what the Fulners planned for today, as long as he stayed, he would inevitably be involved in it. Benjamin made it a point that he was better off not affected by whatever plot the Fulners were up to. If they wanted to start a commotion to catch the attention of the church, it would benefit Benjamin too. The moment Benjamin stepped out of the box, he gave a cursory glance at his surroundings. The backstage was quieter than before, and everyone no longer seemed to be in a hurry. Instead, they looked anxious for the show, their face stoic and painted with worry. As if their show was real. Wait. Benjamin suddenly felt that something was off. He suddenly noticed that this feeling never subsided ever since he found the piece of cloak in the toilet. He was just distracted by the series of events he experienced after that. Something was wrong with all of this. The way all of these people interacted. The way they talked, even if it was between mages, did not have the air of understanding between them. It was as if they had no idea that the other was also a mage. It was not like they treated normal people and mage the same. If they knew each other's true identity as mages, their tone of voice, body movements, and expressions would have minute changes, no matter how hard they attempted to hide them. However, judging from the existing situation, all the mages probably assumed that they were the only mage here, and were trying to hide their identity. Why would it be so? Did the Fulners really just wanted to stage a show, and thus did not reveal the identities of the mages? Were the Fulners unaware of their identity, and only found a bunch of performers who coincidentally were all mages? Benjamin pondered. A bunch of oblivious mages happened to have gathered together under these circumstances. Benjamin suddenly remembered the piece of information he got when he was eavesdropping on Dick before. 2 specific sentences stood up to him. They actually called father and half of the nobles in the kingdom over, and the church gathered the holy knights, and ordered them to be on standby, somewhere in the kingdom. When Benjamin pieced the puzzle together, he inhaled sharply as he was suddenly enlightened. Chapter 68, The Grand Show. In this night at the outskirts of Haven Right, darkness hovered in the horizon. The moon was cloaked under heavy mist, its soft glow illuminating the streets outside the newly opened theater. The crowd flooded the theater. The Foolners went all out in promoting the show. The show was a sold-out with audiences from diverse backgrounds. Their faces were lit with anticipation and their chattery overflowing the theater to the extent where the noises could be heard on the street. The dome and the edge of the stage were fully decorated with candles and oil lamps, which illuminated the stage as bright as daylight. Those hopeless pricks finally showed their worth. At least they did get enough people for the night. Dick turned, scanned the crowd and nodded as he sat in the front row. Beside him was Kant, who would not respond to him. Kant was indulged with playing with the theater brochure. Dick obviously did not expect Kant to reply him. After assuring himself that there were no empty seats among the audience, he stopped looking around, and instead sat properly in his chair, satisfied. It was probably due to the nerves. Dick suddenly took a chamber pot from the side of his legs and wrapped his arms around it. Initially, all he wanted was revenge. He held the chamber pot all the time, seeking to avenge his lost pride. However, the rage that once filled him gradually subsided, but the affection towards this golden, shiny thing grew. As long as he had the chamber pot in his hands, as long as he felt the calming chill from it, he would be at peace no matter how anxious he was. He never dared to let anyone know that he could only fall asleep every night if his hands were on the chamber pot. Hopefully the show tonight will run smoothly. Dick calmed down after he set the chamber pot on his lap and hugged it like a bolster. He inhaled, ignoring the judgmental looks and pinched noses from the surrounding audiences, and waited patiently for the show to start. Another 10 minutes passed. A band came to the side of the stage and started playing a beautiful melody. The rowdiness in the theater disappeared in a heartbeat, and the audiences stopped their heated discussion. They held their breaths and watched the center stage. Alas, the curtains were drawn slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you. Welcome to the Foolners Theater of Happiness. The voice of the MC on stage was clear as day despite not using a microphone. It could be heard in every corner of the theater. It was well known that a theater is an entertainment exclusive for the inner city. Most of the people never had the chance to enjoy this. However, from now on, all of this will change. The Foolners will share this happiness with every person living in the kingdom. Come, put your hands together for the generosity from Mr. Axius Foolner. At the lead of the planted audiences of the Foolners, a roar of applause rose from the audience. As the cheers gradually died down, the MC smiled once again. I know you've been waiting for long, so I won't hold you any longer and annoy you anymore. Now, please enjoy the first performance of the night, Magic, brought to you by Mr. Henry from the town of Uke. The sounds of applause arose. The MC left the stage while the bands at the side started playing cheerful music to welcome the entrance of the performers in an effort to stir the mood in the theater. Henry the magician got on stage accompanied by the music. His eyes were wide like a deer in the headlights, his steps comical like a sneaky thief. As he wobbly stepped to the center stage, the music stopped abruptly. The audience stared at Henry, their eyes full of anticipation. Henry stood still in the center stage. He suddenly flipped out the empty pockets in his pants, and made an exaggerated face of sadness to the crowd. Some of the audiences were entertained as they chuckled. To combine comedy and magic is one clever way of performing, Dick commented somberly like a judge, as if the chamber pot in his hand was the trophy for the champion. We shall see. The major component for his performance will still be his magic. No one was listening to him, though. Soon, the laughter died down. Suddenly, a blonde woman clad in a short skirt came on stage. Her arrival caused a small commotion in the crowd. She did not interact with the audience, though. Instead, she walked straight towards Henry and scowled at him, her hands on her face, and her face puffed up in anger. She looked half furious as she pouted prettily. The audience were amused. Henry looked helpless as he scratched his head, as if he had no idea how to handle the situation. As he scratched and scratched, a rose suddenly emerged from his hair. He stared dumbly at the flower, as if he did not know what just happened. His face was suddenly lit with realization as he grinned cheekily at the lady, knelt down on one knee, and gave her the flower. Laughter and applause rose from the audience. Dick saw this, nodded and commented with an air of superiority, although this kind of performance would not be suitable for the inner city, it still has its worth in the outskirts. Kant stupidly clapped along with the crowd, and he did not stop chortling even after everyone stopped. No one had any idea what he was so happy about. Dick rolled his eyes at Kant and his face was filled with disgust as he pretended to not know Kant. At that moment, he had the urge to switch places with someone else. This idiot was going to shame the foreigners. Dick facepalmed as he hid himself from the crowd. However, he suddenly heard startled shouts. "Oh! Did the magician show more tricks?" Dick was confused. This was bad performance timing. Most of the audience were still caught up in the comedic effects of the last joke. It was too hurried if a new trick was displayed now. Dick frowned, lifted his head and looked at the stage. The stage was empty. Henry, who was still jumping around the stage minutes ago, and the lady, both of them disappeared. Dick froze. What happened? Is this a part of the performance? What happened? Dick could not help but to tap Kant's shoulder and ask him. Kant laughed as he clapped, "Holy light! Ha 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 ha! The holy light cleansed them! Ha 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 ha!" Dick was stunned. After some confusion, he assumed Kant was being his crazy self again. The holy light cleansed them? How could it be possible? He even choked out a laugh with his face twisted in amusement. Though, it did not take him long for his laugh to dry out. His laugh gradually stopped. The crowd experienced the same, their faces morphed from one of anticipation and delight to shock and horror. From the backstage, entrance, exit, and every other corner in the theater, countless holy knights stormed into the stage. They were dressed in full armor, swords in hand, some even had blood dripping off the swords. The bloody swords were evidence that they had just taken away some lives. The jovial music screeched to a halt. Before the band could react, a few priests stood up from the audience. A few grenades of holy light were summoned and then thrown at the band. The whole band was evaporated in a blink of an eye, not even a string was left. The crowd was instantly terrified. Some of them tried to spring to their feet and rush towards the exit. What exactly is happening? Oh God! Did they all die? What happened? I don't want to die, I want to get out of here. Dick was petrified. What he saw was beyond his imagination. He forgot everything about the performance amidst his terror, and all he knew was that he wanted to get out, quick. Do not fear. No one will hurt you. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to be assisted by the divine arts, a loud and clear voice boomed in the theater, "The servant of God is punishing the fallen ones. Believers will naturally not be hurt. Please sit and admire the agility of our holy knights." At the entrance of the theater, a fat silhouette walked out. Father! Dick could not believe his eyes. That was Axius Fulner, the head of the Fulner household, and the owner of this theater. He was also the original planner for tonight's performance. With a confident stride, he walked in and said, "Also, please cooperate with the will of God and refrain from leaving the theater without permission. Or else, you will be assumed to be the follower of the devils, and you will face the holy lights as your retribution. Is everyone clear?" Although he sounded friendly and righteous, everyone present could hear the underlying threat in his words. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone looked at Axius dumbly, and the ones who attempted to leave nervously reclaimed their seats after examining the number of holy knights at the theater. No one dared to shift in their seats. Hence, everyone was seated obediently, as if they were highly respectable audience focused on an interesting show. However, the only show they could watch was the slaughter of the theater staff by the holy knights, while terrified screams echoed from backstage to the audience. "Mummy! I want to go home." "Shush, don't talk, child. Mummy's here, don't be afraid. Nothing is going to happen." The newly painted smell was covered by the stench of blood. The malodor of blood overpowered the smell of the building. In the face of these events, Axius stood at the walkway of the audience and nodded, with satisfaction. Then, he slowly approached Dick. "Dad, what is going on? Why would there be so many holy knights? Also, why would there be fallen ones in our theater? Didn't you let me take charge of the show tonight? What actually happened?" Dick turned around and pulled the edge of Axius' clothes as he asked in a whisper. His voice was laced with shock, helplessness, fear, and all the other complicated feelings. Axius patted Dick's shoulders with his big hands. He spoke to Dick in a voice gentler than Dick's. "Don't worry, everything is going to be fine, you did well. None of us will be in trouble." Dick calmed down after his father comforted him. Still, he shut his eyes as he avoided from looking at the showcase by the holy knights. He hugged the chamber pot tightly as he tried to forget the bloody scene from his mind. He was still a teenager anyway. Never did he experience anything like this. This was too terrifying. Chapter 69, Going Home with a Clean Slate. Today was a special day to everyone in the outer city of Havenright and the entire Kingdom of Helius. "Hey, have you heard? Something happened at the theater. Several mages caused chaos there that resulted in many deaths, and quite a number of others were captured." "Oh, really? Why didn't I hear anything about it? The father of my son went to the street opposite the theater to visit the blacksmith and buy a hammer, and he ended up getting captured too. We have no idea when they will release him. God, it was just for a hammer. Tell me about it. Say, where did all these mages come from in this kingdom?" "Shush! Keep it down, I heard this was definitely related to the Fulners." Gossip was heard everywhere on the streets. There were some who said the mages attacked the city, some said it was a nobles' uprising, others suggested that the king was assassinated, several even guessed that the Pope went insane. All of a sudden, everyone in the kingdom was terrified, and even the price of the wheat doubled. No one in the kingdom knew what happened, but they did see the thousands of holy knights storm the theater and the blood-covered ground. The gossip provided the materials required for chaos. The witnesses to this incident, the audience sitting in the theater, were also removed by the holy knights to somewhere unknown. It was said that they were being interrogated now and have yet to be released. Thus, no witnesses could pass on the truth to the people. Meanwhile, the church, who was the perpetrator of this incident, stayed quiet. They only released a statement as an explanation on the evening the day after the incident. By then, the thousands of spectators were released. This was how the church described the incident. The activities of the mages in the kingdom has been steadily increasing. In an effort to curb the rampant evil forces, the church and Duke Axius Fulner plotted a trap for the mages. Firstly, Duke Axius contacted an unknown mage organization and worked to gain their trust. Then, he used the name of the Fulners and the organization to recruit any mages hiding in the kingdom. Finally, on the fated night, the Fulners used the performance as an excuse to gather the mages, and the church deployed the battalion of holy knights to capture them, once and for all. As mages were skilled in the art of disguise, the church decided to be cautious and kill everyone even if they got an innocent person, just to ensure that no mage was accidentally released. It assumed all the staff in the theater were mages and annihilated every single one of them. Of course, they would never include this detail in the statement. What else was written on the notice board, then? It was of course the numerous crimes committed by the mages, colluding with the devil, harming the public, spreading evil. At the end of the notice, another crime was added, kidnapping the nobles. It wrote: Benjamin Latour, son of Duke Claude Latour, was found backstage and in a box. His head was injured, and he was unconscious and clad in tattered clothing when the holy knights rescued him and rushed him back to the church. The church confirmed that Benjamin Latour was kidnapped, tortured, and knocked out by these mages before he was brought backstage. He was fortunate to be recovered and he is now back with his family. An ordinary citizen would either not read this excerpt, or if they did read it, they would proclaim the cruelty of the mages who dared to kidnap a noble. But this was too far from their lives, so they would not pay much attention to it. For the nobles, this excerpt was just another joke for them to gossip about the useless child of the Thursday. Of course, some would also imagine that this was an act of revenge from the foreigners to the Thursday, and come up with some conspiracy theories. However, in the inner city, as the character described in the excerpt, Benjamin kept rereading the text. At this moment, Benjamin was reclined on his bed in his bedroom, lazily reading the copy of the statement that Jeremy got for him. He was deep in thought. Yes, he was back in the Lithur manor. In fact, Jeremy was also rescued by the people from the church. Although his salary suffered from a massive deduction, at least Jeremy was still alive and breathing. For now, Benjamin was both relieved and saddened. Once again, he escaped the throes of death. He was climbing out of the box minutes before the show started when a realization hit him. Something was wrong. A bunch of oblivious mages, gathered in a place? This was a trap. This happened in the theater owned by the foreigners, and coincidentally the head of the family, Axius, was suddenly called to the church for a meeting. You do not need a rocket scientist to guess what would happen next. The people from the church are coming in for the kill. They were undoubtedly enraged when the cleaners were wiped out earlier, and they took this opportunity to retaliate. Benjamin made up his mind within a split second. He went back to the box and hid. Then, he ordered the system to forge a memory for the church, and with his teeth clenched, he slammed his head towards the side of the box. That's right, Benjamin did not escape when he understood the church's schemes. Instead, he utilized this opportunity to wash off any suspicion on him and returned home with a clean slate. It was now or never. As long as he faked a kidnapping and forged a flawless memory, he could blame the death of the cleaners entirely onto the mages backstage. The church would not even suspect a thing. Of course, to match with the fake memory, Benjamin must be unconscious when the church found him. That was why he rammed his head on the box and knocked himself out. Everything else happened just as he expected after that. The holy knights appeared and slaughtered everyone. No one survived it, regardless if they were mages or ordinary people. Benjamin escaped the onslaught by hiding in the box, and when the church searched the theater after the initial killing, they found an unconscious Benjamin. They then brought Benjamin back to the church where the bishop recognized him. Everyone who saw Benjamin died in the theater, and the church had an agreement to not interrogate Dick. The bishop then read the forged memory. With that, Benjamin was confirmed to be innocent, and he safely returned to the Thursday. The process was indeed extremely perilous. Benjamin was grateful that he managed to figure out the church's trap just in time for him to react effectively. If he did not think and instead escaped the backstage, he would be stopped by the holy knights in ambush. If that really happened, he probably would already be dead by now. He was basically walking on a tightrope. After he was filled with thankfulness, he was soon filled with grief. There were nearly 100 people backstage, 30 of them were mages. Only he survived. Although he did not know them, he still felt sad for his fellow mages. He could now understand the reasoning behind Michelle's determination to overthrow the church and to build a country for the mages. Every mage in the kingdom was fatally impacted by this raid. Now, Benjamin estimated the number of surviving mages in the kingdom to be less than 3, him and Michelle included. Besides, the unknown mage organization must be the Silent Academy. There were no doubts about that. Axius alone could not have been enough to gather the 30 mages without the help of the Silent Academy. To be honest, Benjamin was apprehensive about the church's role in this. He suspected the church was the one who plotted this massacre much earlier than anyone expected. If they really planned it, why did they call Axius for a meeting on that day itself? The Holy Knights were also gathered only after the cleaners were wiped out. All of the evidence showed that the attack by the church was more likely to be spontaneous than a premeditated one. Just face it, if it was premeditated, there would be more than 30 mages in the theater. Since it was not the church, then the only other possibility would be Axius. Benjamin raised his eyebrows. Axius was most probably secretly collecting mages. He had probably anticipated the incident in the theater, so he decided to come clean with the church. This was his method to protect himself by sacrificing the mages he supported in exchange for the church's forgiveness. If that was the truth, the church probably only knew about the relationship between the Fulners and the mages that afternoon. Something else must have happened in that time. The church would not have gone to Axius without a reason. There must have been someone who told the church about Axius' relationship with the mages. Axius realized the situation before the church investigated the matter, so he made the decision to sacrifice the mages to save himself. Then, who was the whistleblower? Benjamin sighed. He stood up from his bed and walked towards the windows. He gazed at the sunset. St. Peter's Cathedral was just outside the window, its sharp roof piercing into the sunset. The sky was so red it looked like a sea of blood. A flock of unknown birds slowly flew across the blood-red sun. Compared to the outer city, the inner city of Havenwright was always quiet. Even the carriages and pedestrians on the faraway street looked like they were bathed in a layer of holy light, lending an air of peace and calm. Chapter 70, The Royal Ball. Benjamin originally wanted to stand by the window a little longer to analyze the details of the incident in the theater. However, he was interrupted by Jeremy, who opened the door to enter his room. "Young master, it is time for dinner. The master demands your presence," Jeremy announced as he stood by the door. Benjamin turned around and nodded at his servant. "All right. I shall be there soon." Jeremy acknowledged Benjamin's reply with a cowardly hum as he left with his head hung low. Benjamin chuckled as he shook his head. Since they returned to the Thursday, Jeremy became much more fearful than before. He would not even look at Benjamin in the eyes, and he looked guilty all the time. Before this, he resembled a skittish rat, now his mannerisms made a turn for the worse. He would shudder in fear if you speak to him in a slightly louder voice. It seemed that his servant was really affected by the deception he experienced. But to be fair, the whole incident started when Jeremy was tricked by the scarred man and went into the bar. It was understandable for Jeremy to blame himself, but all this was in the past, and there was no point for Benjamin to be angry at his servant. Besides, he did get something out of this incident. No matter what happened, he did finally break his curse, and he resolved his issues with Michelle and became partners with her. He even got himself a mysterious map. On the topic of the map, before he disguised himself as a beggar, he buried everything on him by the deserted wine cellar in the outskirts. The map, his gun, bullets, and coins. He really needed to look for an opportunity to retrieve them. Maybe he should let Jeremy do that some other day. Benjamin was not impatient about it either. The things were buried at a remote place, so no one would find it anyway. As Benjamin thought about this, he stepped out of his room and walked towards the living room. FAWBOLOM. As a noble household, the Thursday are required to eat dinner together daily. Although his original personality would prefer to take dinner back to his room and eat in solitude, he got used to eating with the others after the time he spent here. Soon, he arrived in the living room and sat in his seat. Every Lithur was present, Claude, Mary, Grant, and the madam. Everyone was sitting primly in their seats as they waited for dinner to start. Because he recently survived a kidnapping, they looked at Benjamin a little differently. Benjamin did not mind the attention. As long as Claude did not scream at him or arrange anything weird for him, he was happy. After some small talk and questions about their well-being, the servants started serving dinner. Claude and Mary chatted continuously throughout the meal, with Mary asking Grant about his studies in between bites. She also showed concern towards Benjamin's experience. The madam only spoke occasionally as she spoke sarcastically towards Mary with an innocent face. It was an ordinary dinner. Benjamin ate, his heart and mind elsewhere. He was busy pondering the truth behind the incident in the theater. There was still one detail that he could not explain. If Axius was forced to betray his mages, who then was the whistleblower who wanted to back Axius into the corner? Was it Michelle? It was possible. It was also a tactic to shift the blame for the cleaner's death to the mages in the theater. Since the mages were related to the Silent Academy, and Michelle did intend for the church and the academy to go to war, she would be more than willing to be the whistleblower. Once again, Benjamin felt that Michelle indeed is a person full of contradictions. She wanted to build a country for the mages, but on the other hand, she was ruthless in her ways. Even if Benjamin and Michelle seemed to be brothers in arms, once Benjamin got in her way, she would probably show no mercy just to get him out of the way. She did indirectly kill half of the mages in the kingdom without hesitation, right? This woman was really something. After he returned to the Latour household, he did not receive any news from Michelle. Thus, all of this was just him stabbing wildly in the dark, nothing can be confirmed. It was also possible for Michelle to be dead, she could be killed after the church found out about her identity last night, or she could also be killed by a fallen meteor. Benjamin really did like making wild guesses. He originally planned to pass the dinner by ravenously consuming food while making wild guesses. However, just before dinner was over, Claude suddenly looked at Benjamin and spoke seriously, "The royal ball is just a few days away. Aside from attending the military training, you should stay home for the next few days. I will order Jessica to keep an eye on you, so you wouldn't run amok and get yourself into more trouble." Benjamin froze, his head still buried in delicious food. He tried to lay low and minimize his presence, and he never expected that he would still be cued for the conversation. "A grounding, hey." Benjamin shivered involuntarily when he remembered the maid's stony expression. He should have known this. That incident was huge, and even though Benjamin was a mere victim, Claude would never let this slide without any comments. He sighed. "Well, grounded it is." The silver lining was he could finally stay peacefully in his room and train his magic. For now, there was no need for Benjamin to go out anyways. The emblem for the ice-breaking spell had only recently materialized, and Benjamin had loads of research that he should do for it. Therefore Benjamin nodded obediently and said, "Yes, father." But Claude did not stop talking. "Also, you must attend the ball next week. As the eldest son of the Latour family, you've already missed most of the balls this season, how would the other nobles perceive you? This is the royal ball, you must attend this no matter what." Mary joined in and agreed with her husband's sentiments, "That's right. As a noble in this kingdom, you must join the social events. You're not young now, Benjamin, it would do me great pleasure if you get to know a daughter of another duke in the ball." Benjamin was speechless. He was 16 or 17 years old, maximum. Why are they asking him to marry already? He did not even have the chance to fully undergo puberty and develop his physique. The parents in this era were really impatient, were they not worried about the son's health? Also, what the hell is a royal ball? The royal ball is a common way for the nobles in the kingdom to socialize. The system popped up just in time to explain. Previously, when Axius failed to avenge Dick, he said "see you next month" in the ball before he left. Remember? This was the ball he meant. Benjamin was silent before he petulantly said internally, "Who the hell would remember that? It was so long ago." The system replied with glee, "Well, I remembered." "Stop being proud for something like this, system, you did not remember this, you just saved it into your hard drive." Benjamin was too lazy to start a banter with the system. It was just a ball. Eating and drinking for a night, why would he refuse? He had nothing to lose. Chapter 71, The New Magical Rune. After another round of nagging from Claude, Benjamin could finally retire to his room after the dinner. What happened at the dining table was merely a hiccup to Benjamin. It will not impact his life much. That was why he did not bother to think about it. Once he shut the door to his room and got to his bed, he immediately went back to the space of his consciousness. It felt so long since he properly trained his magic. In the darkness of his consciousness, 2 identical triangular magical symbols levitated in the air. There was an approximately 20-meter distance between the two, and each of them was glittering in brilliant blue. Benjamin was very delighted when the ice-breaking rune materialized. Before that, he was worried that with the huge strength difference between the first and second runes, one of it would become useless. Thankfully, his concerns were disproved when the new rune emerged. These 2 runes were like reflections of each other in a mirror. Their strength was equal. To categorize it, Benjamin decided to name them as the Water Rune and Ice Rune respectively. He thought about using a cooler name, such as Emblem Water and Emblem Ice, but the system immediately laughed at how pompous they sounded. He had no choice but to give up after that. After the names were chosen, Benjamin began his new experiment. He started meditating and controlling the water particles to gather in the direction of the Water Rune. It did not take long for the water particles to come into contact with the Water Rune, and as usual, the rune glowed slightly as it absorbed the particles. Meanwhile, the Ice Rune, which was floating 20 meters away, glowed in unison with the Water Rune. Benjamin took note of the observation, nodding as he sunk into deep thought. After he confirmed the strength of the 2 triangular symbols, he was confident of his hypothesis. It was exactly as he thought. Benjamin was not fooled by the distance between the symbols now. He understood that the relation between the 2 runes was as tight as one between a human and his other self in an alternative timeline. When he commanded the Water Rune to absorb the water particles, the particle was divided into 2 in a split second, and was absorbed by both the Water and Ice runes. This will be interesting. Could it be that this was related to the pure blue space that he was in before? If it was, then this will not be something that he could thoroughly understand in this period of time. Benjamin was in a good mood. Even though his understanding of the runes was only preliminary, he was not anxious about it. He knew that there was no use for him to worry excessively over this, as it would be much better for him to take it slow and learn it one step at a time. Now, there was another pressing matter that he had to attend to. It was time for him to condense the 3rd magical rune. Without hesitation, he chanted the spell and summoned a little water ball. He let it levitate in the air. Then, as usual, he commanded the water particles to gather towards the water ball. However, the water ball did not let out a ding like it did previously. Instead, it exploded with a bang. Benjamin was dumbfounded. After he wiped off the water that splashed on his face, he opened his eyes and stared at the emptiness in his palms. He could sense that the water particles that he just gathered were dispersing rapidly. What the hell? There was a possibility of failure in this? Failure is not a word in Benjamin's dictionary. He immediately summoned another water ball and commanded the water particles to gather. Bang! Benjamin shook his hand and combed back his drenched hair. The 2 explosions left his heart cold. Another failure. If he only failed once, he could take that as a stroke of bad luck, but if it was twice, Benjamin knew that there must be a reason behind the failures. He did not feel demotivated. Instead, he was excited as he felt the fire of curiosity light up in his heart again. He was just worrying about how he could find a new perspective to research magic. After he gave some thought to it, Benjamin changed his methods. He used the ice-breaking spell to summon a transparent crystal of ice, and this time, he used the ice crystal as the core to gather the water particles. Due to his past experiences, he distanced himself from the ice crystal before he started so that he could avoid getting injured if it exploded. Although he was not the real him when he was in his space, but what if he could sustain an injury here? He was unwilling to take this risk. In a blink of an eye, the water particles came in contact with the ice crystal. Bang! Benjamin shook his head helplessly. There was a tiny voice in his heart that was glad that he stood far enough from the crystal. However, he was soon deep in his thoughts. Neither the water ball nor ice crystal worked. What was the problem then? It was clearly written on Divine Arts 101 that a 3rd magical rune can be materialized once the zone of prayer was unlocked. Since the Divine Arts and magic are essentially the same, this principle should be able to be applied here. Why then would he face this problem when he was condensing the third magical rune? Was it because of the new nucleus condensation method that he came up with? Benjamin started his fourth attempt, and this time he did not summon anything to be the nucleus. Instead, he merely gathered the water particles together and tried to condense them. Bang! Dumbfounded, Benjamin stared at the dispersed water particles. Stop f***ing banging, for God's sake, there is nothing for you to destroy with your explosion. Now, he really ran out of ideas. Divine Arts 101 did not have much information on this particular way of training, and they did not mention whether it would be particularly difficult when one is condensing their third rune. Thus, he had no clue on what he should do to handle the present situation. As they say, deviating from the mainstream is never easy. Benjamin felt as if he spent the whole of his life downloading a game, but once he opened the downloaded file, an error message popped up. There is an error in the application, the data cannot be read. Please click .k enter to stop the program. Previously, he could go online and surf for a patch to solve the error, but now where could he go to get a patch for the error in his space? What can he do? As he brainstormed, Benjamin suddenly remembered his previous findings. There were now two triangular symbols in his brain, namely the water rune and the ice rune. They are always synchronized. If another magical rune was added into the game, then there will be a tight relationship between the three symbols. Was the failure in condensation caused by these two symbols? Benjamin finally had an inkling of what was happening. There were two possibilities he could think of. Firstly, both of the emblems were not strong enough to sustain a third one, and secondly, the bond between the two emblems was too strong that it repelled an outsider from joining in. What's the point? Since they're happy being all by themselves, why are you forcing them to go for a threesome? How could you expect them to agree? The system popped up and said creepily. Bye. The system was extraordinarily excited like a perverted man looking at a lady. Don't think that way. You need to understand that a triangle is the most stable shape of all. Benjamin sighed. He swore to God, he never did save anything that kinky into the system's hard drive. The virus in it was getting more serious day by day. Hold on. Triangle? Benjamin was struck by a thought. He turned to once again look at the two magical runes, and noticed that they were in a shape of an incomplete triangle. He once thought about the meaning behind the gap, but he never did reach a conclusion, which was why he set it aside. Now, Benjamin suddenly felt that the third symbol must have some sort of relation to this triangle. The problem was not the two symbols, but the position of the third one. Maybe, the only way for the symbols to sustain their bond was to form a triangular shape with the positioning of the symbols. Benjamin was once again ecstatic. He immediately asked the system to measure the distance between the two magical runes. Then, he walked towards the point where there was an equal distance between his spot and the two runes. With the accurate positioning of the symbol, Benjamin once again summoned a water ball at that point. The water ball floated in the air. With the two magical runes, they formed three apexes for an equilateral triangle. Benjamin then guided the scattered water particle to gather around the water ball. Alas, the long-awaited ding was heard. Chapter 72, The Real Way to Unlock the Treasury. Grant, are you in? After he was done preparing the water ball that will be used to condense the new emblem, Benjamin stopped his magical training and exited the space of his consciousness. After he returned to the real world, he opened the door and left his room. He was soon outside Grant's door, and he called for his younger brother as he knocked. It was not like he did not want to continue training his magic. There was still the promise he made to Michelle that he needed to settle. This was a good timing for him to fulfill that, which was why he temporarily halted his journey to pursue magic and went to investigate the way to open the treasury for Michelle. No matter what, Michelle did save his life and broke his curse. Benjamin was a person who knew how to return a favor. Come in, Grant's voice was heard from inside his room. Benjamin turned the knob and walked in. Grant was his first choice for his investigation on the method to open the treasury. After all, Grant was still a child, an innocent and naive one who was easier to fool. It was not like he could go and ask Claude about it, right? When he walked in, he saw Grant seated in front of the study table, a book in his hand as the oil lamp shone on him. He looked like he was reading. Benjamin felt ashamed. How diligent! Before he knocked, Benjamin was even thinking about what he would do if Grant was once again playing under his blankets. Now, it was obvious that Benjamin was overthinking. Grant was not that reckless with his health. Benjamin. Grant turned and stared at Benjamin, his face full of surprise and awkwardness. It was apparent that Benjamin's sudden visit last time caused him much shock. He could not even look at Benjamin without feeling weird. I borrowed a book from you when you weren't at home that day. I just finished it, here, Benjamin said, his speech prepared. He took out the and passed it to the younger brother. Grant's face instantly lit up in recognition. Grant took the book and placed it mindlessly on the study table. So you were the one who took it. I was wondering why I couldn't find it recently. Since when did you start reading this genre of books? Well, I was bored, so I picked up something random. Benjamin shrugged and waved it off. Then, he turned the line of conversation to the real motive of his visit. Say, have you heard? Quite a number of people are asking about the treasury these days. He attempted to say this as nonchalantly as possible to avoid Grant's suspicion. Adding to the book matter, he should be in the clear. What's there to ask? The treasury is just something the people talk about for fun and games. There is not much money in there, Grant unsuspectedly answered with a laugh. Oh? Something must be up. As long as Benjamin kept this conversation going, he should be able to easily trick Grant to mention the method to open the treasury. I think so too. Benjamin immediately followed Grant's words and replied, what is the use for them to ask, they can't even open it anyway. Grant only nodded, and said, I know. I don't even understand why everyone loves to discuss about the treasury. It is ancient. They couldn't get hold of Grandma's necklace too, so why bother talking about it? Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. Grandma's necklace? Wait, he got the information he needed that easily. Benjamin added on just to be thorough, right. They can only open the treasury after they get the necklace. How could anyone outside of the family know, right? Grant pouted slightly, even if they know, they couldn't do anything too. Who could get hold of Grandma's necklace? Benjamin immediately confirmed the method to open the treasury, the madam's necklace. Benjamin recalled the situation around the dining table during dinner. Although he did not pay much attention to the madam, but he has been in this house for some time. He did have some recollection about the said necklace. It was a relatively plain necklace. There was a dark red gem hanging on a plain black rope. The size of the gem was relatively modest, and the necklace did not look expensive. Benjamin remembered that he had found it weird why the madam would wear a necklace that did not fit her status. Now, everything made sense. But, although Benjamin easily got the method to open the treasury by utilizing Grant's trust, this method was a tad impossible, right? Who the heck could get the necklace from the madam? Benjamin felt a headache building up. If he told Michelle what he knew, he will fulfill the end of his bargain, but it was too insincere, right? His attitude towards this exchange will be quite poor then. After more small talk with Grant, Benjamin left the room. As he walked back to his room, he was hesitating whether he should get the necklace for Michelle. His curiosity was also starting to build. What exactly was in the treasury? Grant said nothing worth millions will be in there, and the treasury was more of a symbol to the Thursday than an actual storage of wealth. If so, why would Michelle sacrifice so much just to access it? Michelle is a mage, and since she was so desperate for whatever that was inside the treasury, does this not mean that it would be very useful for Benjamin too? However, there was no point for it to be useful for Benjamin. A promise is a promise. He will not break the promise he has with Michelle. He shrugged off his thoughts as he went back to his bedroom. However, Benjamin froze the moment he stepped into his room. Someone who loves to loiter will not stay in their room even though they are grounded, no. The madam stood in front of the window to his room, a cane in her hand. Children these days are becoming more and more disrespectful. How could they let an elderly wait for them for such a long time? Actually, the moment Benjamin saw the madam, all he felt was horror. He just got the information from Grant that the key to opening the treasure was literally on the madam, and the next moment, the madam appeared in his room. This terror was near supernatural. He felt like he ran into a ghost, really. There was rarely anyone in his room aside from Jeremy. After the rush of terror, guilt crept up Benjamin's spine. Why was the madam here? Although he was sure that she would never know of his plans towards the household's treasury, he could not help but be guilty. Come on, he just completed a not-so-innocent mission. After he adjusted his state of mind, he greeted the madam. Greetings, grandmother. The madam looked at him in silence. No, scrutinizing would be more appropriate, before she suddenly yawned. Dull. No reaction at all when your elders came to visit? So dull, she said, switching the topic. While she was talking, she took slow steps towards the door, as if she was leaving. Benjamin was dumbfounded. What? Without reason, she showed up in his room, said nonsensical things, and left? What was the purpose for all this? He really had the urge to question the madam, but he held himself back. Regardless of what she did, she was still older than him. The madam went past him just like that as she walked out. However, she stopped just after she was outside the door. Then, as she stood at the walkway, she turned and looked at Benjamin, with a hint of smile in her eyes as if she knew something. Don't always assume your thoughts to be correct. What you see may not always be real, she said before she left without a second glance at Benjamin's reaction. Now, only Benjamin alone was standing dumbly at the door of his bedroom, utterly confused. What the f***ck? Benjamin thought as he stared at the back of the madam. What was she planning? What did she want to convey? Aside from the conflict he had with the Fulners that the madam helped him to solve, he did not even come into contact with the madam before this. He could not comprehend the reason behind the appearance of the madam. Why is everyone around him always looked mysterious? He could not understand. Forget it, I couldn't be bothered. Benjamin shook his head after he puzzled about this for some time. He gave up on guessing the motives behind this old lady's choices. He was a realist, and if he could not understand something, he will not brood on it. He would very much prefer not to waste his energy on this. The madam could do anything she wanted. Benjamin did not want to have anything to do with it. He closed the door and turned as he walked to the bed. Time to continue the magic training today. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something on his window. Something that was not there previously. That. No way. Chapter 73, The Strange Calm. Benjamin rushed towards the necklace and grabbed it as soon as he saw that the necklace was about to be blown out of the window. He closed the window and started inspecting the necklace. Hey, can you clarify whether this necklace is the one the old madam usually wears, the necklace that can be used to unlock the treasury? Benjamin asked the system while he continued scrutinizing the necklace. Let me have a look. The system examined it as if it were an expert. After a few moments of silence, he then said, Yes, I can confirm that this is the necklace. Benjamin furrowed his eyebrows. What was going on? Were there tapping devices everywhere in this world? Michelle was the first to put one on his body. Did the madam also do the same? Otherwise, what was the reason for her action? Benjamin found it hard to believe that the old lady accidentally misplaced her necklace here. Did she know about something Benjamin didn't? The old lady left her key here the moment he asked Grant the method to open the treasury. Without a doubt, the madam knew he had plans to open the treasury, and that was why she made such a move. In fact, her actions were not harmful to Benjamin. At the very least, he was no longer in a dilemma on whether to help Michelle obtain the necklace. But why did the madam want to help Benjamin? Furthermore, the main concern now was how much information the madam had. Did she know that Benjamin was once kidnapped because of the treasury? Did she know that Benjamin was once threatened for a long period of time? Did she know of Michelle's existence? More importantly, did she know of Benjamin's identity as a mage? He shivered as he thought about it and could not help himself but to turn around and look at the corridor just outside the room. There was nobody outside since the madam left a long time ago. Benjamin could not help himself as he felt that a pair of eyes were observing him out there. The feeling of being watched faded as he walked over to the door and locked it. After that, he sat on the bed and continued struggling as he looked at the necklace on his hand. Should he pass the necklace to Michelle? Benjamin would definitely pass the necklace to Michelle if the old lady did not appear. However, Benjamin could not decide on the best route after this incident. This must be a trap. Was the old lady setting a test for him? Or did the old lady find out that someone was going after the Joseph family's treasury and decided to place the necklace here so that she could report it to the church and let the people from the church to catch the intruders? With this thought in mind, Benjamin smelled a conspiracy under his nose. Maybe the church was the one pulling the strings in the dark. They were the ones who told the madam to leave the necklace to Benjamin in hopes that he would pass it to Michelle and capture her. Seriously. Now that he thought about it, it was very likely that this was a trap. He could not think of other reason for the madam to do so unless the church was pulling the strings in the dark. It was the church again. Benjamin sighed. From the looks of it, the church was not satisfied with their results at Fulner's theater. Hence, they decided to lure Michelle out with such a method. They used the Fulner family to remove the mage's power in the inner capital. This hit the Academy of Silence hard and severed the possibility of collusion between the Fulner family and the mages. Now, they were planning to use the Latour family to take out the troublemaker, Michelle. One had to give some credit to the church for their effective use of power. The church had the skills to manipulate the aristocrats and royal family in their hands. And so Benjamin fell into a dilemma again. What should he do? Michelle would open the treasure room and die in the church's hand if he were to give her the necklace. The church would suspect Benjamin's intention if he were to tell Michelle that it was the church's trap instead of passing the necklace to her. He was in the same situation when he received Michelle's letter. Damn! Couldn't these people give him some peace at all? He really did not want to be involved in this battle. Didn't you know that you can't always do what you like in this world? The system appeared and said in a deep tone. You're in the wrong world. I teleport into a fantasy world, not a martial art world. Benjamin could not help himself but to complain even though he agreed with what the system said. The truth lies within even though one is blinded by the search. One may miss the true purpose as one is obsessed in finding out the truth. The system spewed nonsense as it spoke like a monk. Did the system forget to take its pills today? Benjamin thought and shook his head. Nope, the system has always been like this. Only he could be blamed for having an unreasonable expectation that the system would behave normally for even just a second. After thinking for a long time, he decided to push the issue aside. He guessed that the members of the church would soon approach and tell him to pass the necklace to Michelle. However, Benjamin planned to play dumb before that happened. If he had the chance, he could pretend that he was a good man who had returned a lost jewelry to the madam. In short, he had to drag this out as long as possible. He would have the upper hand if he dragged this issue longer and he would eventually find himself a way out of this situation. In the end, it all depended on his ability to manipulate and improve his surroundings. Benjamin felt that the reason Michelle unlocked the curse for him was because Benjamin was getting too strong in a very short amount of time. Hence, he would owe her a favor if she unlocked the curse for him, and this would also show that she was a generous person. Benjamin had no reason to hesitate any longer. He kept the necklace in the drawer, laid down on the bed and pretended to sleep. He started to meditate as his mind entered the space of consciousness. He could not wait to practice magic in this world with no rest, but he did not do so. He stopped the strengthening the triangular rune at around 12 o'clock, exited the space of his consciousness and came back to reality. It was time to sleep. He had no other way, as the meditation could took a toll on his spirits, even though the process was not monotonous at all. Regrettably, it was not like what he expected in the novel, where this kind of training could replace sleep. He needed to sleep even if the sky fell down. Benjamin took a shower, went back to bed, and fell into a deep slumber. A silent night. On the second morning, he was sent to the military camp by Claude's servant to continue his military training as usual. It was the usual running in laps, firing a toy gun and military boxing. However, everyone knew Benjamin was kidnapped due to the church's announcement, and he was ridiculed. Benjamin laughed it off. The relationship between them had improved a lot as they suffered through the day. Besides that, nothing special happened. Benjamin's physical attributes slowly improved over the days during his days in the military training. He felt that he had grown taller as his trousers did not fit him anymore. Benjamin went home to have his lunch after a series of training. He purposely took his time out to return the necklace to the madam after his lunch. However, the madam gave him this response instead. "I grew bored wearing that necklace, you can have it. The elder has to show some concerns to the young ones, right? Keep it well." After finishing her sentence, the madam went to take a nap, completely blocking Benjamin out. Benjamin stood outside the door, speechless, with the necklace in his hand. He could only accept his fate and go back to his room dejectedly. He meditated as he waited for the church or Michelle to appear. They would definitely come after me since they had already laid their traps. At this point in time he could only react as things developed. He was very surprised when the church or Michelle did not approach him after he waited nervously for a few days. It was as if both parties had forgotten about Benjamin. What the hell? Where was Michelle? Where was the church? In addition, Benjamin noticed that the church had stopped sending people to protect him. This was the most shocking thing to Benjamin. Before this, the church had not stopped observing him for many days. Did the people here take a vacation? What was going on? Chapter 74, The Royal Ball begins. It was hard for Benjamin to speculate the situation on the church's side. As for Michelle, when Michelle left the abandoned wine warehouse, she said the reason was that she wanted to find some news, but she never returned after that. Benjamin guessed that she had been summoned by the church as a holy night. But this was just his speculation and there were no solid evidence for it. He really did not have a single news about Michelle. Was Michelle dead? She would have rushed to Benjamin to obtain the method in opening the treasury if she was not dead. The priority she gave to the treasury was definitely no joke. However, Michelle had not appeared in front of him for so many days. This meant that she was in some sort of a trouble. Benjamin sighed as he thought about it. He hoped that there was no bigger plot that he did not know of growing in this peaceful city. He thought about this as he stood in front of the mirror, tidying his suit and bow. "Master Benjamin, the royal ball is about to begin. Grant already left half an hour ago. Master and his mistress have departed too, and it is about time for you to go as well." Jeremy's voice, which was heard through the door, broke his chain of thought. Benjamin emerged from his deep thought, and shrugged his shoulder as he looked at himself in the mirror. That's right, there was no point in thinking about this. What could he do even if he understood the situation? The day for the royal ball had arrived. It was time to go. "Have you called the carriage?" he asked as he turned around and walked outside. "Yes, it is waiting for you outside," Jeremy answered. Benjamin nodded, went downstairs and left the Latour household's main entrance. He immediately got up the carriage that had been waiting for a long time. "All right, I'm heading out. Go do what you should do," he told Jeremy. Jeremy nodded and went back inside. Benjamin sat in the carriage, on his way to the legendary royal ball organized by the royal family, which Claude had forced him to go. He had already went through the information regarding the royal ball with the system before this. The royal ball was a thing because the daily lives of the aristocrats was boring. They tend to stay at home as they have nothing to do at all. Hence, they like to gather together, having drinks and conversations. And the royal ball eventually became a thing. There were two types of royal ball, one of them was the grown-up royal ball. The nobles at their 30s or 40s gathered together and talked about their lands and other things. Occasionally, they would play tricks with each other's minds. Some of the single aunts and uncles would sneakily go for a one-night stand. As it would be inappropriate to elaborate further, we would just stop here. The other type of royal ball was called the youngsters' royal ball. It was for the people aged between 14 and 24 throughout the kingdom. Those who were ugly could enjoy steaks and champagne, and those who were attractive could talk about romance. If not, they could also talk about nonsense and make fun of the laughing stock. In short, everyone could find their own entertainment here. However, this was not the case for Benjamin. At least, Benjamin never thought so, because in the past he was the laughing stock of the group. For this reason, Benjamin tried to avoid these kind of gatherings as much as possible. If he did not want to go, he would not go, otherwise Claude would not have had to personally request his attendance. However, the current Benjamin did not think much of it anymore. Honestly, he even felt curious. He was never really involved in these kind of social events in the past. The most social place he had been was probably just a KTV center. He really wanted to know what these high-class social people were up to. The purpose of the royal ball hosted by the royal family was to celebrate the princess' birthday. Benjamin was quite excited to meet the princess after the system explained the purpose of the ball to him. The system then quickly continued its next sentence, "The princess will be 2 years old soon. You have actually met the princess once." She was held in the arms of her nanny and blew a bubble out of her nose. You laughed very loudly at that time and you were scolded by Claude when he heard about it. His anticipation quickly vanished after the explanation. The royal ball would be separated into two venues. Claude and Mary would go to the grown-up royal ball, which is located at the main hall of the palace, whereas Benjamin was heading to the youngsters' royal ball, which is located at a high-class restaurant near the palace. Benjamin was very happy about the separate locations of the royal ball. He even hoped that the two locations to be further apart from each other so that he would not be able to meet Claude, who would annoyingly give him a lecture. Benjamin's intention to going to the royal ball was not only to see the world. He even planned to probe information of the church's movement from the other aristocrats. He has been forbidden from leaving the Latour household since he was rescued, and this cut him off from the outside world. While Michel could help him send messages and retrieve the things he had buried at the outskirts of the city, he did not expect Michel to be able to have news regarding the church's movement. At this moment, he really wanted to know what the church has been up to for the past few days. It was impossible to obtain such an information out in the streets. However, these rich playboys at the royal ball would definitely blurt out the secrets they overheard from their parents when they were drunk. With this ulterior motive at place, Benjamin entered the royal ball as the restaurant's servants greeted him at the entrance. The restaurant's quality was top-notch since it was chosen as the venue for the royal ball. This restaurant, named Ross, claimed to have the nation's best chef and the most grand interior decoration. The size of this restaurant was definitely bigger than the Latour mansion. It was obvious that the restaurant had invested a lot of money into its decoration, as they had murals painted across the ceiling and lampshades made out of crystals. Although it was no match for the high-quality restaurant in movies from the previous world, it was enough to stun Benjamin. The price at the restaurant was out of this world, so much so that typical aristocrats wouldn't even frequent the place. But the royal family was so wealthy that they booked the entire first and second floor of the restaurant, including the rooftop and the balcony, for the royal ball. Benjamin could only say that no commoner could understand the royal family's extravagant expenditures. Under the guidance of the servant, he passed through the corridor and arrived at the main hall of the first floor. There were a lot of young aristocrats wearing suits or dresses there, and Benjamin predicted there were at least 100 people as he glanced through the main hall. The aroma of the steaks and wines along with the performance of the pianist by the side projected a very fun yet graceful atmosphere. Benjamin felt hungry as he admired his surroundings. However, no one would go for the food the moment they arrive the royal ball. He would definitely get scolded by Claude if he were to know about this. Hence, Benjamin had no choice but to resist himself and look at the crowd instead. He glanced around but he did not see any familiar faces at all. Where was Grant? Didn't he arrive already? Benjamin smiled as he recalled the day Grant hid in the blanket with someone else. Grant must had hid himself somewhere with his lover doing what lovers do. ROL.C. Besides Grant, Dick was the only other aristocrat Benjamin was familiar with. Dick, as the son of the capital's aristocrat, would definitely attend the royal ball and Benjamin had already found him in the crowd. However, Dick revealed an expression similar to seeing the god of plague when he saw Benjamin. He sprayed a mouthful of alcohol at the lady in front of him. Benjamin stood afar witnessing the lady slapping Dick and left the place. Naturally, the crowd laughed. Dick held his face and looked at Benjamin in fear. He then disappeared into the crowd. Benjamin could only laugh and shook his head at the situation. Chapter 75, The Girl Who Bets. Benjamin was in the crowds with his ears perked up as he listened to conversations around him. The steak here is great, but I heard that there is an old restaurant in West City that has the best steak. It is much cheaper than this place too. Say, why do you guys think that Bonnie's pub at the city outskirt had been closed down? Excuse me, beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before? After hearing all these complicated conversations, Benjamin alluded that he was in an English listening exam. Yes, Mr. Jack, Ms. Nancy is not interested in having lunch with you tomorrow. So the answer to this question is C. His disappointment grew as he listened more. These were all unhealthy conversations. These aristocrats' lifestyle must have been very boring. He heard nothing about the church's movement at all. However, he was not discouraged as the royal ball had just begun. Everyone had just started drinking, so their topics were still being filtered out. There was no need to rush as he just needed to wait for them to drink more. Benjamin took a bite from the bread he had taken from the table and its taste was good. Long time no see, Grant, I do not expect you to be here, said someone as she patted on Benjamin's shoulder from behind out of nowhere. Benjamin was stunned as he turned around to see a red-haired lady wearing a white dress smiling at him. Benjamin swallowed his bread without any expression and said, I'm not Grant, I'm Benjamin. The girl's smile disappeared instantly and she even almost exposed her annoyed expression at him. However, she smiled at him again after expressing a range of emotions on her face, most likely out of politeness. She recollected her composure and said to Benjamin, I'm sorry, that was rude of me. Benjamin looked at her coldly, it's all right. He ignored her and continuing munching down his bread after the conversation. It was a bitter experience to have been hit up by someone and only to find out that she had mistaken him for somebody else. He was not to blame to give her the cold shoulder. However, what surprised him was that the red-haired lady did not leave. So, how are you lately? She was stuttering as she talked to him. Benjamin looked at her suspiciously and said, Didn't you mistaken me for someone else? Do you still want to chat? The red-haired girl curled her lips and softly said, There's nothing I can do about it. 2 of my sisters have mistaken you for someone else. I bet with them that I can hit on Grant and have a conversation with him for up to 30 minutes. They will laugh at me and say that mistaking you for someone else is an excuse if I go back now. These urban people can really play around. Benjamin was speechless. He had no time to entertain these girls in this so-called who was the most charming princess game, as he came here with an objective in mind. He was not that interested in this girl as she was obviously going after Grant. There was no need for him to be affectionate towards her. Do you expect me to act with you here for half an hour? He told the girl. 15 minutes is enough instead of 30. The girl then continued with a resolved tone, I have bet my purse with them. It's a draw. If I can converse with Grant for more than 15 minutes, it will be a draw. They have to give me their most precious shirt and shoes if I can converse for more than 30 minutes. She stopped for a while and continued fiercely, "Don't even think about getting my favorite limited edition purse." Benjamin really wanted to ignore her. However, this girl was not giving up that easily, or should he say that the love of this girl to her purse knew no bounds. It even made her to act cheekily and actively attack Benjamin. "So, Benjamin, I heard about you. You're Grant's brother, right? You're famous in the capital. I heard that you got kidnapped, right? It's so interesting, can you tell me more about it?" Benjamin sighed. This lady's ability to keep the conversation was very bad. However, he realized that he did not have to resent this lady, as the **TTY feeling of him being wrongly recognized was slowly fading. It did not matter where or who he could obtain the information from. Since this lady was using him to secure her purse, he could use the lady to know more about the church's movement. Hence, as the girl asked him how was your liver lately, he cut her off and said, "Did you hear that the church have been summoning the holy knights across the country to the capital recently?" The lady was stunned, and after revealing a relaxing expression, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. I often go to the church to pray, but I do not know about the movement of the holy knights." "Is that so? Goodbye then. Hold on. I heard something about it." Benjamin finally smiled with satisfaction. He knew that he had to pressure these people or they would not say anything. The girl was clearly annoyed. She stared at Benjamin and said, "Do you really have to talk about the church? If my mum found out that I've been discussing the church with outsiders, she will definitely ground me. Which one is more important, your purse or your freedom?" "The purse, of course," the girl said with confidence. "All right, let's chat about the church then. I will even talk about the scandals between my mum and the general. Sorry, I would be uncomfortable if I were to know too much about this." Benjamin shook his head and said, "Who wants to talk about that? Let's talk about the church." The girl furrowed her eyebrow and said, "Why are you so interested in the church? I heard that you do not have the talent in the divine arts. You do not stand a chance to be part of the church." "Who said I wanted to be part of the church?" After some thought, Benjamin came up with a reasonable excuse. "I heard that the church had been gathering the holy knights. I am worried whether we are going to war, and we can prepare ourselves if that is the case." He had to be careful about it, as he did not want to raise any suspicion that he was inquiring about the church everywhere. After listening him out, the girl sighed and finally said something Benjamin wanted to hear. "All right, I'll tell you. The church had already made their move on the day they cornered the mages. My uncle is a holy knight, and he left our house during tea time after he received a notice from the church. At first we thought that everything would be over once the mages were captured, but I still have not seen that uncle since then. We have no idea what happened to him." Benjamin nodded as he listened on. That made sense. He found out the reason why Michelle had not appeared in front of him. The church was still recruiting for more holy knights. There were no news from Michelle, as she was still in the holy knights team and was not able to leave at all. Benjamin almost assumed that Michelle had died somewhere in the sewer. However, while one problem was solved, another problem arose. What was the church up to as they recruited so many holy knights? "I heard that a group of mages had formed a group in the country, and the church wanted to kill all of them. Hence the recruitment." Benjamin probed further. The girl shook her head. Chapter 76, The One-Eyed Queen. At the same time, far away from Havenright laid a country called Isar. Fwolom. A country that shared its border with the Harley Kingdom. Regina was its capital. At the center of the capital laid a palace that appeared deserted even though it was brightly lit during night time. "Say, how many assassins have you sent this year?" Sitting obliquely on the throne at the palace's main hall was a woman with golden hair. She caressed her cheek with one hand while the other was softly beating the throne's grip that was fully decorated with gems. She seemed to be around 30 years old and had a gorgeous dress with 2 pure black velvet gloves that were filled with diamond rings on her. She had a noble and cold temperament on her, and her gaze was similar to of an old man waiting to die, cold and empty. So she had an eye patch to cover one of her eyes. As it did not really complement well with her attire's theme, it made her look like a pirate with one eye instead. Her Majesty the Queen, this is the 5th one. Besides the one-eyed lady sitting on the throne, there was another man with a crutch around her age at the main hall. The man, who was standing near the throne, respectfully said so with his head down. There were only 2 of them in this palace's huge main hall. The main hall looked dim under the fully lit exquisite chandelier. It was as if echoes would be produced by just simply saying a word. This is the 5th one already. The one-eyed lady who was called the Queen touched her chin and lazily said, 5 of the best assassins and none of them were able to meet the Pope. You disappoint me, Ethan. Even though this man, Ethan, was questioned so, he replied back without any change in his tone. This is the Pope we are discussing about. He is the man who stands at the pinnacle of this land. This is not someone who can be spied on even though he's old. The Queen humphed and replied, I am not interested in his personal life. I just want to know whether he's dead or alive, as he had not appeared in the public for 8 whole years. The woman said so with an anxious face, as if she was thinking of something important. Her Majesty the Queen, please be patient as the 5th assassin has yet to fail. Ethan then continued, we received information from the Harley Kingdom. The Church has been secretly mobilizing the Holy Knights since that day. They said that it was to ambush the mages, but the Holy Knights are still being gathered at the capital after the ambush. The Queen finally sat straight on the throne after she heard the news. She looked at Ethan seriously as her only visible eye glowed like a green emerald. You mean to say that this assassin had seen something he should not be? Ethan nodded and said, be patient, my queen. We will know the answer soon. How can I be patient? The Queen sneered as she stood up from the throne and looked at the night sky through the window. I have become the Queen since the Empire split 8 years ago. I did not have a good night's sleep since then. You may have forgotten how your leg had rotten, but I will never forget how my right eye became blind. She took off her eye patch as she said so. On the properly cared white face, there was no right eye. The eye socket was pure black, as if it was caused by a natural disaster. The elegant Queen suddenly looked horrible. Of course I have not forgotten. Ethan replied with a gentle and soothing voice, I would not have abandoned 2 of your brothers and served under you when the Empire split up if it was not to fight against the Church. The Queen looked annoyed as she heard the phrase 2 of your brothers. It looked like she was not fond of her siblings. Her expression looked particularly dark with her black eye socket. The Queen's annoyed expression quickly faded as Ethan finished his sentence. She walked towards Ethan with her charming smile as she raised her eyebrow. She reached out her hand and raised Ethan's chin. You will always choose me. Her voice became gentle and the empty eye made it sounded stranger. You have been deeply in love with me since young, right? Your Majesty the Queen. Ethan sounded panicked as he almost could not hold his crutch. The Queen coldly said with a smile on her face, I'll kill you if you don't say it. Ethan closed his eyes, took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice. Yes, I love you. The Queen's smile disappeared after she heard him. She withdrew her hand and put back her eye patch on without any expression. She turned around and walked back to the throne lazily like a cat. She waved her hand and said, That's enough. If there is any new information regarding the assassin, please let me know. You can go home in the meantime. Ethan bowed to her and could not help himself but to mop off beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Okay. He turned around and limped away. The Queen stared at him with her left eye as he left the place. She sighed as she boringly tapped the handrail with her finger while looking around the empty palace. It's been 8 years. Her voice echoed faintly in this big hall. After a while, her expression changed all of the sudden and she took out a handkerchief from her cuff. The handkerchief looked very old. However, the queen was holding it tightly as if she was holding her lover's hand and crushing her most hated person's throat at the same time. She was agitated as both her hands were trembling from the strong force. It's been a long time. She relaxed both her hands suddenly and softly collapsed on the back of the throne. She released a big breath while staring blankly at the ceiling like a soulless doll. The handkerchief dropped on the floor from her hand. There were a few lines of small print on the handkerchief. My dearest daughter, if I were to die unexpectedly, you must help your second elder brother to become the next leader of this country. You have to be careful of your eldest brother. Please don't let my country split up because of his greed. This note was particularly clear under the light of the candlelight. Chapter 77, Elizabeth Wood. The royal ball was still going on in the Ross restaurant in the uptown of Haven Right. The forceful conversation between Benjamin and the red-hair girl had not reached 15 minutes yet. His Highness the Pope. Benjamin was shocked as he heard what the girl said. After some thought, he continued his questioning, "Are you sure? Why is there an assassin going after His Highness the Pope?" The girl nodded her head seriously and continued, "I am very sure. This information was told by my aunt's brother-in-law's ex-girlfriend. Her father is a priest in the church and she inadvertently overheard from her father. It must be true." Benjamin took a while to sort out the complicated chain of relations she mentioned. Although it felt weird, he decided to believe this gossip girl's information as she spoke with enthusiasm. The Pope. Benjamin's understanding regarding to the Pope was not much. All he knew was that the Pope stood at the pinnacle of the Church. This generation's Pope is the 6th generation and he had been so for 45 years now. Thus far, the current Pope had not shown himself for the past 8 years and everything was managed by the bishop. The Church's reason for the Pope's lack of presence for the past 8 years was, His Highness the Pope is currently trying to communicate with the God's will as he tries to persuade God to revoke the punishment of this continent. Naturally, the loyal believers did not question anything regarding it. However, as time passed, the general public's dependence to the Church had declined. There were rumors that the Pope was already long dead and the bishop had not revealed the Pope's death as he wanted to gain control of the Church. Naturally, not many people believed in such a rumor and everybody dared not to discuss about it publicly as well. If the Church's believers were to find out about it, the one who spoke of such topic would be captured in the name of defaming the Pope and would never be released again from the Purification Center. There were all the information Benjamin had on the Pope. He inquired the system when the girl said the word Pope, but the system could not give him any more information. Benjamin was in a deep thought once he confirmed the information. Who would have thought? The Church's big movement was not because of the mage but the Pope. That explained the disappearance of the Holy Knight who was protecting him. If this assassin did bring any harm to the Pope or had seen the Church's secret, the Church would definitely attempt to capture this assassin first before continuing other tasks. After some thought, he questioned again, "It's been a long time since they summoned the Holy Knights. Do you mean that the assassin has yet to be captured?" The girl lifted her eyebrows with an unfathomable expression and nodded her head. This lady seemed to be acting exaggerated. There was no need to show such expression as she could just nod her head. "You're not some spy from other countries to reveal the Church's great conspiracy." At this moment, Benjamin realized that the girl had been absorbed by the conversation. However, if the assassin had yet to be caught, this was actually a good news to Benjamin as the Church would pay much less attention to him if they were busy dealing with mages and spies from other countries. Benjamin could move freely once again as today marked the end of Claude's grounding towards him. It would be so much more convenient for him to do anything from now on. At the time being, Benjamin could go find Annie's relics as there was no need to play hide and seek with the Church. He did not need to worry about exposing his identity as a mage as long as he's being careful. As for the Pope and assassins matter, Benjamin was curious about it as well, but he knew that it was hard for him to get more inside news regarding this matter. Questions such as what was the Pope up to and what did the assassin do to anger the Church could only be buried in Benjamin's heart. It was best for him to avoid this matter as far as possible. As Benjamin was thinking on where he could use this information, the girl suddenly grabbed his arm and broke his chain of thought as she shook him. Hey, look quick, isn't that? Benjamin furrowed his eyebrow as he looked at the girl and then looked at the direction she pointed to. Was there a commotion again? He saw two aged between 17 and 18 years old pretentious male aristocrats at the edge of the reception hall cornering a nerdy-looking girl at the wall. How about having a dance with us at the second floor? One of the male aristocrats flicked his hair as he asked. I refuse. Both of you suck at dancing and will definitely cause me pain by stepping on my feet. The girl answered. The crowd was sneakily laughing at them. Benjamin was speechless. Wasn't this just a failure in picking up a girl? It wasn't entertaining. He didn't understand why the red-haired girl was so excited about it. It would be a waste if this girl did not become a paparazzi in Hong Kong. It was not surprising for someone to do such a thing considering the age of the aristocrats present here. Benjamin shook his head. The girl gave a few more glances and looked at Benjamin with a weird look. Why do you look like you don't give a damn thing about it? Benjamin questioned her back. Why should I? The girl stared at him and angrily said, How could you, Benjamin Latour? Although the engagement was called off, she is still once your fiancé. How could you act as if you do not know her? What did you say? Benjamin was ignorant. He felt that he had missed out some story. Engagement? Fiancé? What was this girl talking about? Although he understood all the words individually, he could not understand it when all of these words were used in a sentence. The girl who was cornered was his fiancé? What a joke! However, Benjamin felt something was amiss. The red-haired girl didn't seem like she was joking or had mistaken it for something else. If what she said was true, then was the engagement really called off? Ahem. The system acted as if he was clearing its throat and said, About that. You, actually, did have a fiancé. This must be related to the system. Benjamin was speechless. How many plot holes were there in the simplified version of his memory that the system gave? You can't blame me on this. After the engagement was called off, both of you never interacted anymore. Hence I didn't include her into the simplified memory. The system explained as he rambled on. Benjamin sighed in his mind. What else could he say? One day he would really die because of the system. She is the daughter from the Wood family. Her name is Elizabeth and your engagement was set before you were born. The system quickly introduced this ex-fiancé. It seemed like it was trying to prevent Benjamin from getting angry. The Wood and Latour family share a good relationship and you and her were in the mother's belly at the same time. During the pregnancy period, your family had high hopes for you so they set up this baby engagement. Benjamin shook his head as he listened. It didn't matter to Benjamin anymore since she had already become her ex-fiancé. He was also used to the system's intermittent behavior and could not get angry anymore. So in the end, will one not be considered as a teleporter if one's engagement is called off? He couldn't help but to complain in his mind, Tell me, where and when will the duel with her be held at? He could only feel lucky that the engagement was called off before the teleportation. Hence he did not have to experience it firsthand. Chapter 78, The Overbearing Chairman and the Girl with a Tooth Gap. After hearing what the system had to say, Benjamin was silent. This drama had carried on for far too long. After some thought, he could not help but look at the girl that got cornered against the wall. Benjamin was a soft persimmon in the past, and a soft persimmon bullying a soft persimmon. How lowly was this girl in the nobleman's circle? These two boys that surrounded her probably did not intend to ask her to a dance. A pity. Thus, at this moment, the red-headed girl suddenly pushed Benjamin, and shook her head angrily. I didn't think you were this kind of person. You would not help her get out of a tough situation. I've judged you wrongly, fuckboy, farewell. She concluded her speech, swung her hair and walked away. The surrounding people gave him a weird look. Benjamin felt helpless. He had no clue, if someone was to be blamed, it was the system because it did not tell Benjamin that he had an ex-fiancée, Elizabeth. How could she leave like that? What about her limited edition handbag? Benjamin was in disbelief but could only grumble to himself and shift his attention to the handbag. 15 minutes were up, she left on the dot to the second. The system replied. Awesome. Benjamin helplessly shrugged his shoulders and ignored the red-headed girl. He had his ex-fiancée, Elizabeth, locked in his sights. The two men were still cornering Elizabeth and looked like they would not leave her alone. Benjamin frowned upon seeing this. This was clearly bullying of a female. Benjamin quickly made a decision. He could not bear being a bystander anymore. He had to get her out of this situation. He placed the champagne on the table next to him, and walked over. Hey, tooth gap girl, look around, is there anyone willing to dance with you? It's your honor we invited you to dance. How dare you refuse us? One of the boys said this to Elizabeth, and edged closer to her every moment. Right at this moment. Who said there was no one willing to dance with her? Benjamin walked past and pushed that boy's hand away. That boy was unprepared. With a shove, he almost fell over. Before everyone could react, he smiled and reached out his hand for Elizabeth. My fair lady, forgive me for my intrusion, would you care to dance with me? To be honest, after doing all these, Benjamin felt as if he morphed into some overbearing chairman that was trying to save a Cinderella. The people around were busybodies and attracted to this scene, as if a good show was playing. You. The boy that was shoved away seemed to be rather angry, but when he turned around and saw Benjamin's face, the words he were about to speak were shoved back down his throat. This lady does not wish to dance with you both, yet you are still bothering her, how uncouth. Benjamin maintained a poker face while saying this to the both of them. He was not afraid of having conflict with these two. All this time spent in military training had given himself enough confidence. The expression on the boy's face changed upon hearing Benjamin's speech, as if he was hesitating. The other boy patted him on the shoulder and said, Leave it, father said not to offend Grant Lethur, let's go. He said this softly, but Benjamin was still able to hear him from the proximity. Grant again. How much did he look alike to Grant? Why did everyone that saw him would mistake him for Grant? Benjamin was unsatisfied that the boy was easily persuaded by his companion. The boy glanced at Benjamin and Elizabeth with frustration, but did not speak a word, turned around, and left. The excited crowd had disappointed looks on their faces, turned their gazes away, and went about their own business. Benjamin saw that being mistaken as Grant had its benefits. At least, he avoided another meaningless conflict. Sorry, I should have came to your help earlier. He turned around and faced Elizabeth, rubbing his nose, awkwardly saying, Well, are you all right? Elizabeth stared at his face blankly, speechless. Her stare made Benjamin feel weird. What was going on? Was there something on his face? But, it was his first time seeing her from this distance. After seeing her clearly, Benjamin's first thought was suspicion. This girl seemed not too bad looking, why was Benjamin eager to cancel their marriage? Elizabeth appeared to Benjamin to be a rather weak and slender lady. She was pale, her face not showing any traces of blood. The light golden hair was parted in between, and it was the kind which was light to the point it looked transparent, which seemed to fit her figure, which looked as if she would get blown away in the form of a billow of smoke any moment. Her pupils were ice blue, a very light color, making her seem as if she was stupefied when staring blankly at Benjamin. Even though she looked sickly, her face was not revolting. If it was a person that liked the cool type, they would like her very much. Benjamin could not understand why. If he had to pick out a flaw, it was the gap between her two front teeth. When she stared at people, she liked to leave her mouth half open, making her teeth gap obvious, and this made her look even more stupefied. Just because of the tooth gap. Benjamin thought it was weird and could not help but ask himself. The technology here was not advanced. No matter how pretty someone was, they would have a few flaws. There was no plastic surgery here. How could someone's face be flawless? Shaming someone in public because of this flaw was outrageous. This has nothing to do with being pretty or not. He could only hear the system explain in his head, when you were younger, violence in school did not make sense. If you were introverted, people would always be against you. Once your reputation has been tarnished, it would be hard to erase it even in the future. Benjamin seemed to have a moment of epiphany upon hearing this. He had forgotten to take age and environment into account. He could not help but recall his middle school years and remember there was a boy in his class. This boy was rather handsome, but his mouth was slightly bigger than average. But because one person started a joke, he was made fun for having a beaker mouth for almost 3 years. Even his girlfriend in the neighboring class was brainwashed and dumped him because of the joke. Where one had yet to fully mature, it would be hard to fully comprehend how evil that this kind of bullying could bring. They would only feel that it was funny, but would never think about how much harm they brought to another. Benjamin was bullied in the past. It was like a food chain. When he was bullied, he had to find another person who could be more easily bullied than him, making himself feel better and not in the lowest of the low. Elizabeth was an innocent person in all of this, and the tooth gap was just an excuse. Benjamin pitied the girl when he thought about it. Even though this misdeed was not committed by him, but he had turned into the new Benjamin, and inherited all of Benjamin's past. Thus, he could not help but feel guilty when facing Elizabeth. If there could be any chance, he wanted to make it up to this girl. Right when Benjamin was thinking about this, Elizabeth ended her gaze, which was filled with suspicion. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "You're not Grant. Grant would not be interested in helping me." Benjamin laughed dryly and nodded, "I'm not Grant at all, I'm Benjamin." Everyone thought he was Grant except Elizabeth. This made Benjamin think of a saying, "I would still recognize you even if I was turned to ashes." Benjamin's cancellation of the marriage probably had left her with an emotional trauma. But, unexpectedly, Elizabeth maintained her stunned expression, and continued to stare at Benjamin's face, then immediately said. Chapter 79, How to Perfectly Explain the State of Forever Alone. Benjamin was almost scared to the point where he was perspiring cold sweat. It had been a while since the day he traveled to this world. All this while, no one else, not even his own family, noticed that he was not the real Benjamin. Thus, the fear of being seen through had not been on his mind for a long time. He had long taken over the character of Benjamin. If one were to ask him who he was, he would instinctively reply that his name was Benjamin. But, today, at this moment, he was seen through by this girl. What in the world? He felt like a cat on hot bricks and as if his jaw almost dropped on the floor. Of course, he did not display all this in his expressions. "What are you saying? I am Benjamin." Benjamin was so used to challenging situations like this to the extent where no matter what he was thinking, at least no one could read his thoughts from his expression. "Is that so?" Elizabeth wrinkled her brows, as if she was confused, but she became relaxed shortly. "If you say you are, I guess you must be." He was still unable to calm down with such a response from her. What did this attitude mean? What did she find out? He could not help but turn around to look at the people within his vicinity. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice their conversation as they were minding their own conversations and not paying any attention. Rumors like Benjamin had been replaced by another would probably not spread. Thus, the only problem he had to deal with was Elizabeth. "Why would you say that I'm not Benjamin?" "Because my guts tell me, you are not Benjamin." Elizabeth still blankly stared at him, not blinking, "But you don't have to worry, I won't tell anyone. Even if were to tell them, they would not believe me." Benjamin did not know how to reply her. Could he really not worry at all? It was obvious from her reply that this girl had already seen through his identity. He did not know how she did it, but he could not just leave it be. But what could he do? Exterminate this girl? Right when he was hesitating, Elizabeth cast her eyes on him several times. Suddenly, she spoke. "Didn't you ask me to dance? Let's go dance at the second floor." She raised her eyebrows with anticipation. "After tonight, I'll be leaving Haven, right? This is the first time I wish to dance at a royal ball. Of course, it would be my last." Benjamin was flustered to hear this. She was leaving the capital tonight? What did she mean by that? He could not tell what her intentions were at all. "I don't know how to dance, I'll probably step on your feet by accident." He said this while still in his thoughts. "I don't mind," Elizabeth replied. She pulled Benjamin by his wrist as she spoke and dragged him upstairs. Benjamin could not react in time. What was going on? Did he really want to dance with this girl? He was hesitating and did not try to resist. Elizabeth's dragging motion was rather firm, unexpectedly. He was taken to the second floor of Ross Restaurant before he could say Jack Robinson. On the second floor, it was a rather spacious ballroom, and there were already plenty of people dancing in the center of the ballroom. They were all dancing in pairs. A band was playing at the side with a few of them playing the violin and creating joyful melodies. Benjamin could not decline in time, and was dragged into the crowd by Elizabeth. In the middle of the dance floor, dancing pairs twirled past them, the women and their hair swung past like water. Benjamin felt like a crow in a pack of geese, not knowing what to do. "I really don't know how to dance." Elizabeth looked at him, nodded, her eyes glowing. "Doesn't matter, I don't know either." She dragged Benjamin by the hand as she spoke, guiding Benjamin into a ballroom dancing position. Benjamin did not know what to do, but under undue pressure from the crowd, he imitated the people around him, clumsily displaying a pose. He raised both of his hands, one holding Elizabeth's hand, one interlocking her wrist. Right at this moment, the music ended after a pitchy sound emerged from the violin. The dancing pairs at the dance floor abruptly displayed their last pose of the ballroom dance. The dancing stopped, and the crowd dispersed, as if it was halftime and everyone was preparing to rest. Benjamin was stunned. The song ended? Elizabeth turned around, and looked at the band at the corner of the dance floor who were putting down all their instruments to rest. She gave a disappointed look. "Looks like no matter where I go, I'll never earn anyone's favor." She shook her head, her voice filled with regret, and suddenly said, "Oh well, you didn't want to dance with me anyway, I have to go, but you don't have to worry about me telling anyone about what happened tonight, this is my final night in the capital." She let go of Benjamin's shoulders as she spoke, turned around, and walked away as if she really meant to leave. "You!" Benjamin suddenly called out, not knowing how to continue. Upon hearing that, Elizabeth stopped, turned around, and smiled. "There are a few rooms connecting the second floor to the rooftop, please don't go to the sixth room." After leaving with her farewell message, she continued her walk to the stairwell, went down, and left. What? Benjamin was extremely confused. Sigh. Suddenly, the system's voice came from within his heart, with a disappointed tone. It said, "You idiot, you're doomed to be forever alone." When Benjamin came back to his senses, he realized it was only him standing there in the middle, alone, stupidly reaching out his hands. He could feel the gazes of the other people, and he hurriedly left the center. After some thought, he walked to the stairwell, and went down to the hall on the first floor. The royal ball was still the same, the smell of food wafted all over the place, and people were everywhere, the noise of chatter did not cease. Benjamin stood at the end of the staircase, looked around the crowd, but could not see Elizabeth anywhere. She really left? Not knowing why, Benjamin felt a weird sensation. How bizarre! He walked to the center of the hall without realizing it when he was lost in his thoughts. The surrounding people had alcohol flushes on their faces, their conversations turned from small talk into gossip about other families. What was strange was that Benjamin was not in the mood to eavesdrop. Why? Suddenly, he diverted his attention to the dining table. Benjamin realized he was hungry. He had yet to eat dinner. No wonder he felt strange, it was because he was starving and could not think properly. He did not care about his nobleman etiquette any longer. He took a plate of steak and started chewing on it. While eating, he snatched a glass of champagne from a waiter that passed by and downed it. Exhilarating! Feeling the air bubbles with spiciness spread through his mouth, Benjamin could not help but exclaim his pleasure. Chapter 80. After consuming, only God knew, how much food, Benjamin finally stopped. He rubbed his stomach satisfyingly, almost burping. Such a mystery that his appetite today was unusually great. It was often said that people who got heartbroken put on weight easily. So it turned out to be true after all. Sigh. Wait. What could this have anything to do with being heartbroken? Benjamin rubbed his head confusingly. How did he come to relate his appetite to a heartbreak? He was not lovelorn, as his appetite had nothing to do with Elizabeth at all. Oh well, whatever. After having a feast, the strange feeling Benjamin experienced eased a lot, thus, he put aside what had happened and refused to care about it anymore. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, and walked into the crowd to proceed with his mission tonight and pricked his ears up. Even though he already knew about the plan of action of the church, hearing more of these secrets amongst the noblemen would not be bad for his mission. 1 step, 2 steps. Benjamin walked aimlessly. After a short while, he heard someone speaking. Right, I've heard the royal family has been unpleased with the bishop. The attack a few days ago, it is said that an actor that the queen loved was identified as a mage and cleansed. The queen was depressed, and argued with the king because of this. This was a female noble gossiping softly with another female noble. Benjamin immediately stopped walking. With his back facing them, he held his glass of champagne and pretended to drink it, but in reality he was focusing on their conversation. He heard the other female noble responded. Argue, how could this be? The king is a kind person, even when facing a criminal he would maintain his kindness, how could he argue with the queen? Yes, I was in disbelief too when my female servant told me about this. But her sister is one of the queen's own servants, and she saw it with her own eyes. She also said that the king was extremely terrifying when he was angry, and even gave the queen a slap. My goodness! Oh indeed, the king's devotion to God is unquestionable. No matter who, as long as you slander God before him, he would go into a rage. Sigh, oh well, let's not talk about this anymore and go to the second floor and see if anyone would ask us to dance. All right, all right. The two noble women left. He looked as if he was absorbed in thought with his glass in hand. The relationship between the royalty and the church had always been stable. Only the kings with recognition from the Pope would be a real king. Thus, the royal family had always treated the church well. But, the queen started an argument with the king because of the church. After some thought, Benjamin felt that the underlying crucial part about this piece of news was how it managed to leak out and not the content of the news itself. Scenarios like the king slapping the queen in private, even if witnessed by a servant, would the royalty let this sort of news leak out, especially in a royal ball of this sort? Benjamin did not think so. But the news had leaked out. What did this mean? This proved that the royalty wanted it to leak out. Benjamin raised his eyebrows as he came to think about it. This was how the royalty wanted to prove their loyalty to the church. But seriously, did the royalty really need to do this? When considering this from another perspective, to show their respect for the church, to the point of disregarding the honor of the queen, since when did the royal family have to stoop so low? Unless the church had stopped trusting the royal family? There must be a catch behind all this. The royal family must have done something to cause distrust from the church. And it must be something serious, or else the royal family would not panic and employ a strategy like this. Benjamin gave some thoughts and came up with a theory. It had to be related to mages. Something enough to trigger the church, other than conspiring in secret with mages. What else could it be? If the royal family was like the Fulner family, having alliances with the mages, this meant that the kingdom that seemed peaceful had grave problems hidden within, and would be hard to repress them any longer. Interesting. Benjamin raised his glass while he was in his thoughts and finished the half of champagne that was left. He looked at the empty glass and had a sudden thought. Was his alcohol tolerance this good? He had drank quite a huge amount of alcohol, but did not feel tipsy at all. This was surprising. In the previous world, his alcohol tolerance was not this good, and he would always be the first to pass out in gatherings. But drunkenness was not a problem, the problem was the call of nature to clear his bladder. Benjamin had to put this huge issue aside and settle his other larger problem. He stopped a passing steward and asked him where the toilet was. The steward told him that the toilet was in between the corridor leading to the balcony from the second floor. Benjamin was stunned to hear this. He suddenly remembered that, before Elizabeth left, she said something bizarre. There are a few rooms connecting the second floor to the rooftop, please don't go to the sixth room. To not go there? At that moment, a flame of curiosity started burning in Benjamin's instinct. The sixth room in the corridor, what was inside? She would not say this without any reason. After letting the steward leave, he went to the said corridor very quickly. After he was done with the washroom, he walked to the front door of the sixth room, and stopped there. The door was shut, on the door hung a sign which read storage room. In this small storage room, probably hid something more than food and tools. Should he take a peek? Benjamin smiled in a self-mockery response at the thought of stealing a peek. He realized he already decided what to do when such a thought chanced upon him. He should not be hesitating any longer. He could not hold his curiosity back anymore, he had to look what was beyond the door. Even if the system were to appear out of nowhere and lecture him now, he would defend himself against the system and open the door without any hesitation. As he was still in his train of thoughts, Benjamin put his hands on the doorknob, and slowly turned it. The door was not locked. He took in a deep breath, silently opened a small gap between the doorframe as a faint light was let out from the gap. Benjamin confirmed his suspicions upon seeing this. Who would light an oil lamp in a storage room? Thus, he held his breath and braced himself, and put his eyes between the gap, looking into the room. In the storage room, there were stacked tables and chairs. Beside the stacked tables and chairs, there was a small space, where a 17-year-old aristocrat boy was hugging another 17-year-old aristocrat boy, passionately making out. Benjamin was stunned for a while, then, he rubbed his eyes, and looked again. He saw, that one of them, was his own younger brother, Grant Lethur. Benjamin quietly shut the door. After closing the door, his face remained emotionless, and without uttering a word, he left the corridor. He reached the second floor, then, with heavy steps, he went to the first floor. He did not heed the steward that greeted him, and walked out of the main entrance of Ross. After taking a few steps, he got himself seated on the carriage which brought him here. The driver turned around and asked, "Sir, leaving this early?" Benjamin's eyesight remained straight ahead, as if staring into some unknown space, and spoke with a calm and serious voice. "To home, I want some solitude." The driver made a weird expression in response to Benjamin. But he did not say anything, and moved the carriage to leave the place. "Damn! What did I see, my lord? I'm about to turn blind." At this moment, the system that had been silent for a long time suddenly popped out, and shouted at Benjamin, "It's all your fault. Why were you so curious? Why would you seek your own death? It's all over, I'm no longer that super naive artificial intelligence. Shut up." Benjamin repeated this to the system, "I have already removed the scene just now from my memory, the storage room was empty, no one was in there. I did not see anything, neither did you, got it? I did not see anything, I did not see anything. After some silence, the system finally spoke, you know, I would store things in my hard drive. If you really did forget about it, I can replay it to let you reminisce that scene. Chapter 81, The Conspiracy of the Royal Family. Night fell over the inner city, and with it, a quiet over the streets of the royal ballroom. On one of those streets was Elizabeth, a girl that had just left the ballroom. She hurriedly disembarked from an inconspicuous horse carriage, only to head for another one down the street a few hurried steps later. "Teacher, I have arrived," she said as he entered the parked carriage and shut the door, looking at the only other person accompanying her. It was an elderly person, sitting gingerly across from her in the horse carriage. This was the teacher that Elizabeth had addressed, this figure clad in a long robe of viridian with a cautious expression. His chest was wrapped in rolls of bandages, as if covering a fresh, still bleeding wound. This man was the same one Benjamin had met before in the outer city, the elder mage from the Academy of Silence. "Are you ready?" the elderly mage warned Elizabeth with a heavy tone. "Once we depart, you will have to leave your parents behind, possibly never seeing them again." Elizabeth sat solemnly, and without words, nodded her head. The teacher, also silent, turned around and instructed the driver to set off. With a crack of the whip, and sound of horses echoed down the silent street, and the carriage moved. Down the street, the carriage Elizabeth had emerged from just moments ago turned around and did the same. On the journey. And don't get too emotional, I'm not the one forcing you away. The kingdom has seen great unrest as of late, along with the church, other factions are working in the dark, behind the scenes. Something major will go underway eventually. The teacher warned. He then whipped around again, looking at Elizabeth. "For your own safety, we have to bring you back, we can no longer teach you magic in the capital." Elizabeth frowned a little, but managed to show a calm smile, and replied, "I understand." Despite this, the teacher couldn't help being worried. He patted Elizabeth on her shoulders. "You don't have to be too nervous, either. You are the one the oracle spoke of 20 years ago, everyone at the academy is anticipating your arrival, I'm sure you will be warmly received." Elizabeth heard this and smiled. She shook her head, eyes unblinking, her gaze fell in front of her on nothing in particular. "Teacher, I understand, I am not nervous," she said. The old mage seemed like he might have wanted to continue, but seeing this, he held his tongue, adding on to the silence of the carriage. Flying past lonely street after lonely street, the carriage galloped on, quickly leaving the inner city and into outer city. However, from the speed the carriage carried and the path it was on, it was clear to see that this would not be their final destination. Beneath the moonlight, the blurry silhouette of the carriage surged forward. Its wheels rumbled along the stone pavements of the capital, impressing upon it marks only it would recognize as its own, its destination unbeknownst to its passengers. Somewhere else within the kingdom sat another carriage, its luck not quite up to par with the one thundering away, having been halted within a main avenue of the capital. "What's happened here?" Benjamin inquired of the knights blocking the street as he stepped out from his carriage. Just a moment ago, he was already shook to the core by Grant's homosexual act and left the royal ball, his only desire being to go home and have some solitude. However, it seemed that reality wasn't very cooperative tonight, and decided to offer him a roadblock on the way home. "If I may ask, who are you, who was on board?" one of the knights questioned. "I am Benjamin Latour." He frowned and answered. "What on earth, was it time for curfew already? Why are there knights all over the place questioning people at this time of night?" Benjamin thought to himself. "Ah, a nobleman from the Latour family. We have been disrespectful." The knight nodded, but from his tone, one could tell there wasn't a slight hint of disrespect. "You've just came out from the princess' birthday ball, no?" Benjamin nodded, and said, I've had a bit too much to drink and I don't feel very pleasant. I'd like to be on my way home." As the words left his mouth, his mind was already whirring. What was the church up to this time? However, after looking at the knights for a while longer, Benjamin changed his mind. On the chests of these knights were crests of crossed swords and a shield, not a cross. They were knights from the royal family. The knights belonging to the royal family were trying to poke around the inner city at night. The royal family was definitely up to something. But what was it? Thinking upon what he heard during the royal ball, the Fulner family wanted to prove their loyalty to the church, and performed a bloody massacre. As for the royal family, what were they willing to do? Benjamin could not help but sigh inwardly. The capital was so peaceful, was it about to enter a state of chaos soon? "Sir Benjamin, if you would, could you please return to the royal ball? It has yet to end, and in a while, the king will appear with the princess." The words of the royal knight came as a shock to Benjamin. What the hell? Events like this royal ball were not of mandatory attendance in the first place, but they are forcing people now? Even the church was not so domineering in their ways of handling things. What did the royal family want? Were they not afraid of offending the nobleman like this? "I respect the king and the princess very much, but I am afraid I'm not in the best physical state as of now, and can no longer continue attending the royal ball. I am filled with regret as well. Please send forth my most sincere wishes and blessings to the princess." Benjamin replied, after some thought. Whatever the royal family wanted, he felt that it would be wise to stay clear of it. Right now, all he wanted was to learn magic in peace. Whatever with chaos in the kingdom and whatnot, he could go and find out about it later on. At a time when it would be wise to remain hidden, only a fool would want to attract unwanted attention. In short, these knights could not stop him from going on. "I'm afraid, that's not quite possible." These knights were not keen on letting him go home after all. "Why isn't that possible? Nowhere in the laws of the kingdom does it state that it is compulsory to attend a ball. Do you knights have control over the freedom of a nobleman?" Benjamin retorted assertively, having heard the knight's reply. The more adamant the knights were, the more it showed that the royal ball was not a place he should be at. It seems evident now that the royal family held this ball with an ulterior motive in mind. This only increased his urge to return home. He was already lucky to have left the ball in advance. Were this not the case, he would have been hard-pressed to even find a place to cry. Well, the knights still blocked the road, but did not know what to reply. It was obvious, these royal knights were a cut below the holy knights, and naturally lacked the ability to effectively talk down Benjamin. What were they, when compared to the holy knights? They did not have the power of the church to rely on. Benjamin just needed to use his identity as a nobleman wisely, and he could already force them to a corner. For this, Benjamin was already experienced. How could the royal family do things like this, forcing an ill nobleman to attend a royal ball? "I can't believe it. Are you really the royal knights? You lot must be under the influence of demons, trying to tarnish the royal family's reputation." "No, that's not." A cold sweat broke out from the few knights. They were fumbling for an explanation, but Benjamin continued the onslaught. "If that's the case, back off. Stop standing here and giving the royal family a bad name." Benjamin let out a humph of finality, striking his final blow. The few knights looked at each other. In the end, they had to submit. All right. They could only obediently let him go. Benjamin saw this, and could not help but feel relieved inside, though he remained straight-faced, and continued displaying that arrogant look the nobleman had, and returned to his carriage glaring at the befuddled knights. He asked the driver to make haste, leaving the area. The driver waved the horsewhip, and in a flash, the carriage departed. Chapter 82, The Covered Listening Cross-Shaped Device. Without any further obstacles, Benjamin successfully returned to the Latour family manor. He washed up after some meditation, and fell back on his bed into a deep slumber. Though he was curious about the happenings at the royal ball, he could only hear news of it by tomorrow no matter what. Further speculation on his part would be useless, so he decided to just sleep. The night was silent. Morning arrived quickly the next morning. He woke up wanting to send Jeremy to go out to ask around, but he quickly realized that there was no need for that. News of what happened last night had spread like wildfire throughout the city. The Pope, who had not shown his face in the past 8 years, suddenly appeared yesterday at the royal ball. Early in the morning, Jeremy came by, and while preparing the water for him to wash his face, told Benjamin all the news. The Pope. Benjamin was taken aback, and nearly forgot to take the towel that Jeremy passed him. The news of the assassination attempt on the Pope came up to him, and he suddenly had a strange feeling. That's right, the Pope made an appearance. He even brought news from God. Jeremy was excited, and nearly splashed the whole basin of water onto Benjamin. News from God? And what kind of news might that be? Benjamin asked, after lingering on Jeremy's words for a moment. If all the mages are cleansed from the land, the curse of Cain will be lifted, and God will appear once more. Jeremy's words were filled with anticipation. Last night, the Pope said these words. This morning, the church started giving out bulletins about it. Cleansing all of the mages? Benjamin almost laughed out loud. It was doubtful that this piece of news came from their so-called God. Even if it was real, could the church do it? Plus, cleansing mages, hasn't the church been trying to do that all this while? Calling it and prophesy was a waste of effort, just like taking off your pants to fart. He knew, the reason the Pope rarely showed himself was on the pretense of communicating with God, to help rid this land of the curse which made it a God-forsaken land. To this, Benjamin felt that it was mostly just an excuse to appease the people. However, looking at the situation now, it was becoming a rather far-fetched excuse to use. What for? The Church's desire to purge the world of all its mages was known by everyone. The Pope appearing at the royal ball and repeating this, what change would it bring? After some thought, Benjamin felt that there was no need to escape the royal ball early last night after all. There wasn't any important event, and if he stayed behind, he might have at least seen how the legendary, nearly mythical Pope looked like. But, this train of thought quickly derailed. Because of that, when the Pope appeared at Ross last night, he gave everyone who was present a small cross. Jeremy's voice reduced to a whisper and continued, I heard, the atmosphere there was terrifying. It was said that the crosses possess divine power. Once you wear it, it would be hard to take off, and everything you see and hear would be known by the Pope, making everyone there a little unwilling to wear it. Everything you see and hear, the Pope would know? Hearing this, Benjamin frowned. Was this a covered listening device amalgamated with a spy camera? Who knew the Church could be so capable to manufacture a high-end magical tool en masse? This news was indeed shocking. From this, it seemed like the spell-blocking cross that the bishop gave him was probably some junk like that. Their ability to read people's memories was likely derived from magic. At this rate, with that kind of magic ability, could they, maybe in a few years, send holy homing missiles at people? On top of that, they used these crosses on noblemen. A sense of dread came over Benjamin. The Church, they are trying to control the whole nobleman society. Ever since he caught wind of the call for discretion between the Church and the noblemen, Benjamin came back and did some of his own research. When they first established the kingdom, the Church had already made plenty of contracts with the noblemen. The noblemen would support the Church, and in turn the Church had to keep their distance from them, giving them enough respect. After a few hundred years of development, the Church grew in size and power, but they have yet to break any of the old contracts. Until now. Looks like the Church could no longer resist. After asking Jeremy for a few more questions to better piece together the events of the night, Benjamin made him leave with the basin. He sat beside the window feeling slightly lucky, and meanwhile his mind wandered. Jeremy had told him that this covered listening cross was distributed forcefully only to those at Royal Ball at Ross. And all that time, at the royal ball within the palace, the elders of from own noble houses were busy cutting the cake for the princess, being none the wiser. In the end, no one was able to stop it from happening. Hearing this, Benjamin sighed inwardly. He knew well why the church did this. To control the noblemen, they had to do it one step at a time, and thus they start from the children. The people in Ross were all young, inexperienced men and women, who, facing this, even if they had been unwilling to wear those crosses, would not have had a choice. Plus, they were in the presence of royalty, all they could do was to obey, no? After wearing those crosses, even if those old foxes did find out, there was nothing they could have done at that point. No wonder. No wonder the royal family had their knights stop people from leaving the royal ball. It looks like the royal family had been planning to offer the whole kingdom's nobles to present to the church as a gift, thus obtaining their trust once more. If the church wanted to breach the contract between them and the nobles, they could not have done so without the help of the royal family. For this performance, the royal family were the directors and the people behind the curtains, the church merely supplied the main and supporting characters. The church monitoring all of the nobles' children were their first step to monitoring all of the noblemen. After making the first step, the following steps would be quicker and quicker. In a short while, the dirty and deceptive church would have the noblemen in their grasp, and all of the power of the Kingdom of Helius would be theirs. The royal family has presented the church with a great gift. After some thought, Benjamin started feeling strange. How afraid of the church was the royal family, daring to do something like this? The church as well, using this, were they not afraid of making too huge of a step? All the heads of the nobles in the kingdom, other than Claude, none of them were the submissive kind. Looks like something is bound to happen. Lucky for me, I escaped fast. After thinking, Benjamin only looked the window at the scenery, nodded, and comforted himself with this. Very quickly, Jeremy came to call him to breakfast. He answered and went down to the living. All the family members came one by one as well, sat down, and started eating. Other than Grant, everyone else looked normal, as if nothing had happened. Erasing the thought of that nightmarish scene he saw last night, Benjamin ate while secretly observing Grant. But, he did not see the cross that Jeremy mentioned on Grant's body. Grant was there, right? Benjamin remembered, last night, Grant came home really late. At least after Benjamin was done meditating and prepared to go to sleep, Grant was still not yet home. He was not forced to wear the cross? Could it be, him doing those acts in the storage area made him dodge this bullet? But judging from Grant's face, the stuff that happened at the royal ball last night, he probably experienced. What is this all about? Benjamin was suspicious, but did not dare to question. The other people that sat at the table seemed normal, they ate, chatted, but all of them avoided the topic of the royal ball, and only made conversation out of things like the price of wheat being risen. This made Benjamin feel speechless. They pretended as if nothing happened, but why? The loyalty and support of the Latour family to the church was famous. Even at the dining table in his own house, he did not dare to discuss about it openly. Benjamin helplessly sighed in his heart. Chapter 83, The Truth Behind the Cross. Unprompted, Benjamin went to the army base with his maid after breakfast. After so many sessions, the military training finally became a routine for him. Benjamin even got himself a special mission today. He intended to learn more about the surveillance cross from the recruits of the same base. So it was impossible for him to refuse the training. He arrived at the gunfire training grounds. After a few hours of hard work, Dean announced a break and the formation broke. Everyone found a spot to sit, and Benjamin finally got his chance to speak. He sat beside a recruit that he was quite familiar with, massaged his own shoulders as he pretended to be casual when he asked, "Mark, have you heard? The Pope finally appeared yesterday." Recruit Mark suddenly wore an unnatural expression. He took a glance at Benjamin, turned his head away, sprung to his feet, then walked away in silence to another spot before he sat again. He totally ignored Benjamin. Benjamin was dumbfounded. What was on here? They were talking fine yesterday, why did he suddenly become mute today? He proceeded to sit beside another recruit that he once had a conversation with. Ian, what's going on? Did Mark get off the wrong side of his bed? He looks pissed. Recruit Ian looked at Benjamin as if the former saw a ghost. Then, Ian ran away from Benjamin as if Benjamin was a plague. Benjamin instinctively exhaled into his palm and sniffed his breath. No, he did not stink, he did brush his teeth this morning. Why then would these people despise him? What even happened here? If it was because they did not have the guts to discuss anything about the church, then it would be unnecessary for recruit Ian to run away. Benjamin only asked about Mark's long face. He had no idea what was going on in their minds. Benjamin was sitting alone and puzzling over the unfriendly attitude of the recruits while also worrying on how to get information from the camp today when he heard a voice from behind him. They did not dare to speak to you because they thought you had the cross on you. The cross was tailor-made by the church, and they were afraid that the Pope would know that they were being lazy and resting. That was why they avoided you like the plague. Benjamin turned and saw Coach Dean standing behind him with his arms crossed. This coach really had a thing for standing behind people. However, Benjamin was neither shocked nor scared by Coach Dean's sudden appearance. Instead, he was relieved, finally someone that could answer his questions. Are you not afraid, then? Benjamin asked after having some thoughts. Dean shrugged, why should I be afraid? You don't have the surveillance cross on you. The Pope will never know a thing even if I start screaming like a banshee here. Benjamin could not help but chuckle, hey, looks like you're quite familiar with the events yesterday. The kingdom's army belonged to the royals, and received orders from the church. As a coach in the kingdom's army, Dean must know quite a lot. I'm not only familiar with it, Dean snorted with pride as Benjamin expected, I heard from the coach in the Knights Battalion right beside us that a noble brat left the place before the Pope appeared. He tried to stop the brat, but he was shouted at instead. He was so furious that he woke everyone in the Knights Battalion yesterday in the middle of the night and ordered them to run through the night. I would make a modest guess that it was you. Am I right? After he heard this, Benjamin looked at the Knights Battalion beside their camp in shock. What a coincidence! No wonder the shouts he heard from them were much weaker today. Still, it was amazing that the few royal knights that stopped him yesterday was here in the kingdom army, training the recruits. Fate really could work in mysterious ways. If the knight knew that Benjamin was here, he would probably rush over and teach him a hard lesson. Benjamin was helpless in this. On the streets, he was a highly noble while a royal knight was just a lowly knight. However, in the training base, Benjamin was a mere recruit while the knight was a high-rank officer. The environment could really play a decisive role in one's status. When Benjamin realized this, he promptly started to flatter Dean, "Oh, coach! You're such a stunningly handsome man!" Dean roared in laughter. He shook his head as he comforted Benjamin, all right, enough. I will not inform him that you're here. What are you afraid of, anyways? You're my recruit, he had no jurisdiction to teach you a lesson. Yes, sir, whatever you say is absolutely true. Dean shook his head again, his lips pulled up into a smile. Oh, right, Benjamin finally asked the question that had been bothering him after cracking enough jokes, and when the atmosphere finally brightened, how did you find out that I do not have those crosses on me? Dean snorted, his tone filled with pride, that's easy. The crosses are embedded into the flesh of the palm using the divine arts, it could not be removed, nor could it be hidden. I specifically checked that during the training, and there was nothing in your palm. You must have somehow escaped it. Benjamin raised his brows in shock. Embedded in the flesh. It was that gory? Benjamin felt a sympathetic pain in his palm just by listening to the procedure. He never imagined that the wearing the cross described by Jeremy was worn this way. How did the nobles withstand the agony? How did they not rebel right then and there? Apparently, the incident last night was more complicated than what he expected. In the next second, Benjamin's thoughts went to Grant. What happened to Grant, then? Benjamin was not blind, he would have definitely noticed a cross embedded in his younger brother's palm during breakfast. There was no doubt that Grant did not wear the surveillance cross too. Why? The answer could not be because Grant was hiding in the storeroom committing homosexual behavior. That was too far-fetched for Benjamin to believe, although this was a fantasy world. There must be another explanation. My brother was also at the party. He did not have a cross in his palm though, Benjamin told Dean without hesitation. He was not worried about Dean getting suspicious, everyone in the kingdom was terrified now, and all of them were trying to know as much as they could about the situation. It would be more suspicious of him if he looked like he did not care about what was happening. Bullshit. Don't you know who your brother is? Dean scoffed, the cross has no effect on casters of the divine arts, much less on your brother, who is the famed next in line of the Pope. There was no need for the church to put him on surveillance. Benjamin nodded, that's the reason. Hey. The surveillance cross could only work on ordinary people. This piece of information could be crucial. Speaking of Dean's comment, there was no need for the church to put him on surveillance. Benjamin wanted to silently comment that yes, the church should really get to know what Grant was up to in his free time. Jokes aside, if Benjamin did not get out of the ball in time, he would get the cross implant. As he was a mage, the cross would fail, and his identity would have been revealed to the Pope instantly. Just thinking of it gave Benjamin cold sweat. Thank God he escaped in the nick of time. You nobles must be running amok now, all your dirty secrets are there for the church to see, Dean continued as Benjamin was still silently thankful for his luck. Now tell me, when will you people start a riot right at the doors of the church? Benjamin could only laugh dryly. After Dean provided him some information, it was now time for him to return the favor. Fair enough, but unfortunately, he had nothing to give. I have no idea, Benjamin shook his head, neither my brother or I got the surveillance cross. We are the only two noble youths in the family, and since this incident did not impact our family, we're basically ignoring it. Even if these people wanted to stage protest against the church, they wouldn't come after us. The Latour household was indeed very fortunate in this. Dean could do nothing but smile and pat Benjamin on his shoulder. You sly punk! You got all the advantages to yourself, hey! Dean turned and left as he shook his head, as if he stopped thinking of new questions. Even if he did have more, it was probably inappropriate for him to ask Benjamin about them. Break time was finally over. Dean stalked towards the center of the training ground and yelled, "Break's over, stand up." "Mark, I'm talking about you. What are you laughing about? Down you go and give me 200 push-ups. Don't even dream of lunch if you do not complete it." Chapter 84, The Nobles' Week Protest. Benjamin returned home after his morning training. It did not take him long to learn about some events that took place that very morning. Over 30 noble households marched towards St. Peter's Cathedral today to seek explanation for the way the Holy Knights treated their children in the ball. Dean's prediction was right, the nobles would stage a protest. It was unfortunate for the nobles that the church's response was swift. Before they could even gather, they were chased away by more than 10 Holy Knights. The nobles did not give up without a fight though. After they were chased away, they went and sat in silent protest at the entrance of the castle after some discussions. They were still there, unmoved even after Benjamin finished his lunch in the Latour manner. If there was more people present, Benjamin heavily suspected that they would start a demonstration. Rebve.co. All this was a nuisance to Benjamin. The royal family and the church must already predicted this situation when they decided to execute their plan. These nobles who were running about in the kingdom were basically acting like clowns in the church. They should instead utilize whatever available resources and influence they have to do something that would actually threaten the church. After all, only less than 40 nobles' households were present. It was barely a force to be reckoned by the church. There were more than a few hundred noble households and more than 10 major ones in the kingdom. These major noble households did not even squeak. After Benjamin gathered enough information, he had a nagging thought: the church's collusion with the royal family was a very deliberately planned one. Initially, there were a few hundred people in the ball, but the crowd reduced gradually throughout the night. Some were like Elizabeth and Dick, who left early, and some were like Benjamin, who left and were not stopped. At last, only approximately 100 noble youths were obligated to wear the cross. The actual number of noble households under surveillance was only slightly more than 60, most of them were siblings belonging to the same households that were forced to wear the cross. That God's will to cleanse all mages in the land was also used by the church as a weapon to suppress unrest. Those who were displeased with the measures taken were automatically assumed to be working with the mages. That was the reason why the voices of protest was so weak. As a final blow, the church sent the Holy Knights this afternoon to prosecute an entire household of nobles. The household was allegedly supporting the mages, and after the Holy Knights listed numerous compelling evidences, the noble family was executed. No one survived. After that, the crowd who sat and protested outside the castle doors dispersed in a blink of an eye. It was as if they were antelopes chased by leopards. That was when the nobles realized how powerless they were against the church. The resistance faded away like the tide. Maybe they were plotting something outside of their children's surveillance, but for now, the nobles seemed to finally accept and obey the church. Those that were not involved kept their silence. Perhaps they were still grateful that their children escaped this tragedy. It was as if everyone forgot about the agreement they had before and were willing to accept the church's unlawful behavior. The nobles finally understood how wide the gap of power between the church and the nobles had become since the formation of the kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, the nobles possessed army forces. Hundreds of years later, the nobles only possessed gold that could be taken away at the church's whims. Benjamin knew that if the nobles did nothing to change the situation, their gold would soon be no more. For the Thursday, their status was a result for their obedience to church. Claude ignored the current happenings in the kingdom. Instead he focused on tending to the lands he owned, as if the focus of his life was to give more offerings to the kingdom and the church. Of course, Benjamin was entirely against this approach. It was impossible for the Thursday to survive if the kingdom collapsed due to its internal conflicts. Benjamin's opinions did not seem to matter much to the household, though. Since he could not do much about this, he might as well stop worrying about this. He did not forget to ask about the woods. According to them, Elizabeth, the only daughter in their household, retired early on the night of the ball as she was ill. However, she caught on a sudden disease after her return, and unfortunately perished the next morning. Her body was cremated before the priest of the church arrived at the scene in an effort to stop the disease from spreading. By the time the priest was there, she was no more. Benjamin refused to believe in the news. Elizabeth, the talkative girl who was lively enough to pull Benjamin to a dance, died that night? That must be a lie. As he recalled Elizabeth's words, "I'm leaving the kingdom tonight," he combined this piece of information with the fact that her body was no more. Benjamin took mere seconds to guess what was going on. The Woods probably heard the rumors and decided for their daughter to forge her death and hide somewhere outside the kingdom. This was very suspicious still. Based on the current situations in the kingdom, it was unnecessary for such a drastic escape measure. Benjamin also found it hard to believe that Elizabeth left the kingdom just to avoid detection. Of course, it was impossible for Benjamin to learn of the truth. He would also never allow himself to spend much of his time brooding over an unsolvable case. Thus, he quickly cast any thoughts of Elizabeth, his eccentric ex-fiancée, aside. He would not think about her for a very long time after this. Now, he had more important matters to attend to. The ball was finally a thing of the past, and Benjamin was no longer grounded by Claude. He was also no longer under the church's watch. They had stopped sending people to spy on him long ago. This was the first time he actually had total freedom of movement. He could finally go anywhere he wanted without worrying about getting tailed by the church or Claude's restrictions. There were no longer scrutiny looming over his head, instead, he could only see the blue sky of freedom. Who would be able to hold back and meditate at home? Not Benjamin. Equipped with his weapons, he left the manor that afternoon and arrived at the outskirts of Haven right without any detection. He hid in a dark corner, disguised as a beggar, a much better one than his previous attempt. He started executing his plan for the day. As for the purpose of his trip, he had to dig out Annie's belongings, and to find the assassin who tried to kill him right in the beginning of the story. Both were insignificant matters that should have been handled long ago, but he could not simply cast them aside without a closure. For his peace of mind, he decided to get it over with, once and for all. He went to Bonnie's pub after some thought. This was very close to one of Michelle's abandoned spots, and coincidentally, was where the assassin became an underling for the knife-scarred man. Benjamin should be able to uncover some clues here. The pub was different from the last time he was here. Although it was not long ago, the pub got itself a new owner after the original staff and previous owner were killed by the knife-scarred man. That was evident by the busy renovation crew entering and leaving the place. It was saddening that the folks could forget that easily, but the tides of change in the business world were much more brutal than that. Benjamin stood at the street opposite the pub and stared at it. Suddenly, a man who stood by the doors of the pub, clad in colorful clothes and with an accordion in hand, caught Benjamin's attention. A street artist? Perhaps, a wandering poet? In Benjamin's imagination, these people would be very knowledgeable, they would also know quite a number from the rumor mill. He should try and ask him. Benjamin walked over to greet him. What are you doing here? The pub is not open for business yet, no? He asked. The accordion man glanced at him, his face suddenly morphed into one of distress. Sorry, I'm very poor too. I have no money to give to you, you should really go to someone else. Benjamin paused. It took him a while to realize that this person probably fell for his disguise as a beggar and assumed that he was here for money. Benjamin felt like laughing, but he shook his head instead. No, you're overthinking. I'm not here for your money. I'm just curious about your presence here. The accordion man looked genuinely confused. In an instant, his eyes widened as he stared at Benjamin, as if he suddenly was struck by inspiration. I heard beggars are rich. No wonder you're not begging for money from me, he said as he placed his accordion on the floor and proceeded to grab Benjamin by his shoulders, his face filled with expectation. I want to be a beggar and earn money too. Can you teach me how to be a beggar? Benjamin regretted his decision. Chapter 85, Chief Silver Fox. You'll need talent to be a beggar, and I don't think you have that. Benjamin had no choice but to continue the conversation as he spouted nonsense to the man. Then, he quickly followed up with a question before the accordion man could reply. Oh, did you see a tall thin man with freckles around? He looked quite dumb, actually. He's also wearing tattered sackcloth as clothes. The accordion man looked troubled. People like this are everywhere, which one are you looking for? Benjamin was speechless. How should he describe that? It would not be possible for him to tell the system to draw him a facial composite so he could show it to the accordion man. Instead, he lowered his voice and whispered, You heard about the massacre that happened in this pub not long ago? The person I wanted to find, he was present during that day. Apparently, people call him Bamboo Dot. Benjamin had no choice but to expose more information in order to get what he wanted. The accordion man's face finally lit with recognition after Benjamin's description. He looked around before he approached Benjamin carefully and whispered, What are you up to, finding those people? Let me tell you, it's better for you to stay as far as possible from them. They are a volatile and violent bunch, killing people like us is just like killing an ant to them. Benjamin's eyes shone in excitement. The accordion man definitely knew something about the knife-scarred man and his gang. Not only that, Benjamin bet that the accordion man was familiar with them. Otherwise, he would never speak about the incident like this. Nothing much, actually. I'm a distant relative of their leader, but I've not heard anything from them for long. I became curious, which is why I'm trying to find them, Benjamin answered. The accordion man looked unconvinced. He did not buy Benjamin's story, which led to Benjamin blurting out nonsense immediately. See, being a beggar is such a lucrative job, one must possess some connections with people like them in order to join the market. How else do you reckon I become a beggar? With his head tilted, the accordion man considered, That sounds reasonable. All right then. To be frank, I haven't heard news about them for a long time either. But, if you really want to reach them, you could try and meet with Chief Silver Fox. They are always tight. Chief Silver Fox was the one who gathered most of the people in the gang, actually. Chief Silver Fox? Who? Benjamin asked the system, but it had no idea either. However, Benjamin guessed from the tone of the accordion man that the chief would most probably be one of the leaders of the mafia gangs in the outskirts. The mafia leader who helped the knife-scarred man gain his reputation here. Well, it was a stretch to call this a clue, but it was something nonetheless. Should he ask the chief? He might as well try. After all, the mafia could not do much to Benjamin. Where can I find Chief Silver Fox? The accordion man stretched his arm and pointed at the end of the street. Walk along this street for 10 minutes. When you reach a junction, turn left and walk for another 5 minutes. You will see an inn, and Chief Silver Fox will be there inside. Benjamin nodded as he ordered the system to memorize the route. Then, he thanked the accordion man with a pat on his shoulders. Thank you. You're really knowledgeable. Of course, the accordion man beamed with pride. My dream is to be a wandering poet, and every street artist will be singing the songs I wrote. It is a must for me to know everything. Benjamin smiled. Good luck. I wish the same to you, replied the accordion man, nodding. He turned to look at the renovating pub behind him and said, It's almost time. I should get going to the musician interview for this upcoming bar. Goodbye. With that, the accordion man bade his farewell and left to the bar. Benjamin waved his goodbyes, satisfied with his good luck. All he did was to ask around, and he managed to meet a man with no ulterior motives. Suddenly, Benjamin was filled with emotion. To stabilize politics, the church slaughtered their opposition. To overthrow the church, Michelle used everyone she knew as pawn pieces. To train in peace, Benjamin ran about. And under the same blue sky, there was also a young soul who walked into a bar that would be opening soon. With an accordion in hand and his mouth chanting his dream to be a wandering poet, he went for an interview to be a pub musician. What a great chicken soup for his soul! A dream, hey! Benjamin raised his chin to look at the sky. It was in the afternoon, and the sun was so bright Benjamin could barely keep his eyes open. Some unknown birds flew above, their squawks as noisy as the people on this street. My dream was probably to be the main character in the stories of the wandering poets. Benjamin shook his head as he chuckled to himself. Dude, how old are you? Do you really think you're still a 16-year-old lad? The system chided, slightly baffled. Stop dreaming now, go on, do what you need to do. Benjamin did not get angry. Well, we always need some chicken soup in our lives, no. When it's a chicken soup that's been aging for decades, it'll be too stale for use. Judging by the amount of preservatives in the chicken soups, it will never go past its expiry date. Your ambition musician just hugged you while he begged to change his occupation to become a beggar. Are you sure you want to believe in his dreams? Enough of your nonsense already. Benjamin walked according to the directions given by the accordion man while he bantered with the system in his heart. He headed towards where the Chief Silver Fox would be, and it was not very far. It only took Benjamin approximately 15 minutes to arrive at the doorstep of the inn. This was an inn that had seen some time. Benjamin could feel the moisture in the air just by looking at it from outside. Moss covered the walls of the inn, and the stains of leakage extended from the ceiling to the edge of the walls. Would a mafia lord stay in a place like this? Benjamin was skeptical. Who would know? Perhaps the movies were real. Mafia leaders would usually have a weird temperament. Would the ones in the outskirts of Haven Right be an exclusion? Benjamin took a deep breath before he entered the place. The first thing he saw was the narrow lobby and a reception desk, and behind it sat a balding old man. Benjamin saw no one else. The inn was oddly silent. The old man briefly glanced at him before he dipped his chin as he continued reading his newspaper. Benjamin walked over and said, "Excuse me, do you know where is Chief Silver Fox?" The old man set aside his newspaper as he squinted at Benjamin in apparent distaste. "Why do you want to know?" Benjamin did not let that affect him. After all, he was disguised as a beggar, he expected to be seen as such. The people who could start a business nowadays are usually the materialistic sort. Instead, he laughed and took a golden coin out of his pocket. He threw it offhandedly on the desk, and it made a heavy sound as it hit the surface. "I need him to help me find someone." The old man looked surprised. He picked up the golden coin and studied it, he even placed it between his teeth and bit. After he verified that the golden coin was genuine, he once again looked at Benjamin in confusion. "Is there something wrong with you? You're rich, why do you want to look like a beggar?" Benjamin held on to his moral belief in respecting the elderly and treating the youth with respect, and ignored the old man's words. He repeated his purpose, "Where is Chief Silver Fox? I need his help to find someone." Chapter 86, The Secrets of the Inn. Benjamin frowned. "You're the mafia lord." The old man once again looked disgusted. "I am no mafia lord." Benjamin was confused. "Why did you say that you're Chief Silver Fox then?" "Because I am Chief Silver Fox." "Shouldn't Chief Silver Fox be a mafia lord?" "Who told you that Chief Silver Fox must be a mafia lord?" Benjamin was made speechless. The word chief started to sound alien to him. This was another awkward aftermath of him overthinking. The old man looked at Benjamin as if the latter was retarded. His look was so intense that Benjamin nearly started questioning himself of his intelligence. "Silver Fox is my nickname. I was the eldest son in the house, which was why everyone called me Chief Silver Fox." The old man stared at Benjamin before he suddenly laughed as he explained, "There's no future for the people in the mafia here in Haven Right. The church is too powerful, any uprising mafia was killed off before they could grow to become a formidable force. The gangsters in the outskirts usually just fight amongst themselves. No one dared to form a group. Forgive me for being rude." "Sorry," Benjamin apologized after a brief pause, his face red with embarrassment. The old man barked out a laugh as he gave Benjamin a once-over. "You disguised yourself as a beggar and came to me. Say, who do you want to find?" the old man asked. Benjamin took a deep breath, mustered his courage despite the utter embarrassment and tried hard to put his shame aside. "I wanted to find one of the new subordinates that the lead bandit from Mount North recruited after they came here. People usually call him Bamboo," Benjamin said, "the new Bamboo, not the old one." The old man's face changed after he heard lead bandit from Mount North. His nonchalant demeanor slid off to become a more serious one. Benjamin narrowed his eyes, something was up. After a brief pause, the old man suddenly said, "Don't spout rubbish. The bandits of Mount North were already killed off by the church. None of them survived the ordeal." "What do you mean? I don't understand." Benjamin's face darkened. F***ck. Was the old man seriously doing this to him after receiving payment? Benjamin felt genuine anger. Benjamin thought, so what if he had a cool name like Chief Silver Fox? Have Mozilla Firefox installed in my brain, alright? No, you did not have Mozilla Firefox installed. You use Sogu, the system popped up and commented. Why would the world be against his brilliance? Benjamin was at the brink of hopelessness. As he was thinking of whether he should show some of his magic to scare the prideful old man, he felt a huge force from his back. He did not manage to find his balance and was pushed aside, nearly falling to the ground. Benjamin nearly cussed, furious. However, after he turned to take a look, he forced himself to swallow his words. 3 holy knights and a priest stood right in front of the inn, and one of the knights withdrew his arm. It was apparent that he was the one who pushed Benjamin aside. Benjamin suddenly recomposed himself. This was because he recognized who the priest was. The priest was the one who came by to his bedroom and politely asked for his presence in the church for the bishop to read his memories. Why would the priest be here? There was no time for Benjamin to think. He quickly bowed his head and let his hair cover his face, as if he was terrified. He could only hope that the priest did not recognize him. "Welcome, sirs, how can I help you?" The old man's face was like a chameleon, it switched so fast as he fawned over the 4. He then turned to scowl at Benjamin as he scolded, "What are you looking at? I told you, I don't have money for you. Stop loitering around here. You're dirtying the eyes of the good sirs." Benjamin was not enraged by his rude words. The old man was helping him, that was evident to Benjamin. Hence, he played along and bowed as he pressed his stomach. I just wanted some money for food, where else could I go?" Benjamin said, his voice shaking as if he was crying. "I really did not intend to anger these good sirs." The priest said with a benevolent smile, "It's fine, we will not blame you." Benjamin was relieved. Thank God he was not recognized. After he recovered from his shock with the sudden change of events, he was quickly filled with confusion. What was going on here? The church should be busy battling the nobles, why would they be free enough to send people over to this tiny inn? What was in the inn? Benjamin sprawled at the side of the inn, shielded his face as he watched. He was very similar to a beggar who refused to leave. "Greetings, old man. We are not going to bring you trouble." The priest turned to the old man and showed the typical smile of a priest. "We are just doing a routine check here to keep the fallen ones away from your inn. Do not be afraid." The old man was momentarily stunned, but he soon continued with a smile on his face, "Oh, of course. Thank you for your kindness. What do you want to check, sir? Help yourselves." The priest smiled and nodded. He turned and shared a look with the 3 holy knights. The knights nodded and walked towards the hallway, and started doing a sweep in every single room of the inn. Benjamin immediately felt like something was off. What were they trying to find? Was this really an ordinary routine check? The knights' method of searching was oddly violent. They kicked down doors that were within their sight, regardless of whether there was anyone behind the doors. In an instant, the inn was in a chaotic mess. A few poor couples were made awake in shock from bed, some of them could even develop a lasting trauma from this. They kicked and searched all the way to the ends of the hallway. If there were any guests in the room that they visited, the guests would run amok and leave the inn, shouting in displeasure. The priest stood by the receptionist desk, and did not stop the leaving guests. Instead, he just smiled at the old man while waiting for the result for the search. The old man nodded and smiled back at the priest, his back slightly bowed. Neither of them talked. The atmosphere in the inn was strange. Benjamin felt things were odd as he squatted at the side and observed. After God knew how long. "Sir, please come and take a look." Suddenly, a holy knight emerged from the hallway and said to the priest, "There's a person in a room on the 2nd floor, and we're unsure if he is the one you're looking for." The priest suddenly smiled wider and looked at the old man, surprise evident in his eyes. The old man returned his look, his face one of innocence and confusion. The eyes of the priest lingered on the old man's face for approximately 10 seconds, as if they were trying to find something. The old man's expression didn't change, though, he looked very puzzled and dumb. Without warning, the priest stopped his scrutiny and turned to the knight. "All right, lead the way." The knight nodded in silence as he turned and started marching to the second floor. The priest followed suit and walked towards the stairs at the end of the hallway. The old man still sat unmoving as he sent the two off with baffled eyes. The two left just like that. Benjamin, who witnessed everything without any summarized information of what happened before, had no idea what was going on. He understood that the priest and the old man were having a fight for dominance, but he had no idea why. Who was the priest finding? Why was it related to the old man? Although Benjamin had a few guesses, he could not to confirm them. However, the expression of the old man behind the counter suddenly changed. He stood and walked over to Benjamin with quick strides, crouched and whispered into Benjamin's ears. His voice was filled with the intent to kill, and it sounded just like a mafia lord. Freb Novo. Chapter 87, The Ambush Tactic. Benjamin's expression in his eyes changed slightly upon hearing this. Ah, there was really something behind this. He stood up and shrugged offhandedly as he looked and spoke to the old man with a sarcastic tone. The Pope is an old man. Why would I want to find his lover? You. The old man was astonished and looked as if he wanted to speak. Benjamin cut him off with a wave of his hand as he chuckled. He even stretched lazily when he voluntarily walked towards the stairs. I would highly recommend you to get the information on bamboo ready now, Benjamin said as he walked. Without waiting for the old man's reaction, he followed the trails of the priest and the holy knight and went to the second floor confidently. The old man stood still as he stared for a moment. Suddenly, he snapped back into reality as he shook his head, laughing softly. This punk! It did not take long for Benjamin to arrive at the second floor of the inn. The hallway was darker and damper than the first floor. It was rather hard to see through the dark as the only illumination came from the windows at the corners. The hallway was quite winding as well. Benjamin already lost sight of the priest and the holy knights when he arrived on the second floor. He was however elated. An environment with poor lighting and complicated landscape was very much advantageous for an ambush. Yes, a surprise attack. An ambush. Benjamin already formulated a plan as he went upstairs. Since every guest in the inn was scared away by the holy knights, the second floor was now a perfect place for an ambush. Benjamin knew of the battle prowess of the holy knights, and he could easily take out 3 of them. However, he could not be sure as there was a priest in the picture. The reason behind this was simple: he never battled with another spellcaster, and had no idea how good the priest would be in battle. That was why he would never go head-to-head with them. He was not that stupid, nor was he that arrogant. As he decided to go for a surprise attack, he would now have to get as much information about his enemy without exposing himself. As for the method of achieving, Benjamin promptly shut his eyes and switched on the water particle detection. In a split second, the whole of the second floor appeared in his mind alongside with the lively water particles. Water particle detection was basically tailor-made for surprise attacks. The view that Benjamin could sense became much clearer as he had been using this skill more frequently. The 4th room down the hallway to the left, Benjamin mumbled as he opened his eyes. Through the response from the water particles, he could clearly sense that the holy knights and the priest had entered the room. Presently, all 4 enemies were in the same room. The door to the room was wide open, and aside from the enemies, there was another unconscious stranger lying in the bed. Benjamin meticulously analyzed the situation at hand. It would not be wise for Benjamin to ambush the enemy when all of them were gathered in a place. However, it was not impossible either. He lowered his body and stayed close to the wall as he crept towards the room. Soon, he was by the door of the room. The enemies were not alerted by his presence, and they seemed to be deeply engaged in a discussion. Benjamin could barely hear the voices of the holy knights. Sir, is this the assassin? Assassin? At that moment, Benjamin was hit by a truck of realization. He finally connected the dots. They were talking about the assassin who tried to kill the Pope. This foreign assassin was now lying on the bed in the room, surrounded by the priest and the holy knight. He seemed to have sustained some injury, and was in a comatose state. The priest and the holy knights came for him. The old man gave Benjamin a promise in return for the assassin's safety. The edge of Benjamin's lips pulled as he smirked. Things seemed interesting. He took out the silver pistol. He turned the safety off when he was going up the stairs so that he would not need to do it now and potentially alerting the enemy. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the crazy people he met that never had their safety on. He suddenly seemed to understand their actions. It was addicting, carrying an active pistol around. As he thought about that, Benjamin shut his eyes and once again activated water particle detection. Because he was close enough, everything in the room seemed to be a painting shown in blue light once he focused all of his attention to it. The positioning of the furniture, the shut windows, the wardrobe door that was left ajar. All of this was displayed in his mind, clear as day. He could also see the location of the 4 people. However, when he had the intention to shoot when he scanned the scene, there seemed to be a change to his vision. The shooting interface appeared out of nowhere and integrated itself into the display of the water particles. It guided him on how to aim and shoot efficiently. The familiar figures and gun sight were now shrouded in a veil of blue. Benjamin was very pleasantly surprised. The water particle detection could be combined with the shooting interface? Although he had no idea how this could happen, but it saved Benjamin by the bell. Now, there was no need for him to take some time to prepare his shots. Indeed, this man matches the description. The bishop told us to never spare any possible devil, we should behead him and bring it back to the church for His Highness the Pope to identify, the priest said before Benjamin could study the new shooting interface. Benjamin immediately frowned. He should not waste time any longer. The old man wanted to protect the assassin. If the assassin was killed, there was no way that the old man would be satisfied even if Benjamin managed to kill the enemies. That was why Benjamin took action immediately. He recalled the training he had in the gunfire regime as he appeared in front of the door and pulled the trigger before the 4 could even catch up to the situation. Bang! 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 4 continuous shots aimed at 4 different targets. If Benjamin did not have the training from the gunfire regime and only relied on the shooting interface, it would be difficult for him to do this. Still, Benjamin was successful. After the shots were heard, the 3 holy knights collapsed, blood spraying out from the hole in their foreheads and the back of their heads. They did not wear their helmets, and the armor of holy light they wore on their body was of no help as well. It merely clanked as they fell. It was extremely difficult to avoid the shots from an aimed gun, especially when they were unaware of it. However, only 3 clanking noises were heard. Benjamin's face darkened as he immediately kept the gun that ran out of its ammunition. He started to chant his spells as he prepared himself with magic. The ambush did not fully succeed. Chapter 88, Dueling with the Rich Priest. The 4th bullet was aimed at the priest. But it wasn't that the priest had amazing reflexes to block the bullet with the divine arts. It was that when the bullet was about to hit him, a holy barrier suddenly appeared. The blessed bullet hit and broke the glinting barrier, but the bullet itself was nudged off course. That was why the priest survived the deliberate surprise attack. Frankly, Benjamin did not expect that the priest would have defensive magical instruments. Fortunately, he did not expect to kill off all 4 of them by merely using bullets. He was still mentally prepared for this. As this was an ambush, he was still a step ahead. What's going on? You. The priest just realized what happened after he looked at the holy knights lying on the floor around him. He turned around in shock and looked at Benjamin, who stood firmly by the door. Instead, what he saw was 6 water bombs. Wham! Water splashed everywhere as it drowned the priest. But Benjamin did not relax. He could clearly see via the water particle detection that another cross that hung on the chest of the priest broke into pieces when another holy barrier appeared to block the attack. The stunned priest was safe under its protection. Fuck! Benjamin could not help but curse. How many magical instruments does this priest have on him? It blocked the bullet and the 6 water bombs, this tiny thing single-handedly ruined his perfect plan of attack and his brilliant usage of timing. Benjamin felt like he was going to spit blood. 14. The system appeared out of nowhere and commented, "I scanned him and counted when he arrived. There are a total of 14 similar crosses on him. I'm not sure if all of them have similar functions, but based on what we've seen, it's very likely so." 14? Holy Mother of God, 14? How rich was the church for them to allow a random priest to carry 14 life-saving magical instruments when he was out for a check? Is this even considered a fight? They might as well just throw money at both parties, and the side with the most money will win the fight. Benjamin looked dismayed. In a blink of an eye, the splashes of water disappeared with the barrier, and the silhouette of the priest was visible again. Now, the priest had wiped away his amiable face and was currently scowling at Benjamin. Holy lights gathered in his raised arms. Benjamin's heart froze at the sight. The enemy will start retaliating soon. Judging from the astonishing amount of tools he had, it was evident that he will put up a hard fight against Benjamin. Perhaps he was still surprised that the beggar he saw at the lobby turned out to be a mage and killed off all his companions. He nearly died in the attack, too. But now, he will no longer hesitate. The holy light in his hands symbolized his fury towards Benjamin. In a flash, a grenade holy light was formed with a simple incantation. He aimed both of his palms at Benjamin, his face as dark as the ice under the deep sea. The grenade of holy light flew towards Benjamin like a shooting star slicing across the sky. Benjamin did not panic. This was just a grenade of holy light. He could hold his ground when he was faced with the sword of holy light that combined all the powers of the cleaners. What could a grenade of holy light do to him? But he did not rest when the priest was using the grenade of holy light. Before him, a clean, thick wall of ice materialized out of thin air and shielded him from the priest. The grenade of holy light hit the ice wall. In that instant, the holy lights, which looked like solid spears, splashed around the room like water. The ice wall that was as clear and smooth like a mirror now has an impact crater on it. Cracks covered the ice wall, but it did manage to block the grenade of holy light. Benjamin was not harmed by that attack. Not only that, some of the holy lights lost control after the impact and was reflected back to the priest. Benjamin could not help but laugh coldly at this. Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to be rich? Humph. After his previous encounter with the sword of holy light, he was more meticulous when he condensed this ice wall. Not only could this ice wall block the grenade of holy light, it could even reflect it. Stunned, right? Good, it is time for you to have a taste of what it feels like to be fighting against yourself. It was evident that the priest never imagined this result. When he faced the reflected holy lights, he could not react with his divine arts in time. Instead, he clumsily leapt to the side and rolled on the ground, barely avoiding the attack. A hole appeared when the holy light hit the ground where the priest was standing. Oh! Benjamin stopped ridiculing him when he saw this. The priest has impressive reflexes, hey! He assumed that these ministers were fighters with 0 agility points who only knew how to stand like a pole and shoot like piu. Surprisingly, this priest could dodge this attack entirely by just jumping aside. He must have had quite some battle experience. He wanted to rely on the holy lights to burn out another one of the priest's magical instruments. Now, he might have to take it into his own hands to do this slowly and steadily. But the reflected holy light still had its uses. Benjamin wanted to use this opportunity to once again be in the lead. He took the opportunity to chant the ice-breaking spell when the priest was still rolling on the ground, too busy to retaliate. As the water particles gathered, a glinting sword of ice materialized in his hands. Under the influence of Benjamin's mind, the sword flew around him like an energetic falcon. Yup! This was a skill he invented by mirroring the sword of holy light. The fight he had with the cleaners did provide him much inspiration for his future battles. Before the priest could steady himself, the sword of ice paused momentarily before it slashed mercilessly at the priest under Benjamin's control. However, the priest did not look afraid when he raised his eyes to look at the sword of ice. When he faced the sudden assault, another cross exploded in front of his chest and transformed into another holy barrier. It blocked the attack effortlessly. Benjamin smirked slyly. This was exactly what he wanted. Why else would he choose to attack with the sword of ice instead of other spells? The advantage in using the sword was that it could be used for continuous attacks, strike after strike. That was why Benjamin did not focus on its critical strike abilities when he made the sword. Instead, he focused on its strength and durability. This was the most direct and effective way to waste the enemy's defense instruments. He never imagined that he could experience the feeling of manipulating a flying sword in this world as if he were in a fantasy martial arts novel. The sword of ice made some minute adjustments in the air and was quick to slash a second time to break the holy barrier. But the priest also used this opportunity to adjust himself and chant a spell. As the holy light gathered in front of him, a golden shield appeared out of thin air, levitating before him. It looked like a fish swimming in the water, moving animatedly in a vertical fashion. Benjamin narrowed his eyes and his expression turned serious at the sight. He recognized this specific charm. Chapter 89, The Water Ball of Reticence. The Shield of the Holy Spirit. Benjamin had read about this divine charm in Grants. It was one of the few intermediate-level divine charms that was introduced in the book. The Shield of the Holy Spirit was relatively easy to be executed and it was very practical. As long as the caster has a decent attraction to the holy lights, it was easy for immediate casting to occur. This was why the book very much glorified this charm. It was listed as number 1 in the list of must-haves in divine arts. It has the ability to summon a shield that was condensed from the holy lights. This shield will then float around the caster, and automatically block them from opposing attacks. Although Benjamin was reluctant to admit this, he cannot ignore the fact that this charm was the kryptonite to his sword of ice. The advantage in using the sword of ice was its agility and ability for multiple attacks, but the shield of the Holy Spirit was just as agile as it was, and it could also provide multiple defenses. It was the perfect counterattack. Not only that, the shield of the Holy Spirit did not require attention for it to work. As long as it was summoned, it could automatically be the defense for attacks. The sword of ice, on the other hand, required Benjamin's full control for each of its slashes and strikes. Amidst this short exchange, the priest was free to use other charms as his means to attack Benjamin while the latter had no way to use his other spells. This was difficult. After the priest used the shield of the Holy Spirit, he controlled his emotions and immediately started chanting new divine charms. Benjamin sensed a great magical disturbance from this actions, and could be sure that this next charm will not be as simple as a grenade of holy light. It will be an intermediate charm, and most possibly an attacking charm. Benjamin took a glimpse at the person who was still unconscious on the bed. Regardless of whether Benjamin could hold his ground, this brave warrior who attempted to assassinate the Pope will most likely be affected by the aftershocks of the impact. Promptly, he was confident of his stance in this matter. He will never let this charm be executed successfully. He immediately relished his control over the sword. The sword shattered in midair and became a fog of ice mist as it slowly dispersed. Then, he quickly chanted a spell. One by one, water bombs appeared beside him. When 6 water bombs were formed, he threw them towards the chanting priest without hesitation. The priest was not affected. Another cross broke and another holy barrier appeared. The shield of the Holy Spirit joined in the battle as it blocked the 6 water bombs with the holy barrier. It would be difficult to interrupt the priest's incantation with just 6 water bombs. Benjamin was aware of that. As the water bombs exploded and splashed all over the room, Benjamin once again chanted the water ball spell. The triangular symbol in the space of his consciousness made a soft ding. A wave spread like ripples around Benjamin as they echoed silently in the room. Benjamin used quite a number of magic in this room, 1 ice wall, 1 sword of ice, 12 water bombs. Although the magic was already gone, there was still a considerable amount of water particles gathered in the room. As the wave swept the room, Benjamin's energy that remained in the water particles was suddenly activated. In an instant, all of them started vibrating vigorously. In his space, the water rune trembled. Benjamin felt a faint ache emanating from his head. The amount of water particles remaining was substantial. It was not an easy feat to gather all of them in an instant. Still, Benjamin clenched his jaw and focused to finish the magic. This was probably the biggest water ball spell he ever casted. As the water particles accumulated, a huge water ball appeared around the priest. It enveloped the priest alongside with his holy barrier and the shield of the Holy Spirit. In that moment, change felt imminent. The priest's expression changed and he stopped chanting the charm. Moreover, he suddenly held his head and cried in pain. The charm was interrupted. The priest did not take long to recover as his charm backfired on himself. His face was one of disbelief. How? How could this fail? He looked up at the water ball that encased him. From his eyes, it was as if he was in a world of water. The water ball enveloped him completely, there were no flaws in the cover. If it was not for the holy barrier, the priest would have drowned in the water. But this was just a water ball. How could his incantation be interrupted by a mere water ball? The priest was shocked and perplexed by the turn of events. He was not a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, he had participated in battles with mages. He knew about the water ball spell, heck, he even knew how to chant the spell. However, he never came across one so gigantic and sinister. To be honest, the water ball spell was just a beginner's spell that was of no threat whatsoever. Would there really be someone who would spend so much effort in training it to this level? If anyone previously warned him to be careful of the water ball spell, he would have definitely thought that they were pulling his leg. However, a mage suddenly appeared, clad in the outfit of a beggar. He chanted an ordinary water ball spell, and it actually managed to entrap him and somehow interrupt his charm casting? Was this really the water ball spell? Was it possible that he was just so ignorant that even a water ball spell could stop his charm? Perplexed, he once again focused his attention to study the water ball that was outside his comprehension. He could feel that this water ball was filled with water particles that were extremely volatile. These water particles were the ones that caused the holy light he gathered during his charm casting to disperse. The priest could finally understand why his charm would fail. He was always proud of his ability to attract the holy lights. Among the priests his age, his spiritual energy was not stellar, but he still managed to outshine the others with his extraordinary attraction with the holy lights. He was even appreciated by the bishop. Usually, the holy lights around him looked like friendly angels to him, they would always listen to his command. As long as he was willing, the holy lights would come to him. Yet, the holy lights that could bypass this water ball to approach him were few even if he chanted the charm. This was why his divine arts failed just now, he could not gather the sufficient holy lights. He was still very puzzled. Why? Why could this water ball block his senses from the holy lights? This was the first time he even heard of this phenomenon despite being in the church for years. What exactly is this thing? Chapter 90, The Exploding Cross. At the same moment. Did it work? At the other side of the room, Benjamin was relieved when he saw that the spell was broken and the priest looked shocked. His head was still painful, though. Thank God this worked. He was unsure whether he would actually successfully break the incantation when he casted the spell. He went along with it and tried anyway when he saw that the priest was nearly done with his charm. Since it succeeded, this affirmed his theories. The idea to stop the charm using a water ball spell came from his observations of the water particles in the space of his consciousness. Some time ago, he tried to use magic of the other elements like the fireball spell in his space of consciousness, but the water elements were strongly repelled. He did not ponder on it for long and assumed that it was just the problem between the triangular runes and the space. However, it did not take him long to feel that something was off. Will the water element reject other magical elements? In this world, every magical element was mixed together. The water element was not an exception. Why would it behave violently with the other elements in the space when it was amicable with them outside of it? Benjamin found the answer after he carefully compared both circumstances. The water particles in the space were imprinted with Benjamin's spiritual energy when it was absorbed into the space. His spiritual energy was probably altered by the runes and became slightly different. The most obvious aspect was the water particles that has his spiritual energy imprinted on it will have the tendency to repel other magical elements. He once gave some thought on the possibility to use this characteristic to innovate some new ways to navigate around his magic. He did not come up with any good ideas then, which was why he ignored this problem. Freb novo. Yet, as the priest was using the divine arts to guide the surrounding holy lights, the light elements, to gather just now, Benjamin felt the slight disturbance from the water particles. It was at that moment when he realized that he could utilize this special repelling force of the water particles to stop the gathering of the holy light, which would in turn interrupt the enemy's divine charm. Not only that, he just finished casting some spells. After the spells ended and returned to their original state, the water particles still had the remnants of Benjamin's spiritual energy imprinted on them. He could use these accumulated water particles. That was why Benjamin immediately chanted a spell and focused all of his attention to gather the massive amount of water particles to form a water ball and trap the priest within. That completely cut off the priest from the holy light from outside the water ball. Even Benjamin did not expect such a stellar anti-magic effect from this water ball. The priest was jailed in, and could only manipulate a very limited amount of holy light that was under the protection of the holy barrier. Now, the priest would be unable to cast any intermediate charms. Hell, Benjamin suspected that he could not even do a grenade of holy light. Now, the results of the battle was clear. Benjamin won. A caster without magical elements will just be a helpless plebeian. To Benjamin, the priest now was just like a fish on a chopping board, whose life is for anyone to take. However, Benjamin knew that this anti-magic water ball will not be easy to maintain. It was very obvious from the mild pain and dizziness he felt now. The priest was still trying to summon the holy lights as the water particles violently shoved the light particles out. However, Benjamin's spiritual energy was drained by the minute. He needed to consciously maintain the anti-magic characteristic of the water ball, and his spiritual energy was not strong enough for him to waste any. He should really end this battle as soon as possible. 1 round. 2 rounds. Still water does no harm, but when it starts moving, it is a totally different story. Benjamin named this spell as the Water Vortex Prison. As he ignored the system's comment that this name is terrible and pompous, he guided the flow of water and made it flow rapidly. The water tore through the space as the pull within the water ball became stronger. Soon, a vortex was formed in the water ball. The best part of this spell was that once the vortex was created, Benjamin did not need to focus on it anymore. As long as he gave the water ball a small push, the vortex would spin faster and faster. What? What is this? The priest exclaimed, still trapped within the vortex. The holy barrier and the shield of the Holy Spirit that protected him from harm cracked with a sickening noise. The more violent the vortex was, the more cracks littered his defense. In a blink of an eye, the cracks covered the holy barrier and the shield of the Holy Spirit like spider webs. Then, both of them broke simultaneously with a hollow sound and transformed into a soft golden glow that was swallowed by the vortex and disappeared. Benjamin did not rush to celebrate, though. He patiently maintained the turns in the water vortex prison. Don't forget, there are 14 magical instruments in total. This tug-of-war just started. As expected, as the turbulent water was close to covering the priest, a cross on his left wrist broke and out came another holy barrier to block the water and protect the priest. There was no relief on the priest's face. The new holy barrier only managed to maintain itself for a few seconds before it was shattered effortlessly by the vortex, as if it was a fragile bubble. Grief filled the priest's expression. In this situation, the water vortex prison displayed its enormous destructive power. As the vortex spun on, the holy barriers broke and appeared, and broke. Layers and layers of it were struggling to protect the trembling priest within. Pop! 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 Noises like this was heard from the priest as the magical instruments he had all over himself exploded in succession. Crosses on his neck, wrist, and his pockets that could save his life were now exploding like fireworks as if they were useless metal. The speed of it was as if he were setting off firecrackers. Even Benjamin was staring at the scene in shock, his jaw hanging wide open. Oh my God! Benjamin underestimated how rich the priest was. There were definitely more than 14 defense instruments on him. Aside from the crosses he had, every unassuming button on his cloak were all instruments that could become a holy barrier. After he did a gross count, Benjamin concluded that the priest had nearly 40 defense items like this on him. What does it mean to be filthy rich? What does it mean to be a moneyed warrior? This is it, this is what it meant to fight with money. Of course, the sheer amount of magical instruments made their explosion a view in itself. From his collar to his ankle, from his sleeves to his armpits, multicolored magical instruments all exploded to become scattering ashes. They looked like flashing neon lights, shining on one side then the other, accompanied with intriguing sound effects. It was mesmerizing. This was probably the most expensive fireworks show in history. In approximately 10 seconds, a layer of ash appeared around the priest's feet. Chapter 91, The Secret Passage in the Hotel. Relying on the huge amount of magical instruments at his disposal, the priest managed to hold on in the water cortex prison for close to 1 minute. The system said that this situation for the past 1 minute was so magnificent that it was possible to be recorded as one of the world's wonders. However, while Benjamin was admiring the firecrackers, it put a big burden on Benjamin's spiritual power. Although the water vortex prison was a very impressive spell as it had an anti-magic feature, maintaining the spell could put a toll on the caster's spiritual power. Fortunately, the ending would be similar to the fireworks during the New Year's celebrations. Soon, the priest's last magical instrument broke and caused the last holy barrier to break as well. The turbulent water flowed towards the helpless priest and he drowned in it. He was completely drawn into the vortex. Puff! Benjamin could not help but to laugh at the scenario. It was not that he was sadistic and happy because of other people's suffering. It was funny because of how the priest tumbling around in the vortex. It was as if he were inside the washing machine. He was like a fan rotating inside the water ball. His eyes were wide open and he wore a weird expression on his face. The air bubble even came out from his mouth as he screamed inside. Benjamin tried to maintain his serious composure but to no avail. He could not help but to admit that the whole scenario was magical. Are you still a human? Why are you laughing at him when you are killing him? The system complained. I'm at fault. He was not supposed to laugh. Benjamin was repeating in his mind, respect life, respect life, respect life. He tried to hide his smile afterwards. In the super fast washing mode, the priest was no longer able to use any divine charms. Benjamin could reduce his spiritual power output as he no longer need to repel the light particle with his water particle. He rubbed off the blood that oozed out of his nose due to overuse of his spiritual power with one hand while massaging his temple pressure point with the other. This was one tiring battle. But he should recover fairly fast as he did not overexert himself too much. He maintained the water vortex prison in the super-fast washing mode while resting his mind so that he could slowly regain his spiritual power that he had spent. Benjamin released the spell after confirming the priest was dead 5 minutes later. The giant vortex turned into water particle and disappeared in the room. He released a long sigh of relief. He finally fulfilled his promise towards the old man. He, who had cleared off a team of the cleaners, initially thought that it would be easy to fight against 4 people. He did not expect that it would be so complicated during the actual operation. He thought that he had underestimated the enemy. The reason he won against the cleaners was because he had Michelle by his side. It was a perfect battle as all the decisions made were flawless. As for this battle, although he did not make any fatal errors, it was slightly casual as he did not plan this battle properly. The mentality of the battle mattered and it could decide the outcome of a battle. One must never be too full of himself and should always handle the enemy with care and caution. He evaluated the lessons from the battle as he walked towards the bed, his eyes focused on the assassin who had attempted to assassinate the Pope. During the battle, he was careful with his spells to avoid injuring the assassin. Otherwise the assassin would have most likely died. Amazing! The Pope's assassin. Benjamin curiously observed him. He was a thin middle-aged man who looked like a commoner from his appearances. No one would have ever thought that he could be an assassin. He looked so common that you would not be able to pick him out in the crowd if your eyes left him. Now that he thought of it, an assassin should look like a commoner. However, why did this man look like he was about to pass away? Benjamin furrowed his eyebrows. Although the assassin was definitely injured, Benjamin was not able to pinpoint where his injuries were. All he could see was the deathly aura on his face. That's right, the death aura was truly a mysterious thing. While Benjamin could not directly observe the black aura coming out from the eyes and nose, he instinctively knew that this guy would be dead soon as he looked at his face. How should this be explained? It was, as if a giant death flag was hovering around him. That's weird, where is his wound? He said out loud, unable to find an answer. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his back, his injury lies not on the body, but the soul. Benjamin turned around to see Chief Silver Fox standing at the doorstep, looking at Benjamin and nodding his head. You are pretty good, young boy. You managed to kill off 4 people. The old man said as he walked towards him. Although the words that came from his mouth were compliments, it did not sound like a praise at all. Benjamin said coldly, I have done what you wished. Where is the information I wanted? However, the old man waved his hand and replied, slowly. Slowly. Benjamin almost thought that he wanted to retract his side of the deal upon hearing his response. Could it be that this old man was taking advantage of his old age? The old man smiled and made a silent gesture towards him just when Benjamin was about to say something. What was the meaning of this? Benjamin hesitated and swallowed his words. The old man was unlikely to renounce his part of the deal now that he has seen Benjamin's capability. He decided to wait and see what the old man was planning. The old man walked towards the bed, placed his hand under the bed and fumbled around. A clatter was heard as if a switch was turned on. Suddenly, the floor by the wardrobe opened up and a dark passageway appeared. Let's talk about this once we leave this place. The old man patted Benjamin's shoulder and continued, the people from the church have been killed. They will definitely send a group of people to investigate soon. I have to leave this place immediately. It can't be helped if you insist on staying here. I don't want to stay here. The old man was right. Benjamin totally forgot about this. The animosity between Benjamin and the church has definitely deepened. The church would never let go of this. Judging from the number of magical instruments the priest had on him, he must be well respected by the church. It would be wise to escape from this place first. Benjamin was surprised when he saw a secret passageway open up in the wardrobe. Both the trigger and a passageway seemed to be a necessity everywhere. Although Chief Silver Fox was not a gangster boss, he was still a man with some background. Which normal hotel owner would set up a secret passageway in his own hotel? Benjamin chose to trust him even though he still had many suspicions in his heart, and he was worried that the old man would regret his decisions. But since things have already escalated to this point, what other choice did he have other than leaving with the old man through the secret passageway? He could not possibly imitate Michelle by abducting the old man and interrogating him on whereabouts of the bamboo shoot. Therefore, he helped the old man to carry the assassin like a baggage together and entered the passageway one at a time. Luckily, the old man had prepared a lantern as the secret passageway was enveloped in pure darkness. The lantern was barely able to light up the path in front to prevent them from getting into any unnecessary accidents such as hitting their heads on the wall. The old man led Benjamin down the passageway once he sealed off the entrance. Benjamin could not stop himself any longer once they went deeper into the passageway. Chapter 92, Mercenaries. Me? I am nobody but a normal old man. The old man answered without looking back. Benjamin was obviously unsatisfied with this answer. Just a normal old man. Benjamin snickered and immediately asked, would the leader of Mount North bandits find a normal old man for help when they were invaded by the church? Would a normal old man be brave enough to go against the church? Stop the bullsh*t. The old man smiled and answered, you must not simply state things, young man. I did not go against the church. You are the one who killed those 4 people. Benjamin shook his head. He was starting to get impatient with the old man's act. The old man and him were considered comrades the moment those 4 people were killed. Letting him in on these details should be expected. Is it even meaningful to play this kind of word game? He stopped walking and nonchalantly said, you are currently sheltering an assassin from an opposing country who had attempted to kill the Pope. If this is not going against the church, what is? With these words out of his mouth, the old man stiffened and finally stopped walking. With his back against Benjamin, he stood there quietly for a while and sighed out of nowhere. He then turned around with a very stern look on his face. You're no simple man. You know about the Pope's attempted assassination even though this news was not announced to the public. Benjamin shrugged and said confidently, thank you. I know I'm remarkable. Perhaps the old man had not seen someone who was so shameless that he was shocked. It took him a while to absorb Benjamin's statement. He looked at Benjamin and the assassin he was carrying and sighed a couple of times. He finally spoke. Who am I? It is a long story. He stared at the lantern on his hand as if he was thinking of something that no one knew. However, Benjamin said, it's all right. You can talk while we're walking and I will listen. It's boring in this secret passageway anyway. The old man chuckled upon hearing the answer. He then turned around and continued walking down the passageway. Benjamin quickly followed. The voice of the old man echoed leisurely through the passageway. There is nothing to talk about actually. It is all in the past and even I have forgotten many of them. I honestly don't even know what my name is anymore. People have been calling me Chief Silver Fox, so I became Chief Silver Fox. He then continued with a self-deprecating tone and said, truthfully, I did not want to help the bandit of Mount North but his father saved my life back then when I was a mercenary. Hence, I have the duty to take care of him even if he had become a bandit. Benjamin furrowed his eyebrows at this point of the story. Mercenary? He knew what a mercenary was, but to his knowledge it was an occupation that had not existed in the Kingdom of Helius for a long period of time. This was all due to the church's hard work. The church believed that the ministers and the holy knights were more than enough to protect the citizens of the kingdom from being invaded by magical creatures. They also felt that the mercenaries were hard to manage and prone to teaming up with mages as they were usually not bound by any organizations. They used these as excuses to exterminate all the mercenaries' bases back in the days. The commoners of this would not even know what a mercenary was if one were to question them. And this old man was a mercenary back in his prime days? The mercenaries were people who risked their lives on the daily basis. It was now clear why he was very calm when he went against the church's henchmen and did not hesitate when he cooperated with Benjamin. You don't see any mercenaries anymore in the kingdom these days. The church had not started cleaning up the mercenaries yet when I was at my prime. 1 out of 5 people, especially near the west of the mountains, was a mercenary. Traces of nostalgia could be heard in the old man's voice. Now, there's nothing left. Everybody said I would live a long life, but no one expected that I would live for so long. Those battle buddies back in the days are either dead or have left this kingdom. I am the only one left alive with no purpose in this realm. Benjamin could hear loneliness in his voice. Truthfully, he could not believe that the old man had once led an extremely dangerous lifestyle. Judging from the special position the old man was currently in, he must have been an excellent mercenary back in his days. That was why he was called the Chief Silver Fox, someone who was more superior than a typical gang leader. The old man stopped his story for a while at this stage and laughed softly, and then continued, "You know, you will befriend all kinds of people after being a mercenary for more than a decade. You will be in a special position where there will be strange and mysterious people asking you for help once you have a lot of friends. I'm not lying when I say that I'm just a normal old man. I would have died in the church's hand if not for these people's assistance. You may feel that I am a very special person, but I am actually just repaying the debts I have owed." Benjamin nodded his head as if he was deep in thought after hearing him out. However, his thoughts have drifted away to other concerns. Benjamin could only guess how the church repressed the mercenaries based on the rumors he heard occasionally back then. Now, he could not help but to think that it involved bloodshed when he heard the old man's story. He could not help but to think of what the church was doing to the aristocrats now. These two actions seemed to be similar. So, it started from the mages and then the mercenaries. The aristocrats were their next target. For so many years, the church has been making small moves, only changing their target over time. All the unstable elements in the kingdom were suppressed one after another. Benjamin could not help but think that the word aristocrats would be foreign to everyone in a few decades if the church did not stop their actions. However, if the church really were to completely eradicate the aristocrats' power and build a purely religious kingdom, it might require the church to exert some extraordinary power and skills in order to achieve that. Someone would definitely stop the church. At the very least, the aristocrats with power would definitely not let it happen very easily. Although the aristocrats looked like they have surrendered, they would definitely plot their countermeasures in the dark. This is the true strengths of the aristocrats. Perhaps, at this moment, the powerful aristocrats are having a meeting now. Benjamin was thinking of these. At the same time, somewhere in the kingdom, there was actually a secret meeting by the kingdom's aristocrats to curb the church's intention to remove their power. There was a remote house in a small village in Pearl Valley, located at the northern region of the kingdom. Although it looked like an abandoned house, there was quite a crowd gathering inside it. If Benjamin was there, he would recognize a few familiar faces such as Axius Fulner. There were about 10 to 20 people in the room. With the exception of the Latour household, all of the aristocrats' representatives of the highest status in the kingdom were present. They gathered at the round table and they seemed to be in discussion. "Duke Axius, are you sure the church does not know that we have gathered here? The church will definitely come for our heads if today's gathering were to be leaked to the public, even in the slightest." One of the aristocrat voiced out his concern. Axius Fulner smiled and replied, "Don't worry. The purpose of sending the 30-plus aristocrats to cause trouble this morning was to divert the church's attention from us. As long as all of you do not spill the beans to the kids who are wearing the cross, the church will know nothing about it." After hearing this, everyone stopped feeling anxious. There's no other choice. The royal family and the church have crossed the line. If this continues, there won't be a place for us left in this kingdom. A middle-aged aristocrat with a face full of beard said angrily. "That's right, Duke Evangelist." Axius agreed full-heartedly as he nodded. "The church believes that we have no more army left, and after they planted the traitor in the Latour household, they think they can do anything to us. We have to show them that even though they have their swords and holy lights, we have our way of getting things done." Everyone in the crowd nodded in agreement. It looked like the aristocrats were extremely unsatisfied with the church's actions. Speaking of the Latour household, an aristocrat with a head full of white hair suddenly said, "Duke Fulner, do you remember what happened at the theatre half a month ago?" Axius shook his head and scornfully said, "How can I forget? I spent so many years, countless money and labor to produce those mages. I could only hand them to the church when they gathered at the theatre because someone leaked it to the church. I have nightmares related to this every night when I go to bed. How can I forget this? The white-haired aristocrat nodded and said, I received a news this afternoon. I know who betrayed you to the church. Who? Axios immediately asked anxiously. Chapter 93, The Awakened Assassin. Benjamin and the old man were still moving about in the secret passageway at the outskirts of Haven Right. Throughout the journey, Benjamin listened to many stories about the old man's youth, his adventurous days as the mercenary, the whole process of the church raiding the mercenaries and how he escaped away from the church. The old man's story was scattered here and there, but within these short stories, Benjamin could tell how prosperous the mercenaries were in the kingdom. They were adventurers with unique skills, and heroic tales of them fighting against magical creatures became legends cited by poets. Benjamin was absorbed by the stories. However, the old man was not just boasting about the glorious days of his youth. He even explained how he became the man he currently was. According to him, after he retired from being a mercenary, he used his savings to open a hotel, hoping that he could live a normal life. However, just like the knife-scarred man, his life will never be peaceful due to the connections he made from his past life. When his old friends come to him for help, he did not have the courage to reject them. But to help these friends, he had to seek for favors from others, so he ended up owing more debt. He became trapped within the cycle of owing and repaying debts. In the meantime, he created a reputation for himself in the outskirts. Everyone said that Chief Silver Fox has a very wide network and one could find him for help if one faced any trouble. The old man had also been trying to reject requests from those who had no relationship with him, but somehow, there would always be people coming up to him with some form of connection, and he had no choice but to assist them. As Benjamin listened on, he could not help but to think that the trade between the old man and him was no different from that. It was a helpless lifestyle where he could not do as he wished. Some time had passed as the old man continued his story. They had been walking in the dark secret passageway for almost half an hour. They even changed the wick of the lantern once. Luckily, the old man said that the exit of the passageway was just around the corner. Benjamin still doubted him. What is your purpose for doing all of these today? Benjamin asked as he wiped off the sweat on his head. Your reputation is already well known in the outskirts. The church will definitely hunt you down since 4 of their people died in your hotel. Is it worth it to abandon your hotel that you have been managing for so many years for a foreign assassin? No one could blame him for all the perspiration since it was tiring to walk for such a long distance while carrying a person. Although the assassin had been unconscious all these while, his presence was still very strong. This was the reason why Benjamin asked the old man such a question. Is this how you view him? An assassin from another country? The old man laughed as he replied. Don't get me wrong. I am very impressed with him. Whoever dares to attempt at assassinating the Pope is considered a brave warrior, no matter where he is from. Benjamin quickly clarified himself. And I am curious because of it. A brave warrior? The old man sighed as he responded softly. It was not clear whether he was talking to himself or responding to Benjamin's question. Just as Benjamin was looking forward to the old man talking about the assassin, he felt sudden movements from the man on his back. Did the injured and unconscious assassin finally come to his senses? Are you awake? He stopped, turned his head and softly asked the assassin. Similarly, the old man stopped and turned around as well. The strangely injured assassin did not answer him, as if he had yet to fully awaken. Benjamin carefully put him down and let him lay flat on the ground in the secret passageway. He rubbed his shoulder after placing the assassin down, for his shoulders were aching after carrying him for a long period of time. At the same time, he used this opportunity to take a quick rest. The old man did the same. With the lantern in his hand, he walked in closer with a tense look on his face. The assassin's breathing rhythm became very unstable under the light of the lantern. Then, unintelligible words came out from his mouth when he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes remained half open. His ill complexion made him look exhausted. He looked like he was not fully awake, or if he was awake, he was too weak to fully open his eyes. "Are you okay?" Benjamin asked. The old man in front of him sighed again. What was the situation here? As Benjamin was thinking why the old man kept sighing, the unintelligible words coming out from the assassin's mouth grew louder. "It's all conspiracy. Her Highness the Queen. Don't believe them. It's all the Church's conspiracy." Benjamin was confused. What did these sentences mean? Did the assassin see what the Church had been plotting? Also, what kind of plot had to do with Her Highness the Queen? "Yes, my king, no problem, my king." Judging from this incoherent speech, Benjamin could tell that the assassin was not fully awake. It was indeed a mysterious injury. "By Her Highness the Queen, I think he meant the Queen from Isar." The system suddenly voiced out in his mind and explained, "Isar is the closest country to the Kingdom of Helius and the relationship between these two countries is not the best. On this continent, only Isar has a queen." Isar. Benjamin finally managed to connect all the pieces together. Was this assassin sent by the Queen of Isar? However, Benjamin was very curious about the Church's conspiracy as mentioned by the assassin. The Church had been busy dealing with the mages and aristocrats. Did they still have the energy to plot a conspiracy? Benjamin was still pondering on this thought when the assassin's condition changed. The pale-faced assassin opened his eyes wide suddenly and stared straight ahead, as if he saw something horrifying. The assassin's body then started to tremble. However, his mental state did not change as he was still spewing unintelligible sentences out of his mouth. It was as if he was possessed by a ghost under the lantern's light. Random sentences started coming out of his mouth. "Lord Ethan. Immortal body. Her Highness the Queen. Church. Conspiracy. Able. Hidden. Fake. Pope." Benjamin was shocked by the situation. Was this the so-called soul injury? He tried to be the Sherlock Holmes as he attempted to deduce the words that came out from the assassin's mouth. However, he came up with nothing useful even though he thought of many bizarre theories. Who was Lord Ethan? What did he mean by immortal body? Was he referring to the Queen or did he mean that the Pope had mastered the immortal body? What did he mean by fake? Did that mean the Pope was a fake? How were all of these related to Abel and being hidden? This plot was too confusing. He could not deduce anything as he was not a detective. "He has been like this for the past 10 days. The old man said as he looked at the possessed assassin. "He came to my hotel 10 days ago and the only word he told me was save me. He then fainted on the ground even though he had no physical injury on his body. I did not dare to bring him to the doctors, so I searched for information by reading up some books. After a few days, I found out that it was because his soul was injured." With the assassin's crazy talk and the old man's words, the entire atmosphere felt heavy for some reason. After a moment of silence, Benjamin jokingly said, "You are so enthusiastic in lending a hand that you would even risk your life to save a stranger who fainted in front of you. Next time if I were to be seriously injured, I would faint in front of you no matter what." He tried to joke around to release the tension brought upon them by the assassin. Very soon, he started to regret saying such a joke. Chapter 94, Prison Ruins. The assassin fainted after he gave an unintelligible speech. Benjamin had no choice but to continue carrying him and walking down the path with the old man. Soon, they exited the secret passageway. Both did not mutter a single word on their way out. The old man did not say another word after he revealed that the assassin was his son that he had not seen for the past 13 years. He walked on in silence as if he had lost any desire to talk. Benjamin did not dare to question on any more as well. He regretted joking about the assassin to the old man. Although the old man replied with a smile on his face, Benjamin believed he had hurt the old man with his insensitive joke. Although the old man seemed calm all the time, Benjamin felt the bitterness hidden in the old man's witty tone as he said the word son. Furthermore, Benjamin would never understand the feeling of being separated from his son for 13 years. Hence, even though he was very curious about the father and son relationship they shared, he kept his mouth shut as he did not want to step on the old man's toes again. RioBL.cm. They had finally reached the other end of the secret passageway. They got out of the dark and long passageway after activating the trigger. The exit of the secret passageway was located at the outskirts. They had yet to leave the capital. However, the exit was far away from the hotel and Bonnie's pub and was at a deserted region. They arrived at the prison ruins. The prison ruins was located at the southern side of the outskirts and broken walls and iron railings could be seen everywhere. It was a very old prison where the criminals from the capital were quarantined. A long time ago, the mages from the Silent Academy once broke the criminals free from this place. Deemed as an unsafe location, the church decided to move the criminals into the inner city and this place was eventually abandoned. There were rumors that this place was haunted as a lot of innocent people were wrongfully imprisoned. The souls could not pass on as they did not achieve salvation, hence they could only wander here and occasionally scare the commoners who would visit there. It was one of the main reasons why no one was willing to buy the land to engage in development. This spacious land was then left deserted since. Benjamin was obviously not affected by this ghost story. Since the old man was brave enough to choose this location as an exit, this meant that this place was considered safe. This deserted land was indeed suitable for use as a secret passageway. Benjamin felt like he had not seen the daylight for a long time as he exited the lightless secret passageway. He placed the assassin down, rubbed his eyes and moved his aching body as he relaxed. Although the military training had strengthened his body, carrying an adult around for half an hour still took a toll on his body. "We finally got out," the old man who had been silent for the whole time finally spoke. I think your son is very brave. I am really sorry for his incident. However, since we have arrived at a safe place, I think it's time to tell me what I want to know." Benjamin's main objective was to locate the assassin who attempted to assassinate him. Benjamin was the more generous one between him and the old man. Not only he helped the old man to kill a few people, he even carried the assassin to a safe place. Hence, the old man had to open his mouth even though he believed that the old man would not repudiate his side of the agreement. "Don't worry, I have never broken my promise." The old man sealed off the exit of the secret passageway and concealed it off. Then, he walked near to a corner of a broken wall and said, "Come here again 3 days later. I will hide the location of the person you want under this rock." Stunned, Benjamin replied, "I thought you already prepared the information in advance. Who do you think I am? A god?" The old man reverted back to his usual retarded look and explained, "The outskirts is a very huge place. To find a man is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is impressive enough that I can find that person for you within 3 days." "All right." Benjamin conceded. The old man was right. The outskirts was a very complicated place. It would be very hard to be discovered if one were to hide here out in the outskirts. Benjamin trusted his instinct that the old man would not lie to him. However, after some thought, Benjamin curiously asked, "I thought you would leave the capital to lay low for a while. However, it sounds like you plan to stay around for a bit." Although Benjamin was the one who killed the people, the church would not be able to relate the killing to Benjamin. Same could not be said to the old man from the hotel. The name Chief Silver Fox was well known in this land. The church would definitely be able to find him. It was not like Benjamin was kind or worried about the old man. He was afraid that he would be placed in a dangerous situation if the old man were to be caught by the church, as they would definitely extract his memory. His impersonation of the beggar was a success as the priest was not able to recognize him until his death. But what if? With all these considerations in mind, Benjamin felt that it was better for the old man and his son to leave the capital. "I will definitely leave the capital. However, I have to repay you my debt before I leave, right?" The old man shook his head and said, "Don't worry about me being caught by the church. I have my ways of doing things. If I so wish, the church will not be able to find me within a short amount of time. Benjamin could only accept his answer. The chief silver fox had successfully escaped from the church's hand once. If he really was the man everyone said, who had a wide social network, then it was not hard for him to hide away from the church at all. There was no other way, as the old man had to help him to locate that lackey. While Benjamin was thinking of this, at the same time, a carriage came towards them at high speed from afar. "My friend is here," the old man said as he looked at the carriage. "I have to leave with my good-for-nothing son first. Don't worry about it. You'll definitely find what you need once you come here 3 days later." Benjamin nodded as he looked at the carriage. The carriage stopped beside them as it arrived. The driver was a big man. The big man was glancing back and forth between the old man and Benjamin. The old man nodded to the big man and then he jumped down from the carriage as he carried the unconscious assassin into the carriage. Both of them got up into the carriage as they prepared to leave. "I wish you good luck, young mage." The old man turned his head and told Benjamin before he left. "With your potential, I believe you will make a name out of yourself very soon." Benjamin smiled wryly as he listened to the old man. He had no desire to be famous within the capital. Wasn't that the same as seeking death? He would not reveal his reluctance with building such reputation, of course. Hence he could only say something such as "I wish you good luck" as well to the old man as he waved his hand, sending the old man off. So, the old man and the unconscious assassin finally left this place with the carriage. It was time for Benjamin to leave as well. It was safe to assume that Bamboo's whereabout would be located. He could finally find out who tried to kill him 3 days later. The answer to one of the biggest unsolved questions that was bothering him would soon be revealed. It was only afternoon as he looked up to the sky. As it was still early, Benjamin wanted to solve another problem: Annie's relics. It seemed as if he was obsessed with it. Although it would not be able to bring him any benefits at all, he still wanted to dig it out so that his curiosity would not continue haunting him. If he recalled correctly, he could start his search from Michelle's abandoned zone, which was located nearby this place. As Benjamin was about to leave this place, he heard a familiar voice from behind. He was terrified as he thought this place was really haunted. Chapter 95, God-Forsaken Valley. Benjamin turned around and looked shockingly at Michelle, who had appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he saw a ghost. Why was she here? The Holy Knights should not be able to move around freely as of now, other than the ones he just killed, the one who were tasked with keeping an eye out on other people's movement. She should still be busy searching for the assassin's whereabouts as a Holy Knight right now. What was she doing here in prison ruins, with her mage robes no less? What was going on? What are you doing here? Isn't the church gathering the Holy Knights? Benjamin poured out his confusion to her. Looks like you learned quite a few things when I was away. Michelle shook her head as she walked towards him. The church is indeed gathering the Holy Knights. This has nothing to do with me, as I am no longer a Holy Knight. Benjamin's confusion did not clear off after he heard what she said. In fact, he was even more confused as he had more questions that needed to be answered. No longer a Holy Knight? What was the meaning of this? Was the manager of the Holy Knight a reasonable human being where a Holy Knight could just resign and leave? What happened? Benjamin asked. Michelle shook her head and explained casually, nothing particular happened. It's just that I am planning to leave the capital, so I do not need to use my status of a Holy Knight to cover my identity anymore. So, you can choose to quit being a Holy Knight? Of course not. You'll be one of the church's member once you have become a Holy Knight. The church will hunt that person down forever if they decided to leave the church. Michelle replied coldly. Benjamin further questioned as he was getting more confused than before. Then what about you? My situation is a special one. Michelle was unwilling to answer as if she thought of something unpleasant. Originally, women are not able to become a Holy Knight. However, I was still able to become a holy knight. There's nothing to ask about this kind of stuff. So the holy knights were not supposed to recruit women? Benjamin felt that his empirical senses of reality were slightly overthrown. No wonder the couple, who were actually holy knights in disguise that were tasked to protect Benjamin, were actually both males. It was not because these people had fetishes in cross-dressing, but because it was very difficult to find a woman to act as the wife. However, Benjamin was very curious how Michelle, as a woman, was able to become a holy knight, a mage, and eventually resign her holy knight position. How did she achieve all this? How many more secrets were Michelle hiding? What did she mean by special situation? Benjamin could not stop his curiosity. However, after seeing Michelle's current attitude, it was obvious that she did not plan to tell him anything. What a mysterious girl! Oh right, here. Putting aside his curiosity, Benjamin took out a necklace from his pocket and threw it to Michelle. Aren't you looking for ways to open the treasury? You can open it by using this. Since his questions were not answered, might as well clear all of the backlogs that was on his hands. The incident regarding the treasure had been ongoing for too long. It was time to end it. Michelle took the necklace and analyzed it carefully. She then carefully put it away with a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me yet. This whole incident has been very strange." Benjamin shook his head and told her what he thought about the treasury and the necklace. "The necklace was purposely left in my room by my grandmother. I suspect that it's the church's trap to lure you to that place." Although the church did not send anyone after him regarding the necklace, he still thought that the probability of it being a trap was still high. Hence he told everything to Michelle and let her come up with the countermeasures. "Don't worry. I know what the church has been up to all this while. They do not have the time to deal with me." Michelle was very calm. "At most it is a trap set by your grandmother. I'll be careful." Was it not the church pulling the strings in the dark? Benjamin was a little bit shocked. It made sense after putting in some thought, as the church had no time to deal with Michelle. To the church, Michelle was just a mage fleeing away from the church and was not more important than finding the assassin who attempted to assassinate the Pope and aristocrats. He was overly concerned about the whole situation. It was most likely the old madam who was involved in this incident. However, Benjamin shrugged his shoulder as he thought until this point. "Do what you wish then." He had been struggling with this issue for a long time. He might as well pass the issue to Michelle and let her figure it out for herself. The treasure incident had been troubling him since he transmigrated here. It had wasted a lot of his energy. Anyway, he did not want to care about this anymore. In short, he had fulfilled his part of the deal by obtaining the key to the treasure for Michelle. He even reminded her that this might be a trap. He did more than he was told. It didn't matter to Benjamin whether Michelle would successfully open the treasure or die in the trap. Weren't you curious what Michelle was obsessed with in the treasury? Have you lost interest in this already? The system appeared suddenly and asked Benjamin. "I have forgotten about this." Benjamin said so after a brief moment of silence. "That's right, what was in the treasury?" He really wanted to know. After some hesitation, Benjamin eventually asked her, "What are you looking for in the treasury?" It was not like he was contradicting himself. It was because his curiosity had always been this strong. Luckily, Michelle wasn't trying to hide this issue at all. "It's a treasure map," she said. "There was a record of a relic left by a very powerful mage, called Soul's Fire, a long time ago." Benjamin was confused as he heard what she said. Soul's Fire? Who in the world was that? Why did he keep encountering people with weird and strange nicknames for these past few days? Benjamin started to think whether he should give himself an impactful name as well. That way, people would give him a prefix when people told stories about him instead of just calling him Benjamin Lethur. This was getting off topic. However, based on the nickname Soul's Fire, it was obvious that this legendary mage's main element was fire magic. Benjamin asked the system about the soul's fire background. The system, however, said that he might not be that strong since it had not heard of such a person. Judging by the looks of it, his treasure was probably useless to Benjamin. Hence, his desire to cure the thirst of his curiosity was no more. However, since they were on the topic regarding treasure, he suddenly recalled the mysterious map he had obtained from the bandit leader of Mount North. He had been researching to find out which part of the world the map described since obtaining this map, but to no avail. He was about to give up what the map meant as time passed on. Now that he thought about it, the map was obtained from the knife-scarred man and he had been actively searching for Michelle. Perhaps Michelle would understand the content of this map? Benjamin felt lucky as he had the habit of bringing out a bunch of items with him, even the useless ones, when he went out. Naturally, he was carrying this map as well. He might as well let Michelle have a look at the map since this woman knew more than Benjamin. Hence, he pulled out the map without any hesitation and passed it to Michelle. "I have a weird map here. Do you know where it is showing?" Michelle took the map from his hand and opened it without saying a single word. However, her never-changing poker face changed immediately once she had a look at the map. "Where did you get this map?" She looked up as she asked seriously. Benjamin was stunned and said, "I got it from the bandit leader of Mount North." Based on Michelle's reaction, was it something interesting? Did she recognize the place on the map? Michelle took a deep breath after she heard Benjamin's reply. Chapter 96, Minister's Trophy. The Abandoned Valley of Gods? It took Benjamin a while to react to Michelle's statement. Could such a place exist? The legendary Abandoned Valley of Gods only existed within the mage's version of the legends. The version of the Cain and Abel story by the church had never mentioned the location of the final battle, much less the term, the Abandoned Valley of Gods. Could the Abandoned Valley of Gods really exist? Benjamin was doubtful. That was why when Michelle mentioned the map of the Abandoned Valley of Gods, Benjamin was still skeptical. He suspected Michelle could have been brainwashed by the mage's version of the Bible and therefore believed such a place existed. That is something from the myths though. Do you actually believe the Abandoned Valley of Gods exists? He could not hold back his thoughts. Believe me, I was like you, skeptical of the supernatural. Michelle fixated her gaze on the map, with an unusual serious demeanor, but I believe, Cain and Abel both once existed. Regardless of their relationship, they certainly had the battle and the final battlefield rests in the Abandoned Valley of Gods. Could this be real? Benjamin was still not fully convinced. Well, it could not be helped as he was, after all, an atheist and the value of materialism was already deeply rooted in him. Michelle sighed at the sight of Benjamin's doubtfulness. She further explained, "You may think that the Abandoned Valley of Gods was a fraction of imagination from the mage's legend. However, in an internally circulated memo from the church, they, too, named the battlefield as the Abandoned Valley of Gods. The church never let the information leak out. More importantly, the church has a picturesque painting passed down from generations, describing the battle site. The old painting's geography is quite similar to the map. And there's evidence." Benjamin could not take this matter lightly now. It would be hard to replicate an old painting that had been handed down thousands of years. Antiques were not worth much in this world and therefore there was no specialized industry for product imitation. Even if there were to be a replica, the church would not be inclined to collecting imitated items. The topographies of the old painting and the map were similar. Someone could have replicated the map after seeing the old painting. That being said, the old painting itself was living proof of the existence of the Abandoned Valley of Gods. Benjamin was filled with anticipation at the thought of this. If indeed there was a treasure buried within the valley, surely it would be worth a lot. Even in the online games, the phases legendary level or godly level were commonly used on the strongest equipment. The value of the real deal from the legends must be priceless. After hearing so many stories about the battlefield, Benjamin grew the urge for an adventure. Where is the abandoned Valley of Gods? Is it within the kingdom? He asked with exciting anticipation. Michelle shook her head, and gave Benjamin a disappointing answer. I don't know. She folded the map as though she had seen enough. Legend has it that the abandoned Valley of Gods is within the kingdom, but nobody knows for sure where it is, nor could a similar topography be found. It could be that with the test of time, the place is now a flatland or even a lake. It is impossible to identify the actual battlefield based on this topography. Benjamin understood that time would do drastic changes to the world as it would with the crustal movement. A valley that was thousands years old might now be no more. It seemed that the treasure would not be found at this stage. And if he really wanted to, he could look through compilations of ancient literature and books. Even then, there would be no guarantee the treasure could be found. If this plot were to take place in a book about the realm of the immortals, the discovery of the treasure should come by chance, and such chances could not be forced upon. After a momentary excitement, Benjamin quickly became disappointed. All that for nothing. Can you give me the map? I can let you have something else, in the form of magical instruments. What would you like to have? Suddenly, Michelle turned and asked Benjamin. Benjamin was caught off guard by her request. Michelle seemed to attach great value to this piece of map that was barely worth anything. But Benjamin did not mind it that much. For starters, the geographic landscape of the abandoned Valley of Gods differed from the map, which would render the map useless anyway. Secondly, he had the system. The system could save the map in its hard drive and could read the map anytime. Most importantly, it was not as if Michelle forcefully wanted it. She was ready to trade it. Benjamin simply could not reject such a win-win request. Do you have any magical instruments that could increase the spiritual energy? He relayed his request after careful consideration. His weakness in spiritual energy was exposed in his battle with the priest. If he were to encounter an even knotty or battle-protracting specialized opponent, Benjamin might end up at the losing end. Although his spiritual energy was strengthening slowly with the increase of the magical runes. However, the progress of his improvement was not fast enough. Deal. Michelle nodded and took out a cross necklace from within her clothing. This is from a minister I killed. Although putting it on will not increase your spiritual energy, it will increase the recovery of your spiritual energy. One can't tell the origin of this item if it is not carefully examined. Good idea. Benjamin's eyes glittered and happily accepted the necklace. All right, the map's all yours, said Benjamin with satisfaction as he put the necklace away. A magical instrument to increase the recovery of his spiritual energy was just what he needed. In fact, what was more noteworthy was this cross necklace came from the church. The design was quite similar to the ones given by the bishop. Wearing it would not raise any suspicion. Awesome. Sigh. Wait a minute. Just as Benjamin was putting away the necklace, he suddenly had a concern. Michelle said the cross necklace was from a minister she killed. This made Benjamin recall the priest that he just took down. One glance at the deceased priest and you could tell he was the filthy rich type. Other than expendable life and protecting equipment, there should be other magical instruments. Benjamin felt the urge to weep for his loss. Why didn't he rummage through the priest's corpse? Why? Why was his attention shifted towards the assassin that attacked the Pope after taking care of the priest, and followed that old man over into a secret tunnel? He must have been out of his mind. He felt that he made the biggest mistake in history. How could he have forgotten to search for valuables on the priest's corpse? FXCK. It was as though he bade farewell to $1,000,000. Within the social class of the church community, if a holy knight was the poorest and the cleaner, a laboring class, then priests and ministers would be considered the wealthiest. Priests and mages were both sorcerers. Therefore anything a priest could utilize, most mages could make use of them as well. Surely there were a lot of valuable items on that priest. Michelle also mentioned that the magical instruments could not be easily identified. As long as one was cautious, no one would identify the magical instruments. Benjamin was filled with deep remorse. He quickly made a decision. No. It was his victory, he killed the priest and whatever equipment that came with it, should be his rightful trophy to claim. Who would care if the church was alerted about the incident at Chief Silver Fox's inn and ordered their men to search the inn? Only with high risks, there would be huge returns. How could he back down at this key moment? Moreover, the church was currently preoccupied. It had not been an hour since the death of the first holy knight. The church might not have reacted upon it nor ordered their men to check the scene. He really had to return and rummage through that priest's corpse. I have to go now, he raised his head as he steadily informed Michelle. I wish you luck on the treasury and the map. Chapter 97, Out of Place Priest. And so Benjamin and Michelle went their separate ways. Benjamin was ready to return to Chief Silver Fox's inn and reclaim his battle trophies. Michelle was a little puzzled by Benjamin's sudden departure. However, it was not her intention to stay for long. She quickly left the prison ruins along with Benjamin, who was rushing off. Of course, before she left, Benjamin did not forget to inquire her on a separate matter. Before you killed Annie, didn't she mention something about burying something under the third tree of the usual place? Where is this usual place? This was a good opportunity to ask Michelle since she was standing right there before him. He could ask for the accurate location instead of wasting his time running around. Michelle could not help but pull a weird face. Annie is a traitor. She killed her own partner out of her own jealousy. What she said before she died, is just bull crap. Why would you believe it? I don't care. I have nothing better to do. I want to find out. Having said that much, Michelle nevertheless told Benjamin the location of the usual place due to his persistence. Benjamin realized that the location was not within the abandoned stronghold provided by the church. Well, Michelle was not one who would throw caution to the wind. Benjamin could not help but thank his lucky stars. Thank goodness he asked Michelle about this, or else he would not be able to find Annie's remnants. Thereafter, he bade Michelle farewell after finding out the location of the usual place. Michelle left abruptly, presumably to uncover the treasury of the Latour household. Regardless, he wished her all the good luck. This was the only thing Benjamin could do for her. He had more important things to attend to. After Michelle's departure, Benjamin turned on the prison ruins' hidden lever in a hurry and the secret tunnel once again appeared before him. He leaped into the entrance and submerged into the darkness of the secret path. He had thought about various ways of returning to the inn. In the end, he decided to take the secret path back. He could return through the outskirts, but it would waste plenty of time. And if the men from the church had already reached, the inn would have been in a lockdown. Benjamin would not be able to enter in his rags. He might be better off taking the secret pathway then. Of course, taking the secret pathway had its own risks. If the church were to discover the existence of the pathway, then Benjamin would be walking right into a trap. They might even bump into each other midway. Taking this route would be advantageous for Benjamin as well. The secret pathway was pitch black. He could cast the water particle detection to scan his surroundings, in up to 20 meters in distance. If the church were to find this secret pathway, he could detect those from the church before they could reach him. He needed not worry about this. More importantly, the secret pathway conveniently led directly back to the room. He just needed to wait for the room to be vacant prior to entering it and then quickly scour the corpse and returning to the secret pathway. The whole process should not take more than 1 minute, it would not easily alarm anyone and the success rate seemed high. He had a slight premonition that he was playing with fire. However, he hatched such a perfect plan, he felt that nothing would go wrong. He was going to single-handedly go through that priest's corpse, or else he would be filled with regret beyond relief. He closed his eyes and activated the water particle detection spell in the darkness and headed straight towards the inn. Benjamin became more and more accustomed to the spell as he continued to cast it. The feeling was as though the surrounding water particles were part of his body, relaying information as fast as the senses of his eyes and ears. He even felt like he had activated all-seeing white eyes. See, Naruto. This was his unique ability gifted by the magical runes. He found it odd that no matter how close the other mages' affinity were with the elements, they did not possess such abilities. The fundamentals of divine arts did not explain this point. It did, however, mention that after the strengthening of the spiritual energy, one's senses would sharpen to such an extent that they could sense things never felt before. But Benjamin understood well that no matter how refined the spiritual energy one could possess, it would not be able to achieve such level of the water particle detection. Had his space of consciousness evolved? The thought of this made Benjamin smirk to himself. The existence of the space of consciousness itself was a manifestation. If there was a chance, he would rather acquire more of such divine arts from Grant. It would really be helpful if he could find more information on the zone of prayer. Although he enjoyed the chase on exploration, but if someone were to point him in the right direction, who was to say no to that? He was really curious about the legendary fourth-generation Pope. He himself depended on the system's continuous and repetitive chants for him to be able to break through the boundaries of consciousness and open up the space of consciousness. The Pope that led the Church to its pinnacle, how did he manage it? It was no surprise he became a legend. Benjamin recollected as he made way to the inn. In about 20 minutes, he finally reached the other end of the tunnel. He needed not to follow the old geezer from behind, nor did he need to carry the knocked-out assassin. Hence, the significantly quicker trip. He did not hastily open the tunnel's entry point. Instead, he rested near the entrance and carefully detected its surroundings. The room's layout slowly began to form in Benjamin's mind. A half-opened closet, an empty bed, 3 holy knights with head wounds, a soaked priest with eyes flipped backwards and foaming in his mouth. The room remained as it was the last time it was left. Benjamin was filled with glee. The church most certainly was preoccupied and could not send its men to investigate. Though pleasantly surprised, Benjamin could not be certain that the church had yet to send its men. Out of caution, he decided to wait it out a little longer. His cautiousness paid off as a low and faint conversation could be heard from afar in less than 10 seconds. Who would have thought that there would be a powerful mage hidden within the city? What would His Highness the Pope and the Bishop have to say about this? A deep male's voice slowly emerged loud and near. Benjamin detected 2 persons dressed as priests walking towards the room while conversing. Benjamin could not help but sigh. In the end, the church did send someone over. He probably celebrated too soon. All was not lost yet. As long as he observed the actions of these 2, and waited on their temporary departure, he could take the chance to scour the corpse. Opportunities, they say, come to those who wait. And so, he kneeled at the entrance of the tunnel, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The conversation between the priests continued to echo across the wood layering of the room. Chapter 98, Dispute within the Church. It is not our place to discuss such matters of His Highness the Pope, Reuben. God is watching over all of us. The latter spoke devotedly. The minister that was addressed as Reuben quickly corrected himself, "You're right, I have indeed crossed the line." Their conversation shifted away from the Pope and focused on the scene of the 4 bodies. Benjamin could slowly make out that the Pope and Bishop were away for whatever reason while the majority of the priests were absent on various matters, so there was no one in charge of the internal affairs. Therefore, the 2 priests were reluctant to take any action. Father Reuben's thoughts were to close off the city gates and restrict the comings and goings of every personnel until the suspect was apprehended. The other priest, on the other hand, felt that it would be too extreme as it would cause an unnecessary panic to the public. He would rather hold off the matter until the return of the Pope and Bishop. The 2 stood by their own opinion and could not come to a decision, and Benjamin felt as though he was listening to a live debate competition. Each of them gave their respective reasoning, but both of them would not back down from their argument. Benjamin had no choice but to wait it out. They could take their time to debate, and surely they would be tired from the squabble soon after, and they would need to take a sip of water. Then, his opportunity would have arrived. It was not as though any attention would be drawn to him. He was in the perfect spot to eavesdrop. Benjamin was in no rush. In fact, he could obtain more valuable information on the church. For an example, the priest whom Benjamin had taken care of was groomed by the bishop to be the next in line to be bishop within the next few decades. Therefore, this priest that was inconspicuously killed was not a matter to be overlooked. He had inevitably gotten himself into another unwarranted predicament. Benjamin could only shrug off the matter in innocence. It was not his intention to foil any of the church's internal hierarchy development plans. On top of that, he could tell that there was a hint of glee from Father Reuben's tone. It was as though the man's sudden death came as a delightful surprise. Who would have thought that although the bishop was still alive and well, a contention to become the successor of the bishop had already begun? Benjamin could not help but sigh at the violent internal politics within the church. Apart from the movements of the church, they also mentioned Michel. Apparently, Father Reuben relied on clues baited by Michel and felt that the perpetrator was let loose due to their conservative method. Father Reuben went on to bring up that due to these restrictions, Michel had escaped to another land. Upon hearing this, Benjamin could not believe his ears. Michel? Escaped to another land? What? Father Reuben's upright attitude on this matter left no room for the other priest to doubt the authenticity of this information. If it was not because Benjamin had just seen Michel, he would have believed it himself. It looked like Michel had something up her sleeve and managed to fool the church. Now they actually thought that Michel had escaped elsewhere and naturally loosened their watch on her. No wonder no one was sent to protect Benjamin. The church was definitely an oddball. They could prevail on matters concerning the aristocrats and mages. However, they could be easily misled on sensitive matters such as this. Benjamin was listening to the church's first freshman debate competition while waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Finally, after half an hour, their argument came to a sudden halt. "Milords, there are a few hundred drunkards causing a scene outside the church. Some of them are even sleeping on the pedestal. We suspect the aristocrats must have secretly hired these men to cause havoc." A holy knight hastily entered the room to inform the two that were still deliberating. It was as though the judge announced the end of the free debate as both of them ended their speech simultaneously. At the same time, Benjamin raised his brows in bewilderment. The aristocrats had done it again. Benjamin was left speechless on how the aristocrats would stoop so low to gather a crowd and cause a ruckus. It was not as if these petty moves would yield the submission of the church and keep their offsprings off the monitoring cross. What is there to be worried about? You can just chase a bunch of drunkards away, just as what we did with the opposing aristocrats from noon. Father Reuben turned to reply to the holy knight in a nonchalant manner. "But, my lord." The holy knight paused. "These drunkards aren't afraid to have this blow out of proportion. They came in numbers and are hard to get rid of. We are unable to use force in front of the parishioners. There is no one in charge of the church right now and we are unsure of what to do." The other priest held his tongue and shook his head. He sighed, "I can't believe that the aristocrats resorted to this. They really have no honor." Father Reuben thought about it and faced the other priest. "Why don't you return to the church with him to handle the matter while I will finish up here? Our duty was supposed to be guarding the church and prevent this matter to get out of hand." The priest shook his head in disagreement to the suggestion. "No, you will have to return with me," he was firm with his answer. "The bishop partnered me with you so I could balance out your hastiness. If I were to leave, how would you be able to complete your task?" Father Reuben immediately rebutted, "If I were to leave with you, then who is going to deal with the matter here? We could cast a divine charm to preserve the scene and the holy knights could be on guard. The final say will be decided upon the return of His Highness the Pope and the Bishop tomorrow. This cannot be done." The two priests were going at it again while the holy knight was on the horns of a dilemma. Benjamin, who was hiding at the secret tunnel, saw the light at the end of the tunnel. He swore that he would never make fun of the aristocrats' childish antics. If it was not for this ruckus, he would not be able to bag this opportunity. The conservative priest's suggestions were Benjamin's ray of light. If he managed to convince Father Reuben to return to the church, he would be one step closer to obtaining his trophies. But after arguing for another 10 minutes, there was still no apparent conclusion. It seemed for Benjamin, Lady Luck was moving further and further away from him. How long was this going to go on? It was at this very moment, another holy knight entered the room. He was at his wit's end, as he interrupted the ongoing argument. Oh no, the hooligans have increased in numbers. The people left in the church are not able to hold them any much longer. If this continues, they will penetrate the church. The two were left no choice but to abandon the argument. Benjamin was surprised at such news. The aristocrats were willing to go this far to sever ties with the church, and not to mention the small fortune they used to hire these men. If previously it was a play for peanuts, then now the aristocrats are forced to be reckoned with. It appeared that the church had exhausted all their priests and were left with these two in charge. However, this sudden incident in the inn had brought them here. Therefore, there was no one who could take a lead at the church. If these rebels were to really penetrate the church, that would be fun. Benjamin could not help but take pleasure in the dynamics that were bound to happen. Things had to be taken care of based on their respective priorities. The death of a priest was no small matter. However, if compared with rebels infiltrating the church, the latter would take the cake. Obviously, Father Reuben understood the gravity of this and immediately was in concord with the other priest to leave the murder at hand and leave for the church. And there Benjamin was, idling at the secret pathway's entrance, and an opportunity came knocking by. Not so much of a bad luck after all. The priest cast a divine charm onto the bodies to preserve the scene. This was to prevent two corpses from deteriorating. They ordered a holy knight to guard the doorway, and the two quickly made haste to the church. The two priests left. Chapter 99, An Unknown Letter. Benjamin could not wait any longer. The best scenario was for the holy knight to leave so the room would be empty. He could then rummage through the body without a worry. However, that would not be possible, as the holy knight's duty was to keep watch and not abandon his post. It looked like this was the best window of opportunity Benjamin could get. Of course, he would have to take care of this holy knight first. At this very moment, Benjamin realized that he had no psychological impact nor guilt after committing murder. Unless, of course, it was people that he felt should not be slaughtered, or else it would feel as though he was simply eliminating NPCs. It would not rattle a nerve in him. It didn't sound like he was sane. Ah well, just let it be then. He had much more important matters to attend to than to think this through. It was not going to be easy to handle this holy knight, so he should not be wasting time thinking about life. The problem didn't lie in killing the holy knight, which was the easy part, but rather how could he quickly assassinate the knight while lurking in the shadows? To prevent disturbance by intruders, there were many holy knights on guard in the hotel. Through Benjamin's water particle detection, he could sense that there were another 7 to 8 men, and that is just the number for those within his range. If he were to alert the holy knights, he would not have the chance to go through the body. Using a gun would be out of the question. The ice needle would be his best shot. However, he could only use them in close range. Another issue would be that he was unsure whether magical spells would alert the holy knights. The cleaner's specialty was that they could detect any magical spells, but what did they rely on? If it was a magical instrument, then who was to say that perhaps one of the holy knights would be carrying one of these tools as well? If one of them really carried it, he would be doomed. After careful consideration, he believed that he should be more cautious in his execution. Then what should he do? He thought again and again. Suddenly, he stood up and ran in the opposite direction of the tunnel. After running for about 10 minutes or so, he stopped and chanted the ice-breaking spell. This was what he came up with. If his worry was that magic would sound the alarm, then he could simply use it further away. As long as he casted the spell further away and returned to the entrance while maintaining the spell within his palm, all the problems would be resolved. Am I too smart or what? He couldn't help but praise himself. The ice needle that accumulated a mass of water particles quickly formed on the palm of Benjamin's hand. Benjamin held the ice needle and dashed back to the entrance. It was amazing how easy it was to maintain the spell as he gripped onto the ice needle. Combined with the quick recovery of his spiritual energy after obtaining the cross, he felt great. 10 minutes later, he reached the secret tunnel's entrance. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. He was ready. It was time for the surprise attack. He felt his heart in his throat. The next step was the most important in his entire plan. Benjamin scouted the room once again with his water particle detection to make sure everything was in place. He pulled the latch to the secret tunnel. A low but audible clack sound was heard, and the plank between the closet and tunnel slid open. He slowly leaned in his upper body to shut the doors of the half-opened closet. Then, he crawled out from the tunnel into the enclosed closet. He adjusted himself into a position just like a ninja who lurked in the darkness, quietly waiting on his prey. The holy knight by the doorway heard the slight clatter. It did not raise any red flags as the sound was almost inaudible. The holy knight was puzzled as he slowly made his way into the room, checking from left to right. His gaze was quickly fixated on the closet. Could it be the wind? But the windows are shut tight though. He distinctly remembered that closet was left half opened, but the closet was fully closed now. He thought it was odd as he walked towards the closet while engaging in a monologue. He didn't think much about it when he extended his arm to open the closet. The closet door creaked as it opened inch by inch. "Shhh, don't make a sound," Benjamin coyly whispered when he was found standing in the closet. He gestured a hush sign with one hand while tapping the ice needle into the holy knight's shoulder with the other hand. As for the holy knight, he never could make a sound again. The ice needle penetrated the seemingly sturdy armor. Even with long periods of military training, one could not have reacted in such a short amount of time. He glared at Benjamin with a shocked expression that was quickly frozen. His lips were held slightly apart as if he was trying to utter some words. In the end, the untold words became a breath of white air frost, blown in the direction of Benjamin. Benjamin could not resist but wave his arms in front of him. "You dude, you really should brush your teeth." He slowly moved out of the closet while quietly and carefully holding onto the holy knight. He laid the holy knight to rest on the floor. At this point, he was still wielding the ice needle, and once he confirmed that the holy knight was dead, he loosened his grip and disarmed the spell. He moved towards the body of the priest. Everything went well, he could finally relish in his victory. But he did not have much time. He was afraid that the other holy knight would make his way into the room. He could not savor the moment and simply grabbed the corpse with his eyes shut. He spent around 20 seconds nabbing whatever he thought looked useful and put it into his pocket. Those that could not fit into his pocket, he wrapped with his shirt. It was like it was his first attempt at burglary and he was unable to identify what was good or bad. He just took whatever he could. After he was done searching, he quickly took the goods, returned to the secret tunnel and shut its door. He did not even have the time to look at what he nabbed. He just followed the pathway out. If it were not for the items swaddled in his clothes, he would have made a run for it. He did not dare to turn back and muttered internally, "Please don't let them find me, please don't let them find me." It could be because his previous plans always turned sour that he accumulated enough good karma. This time, there were no mishaps and nothing even happened within the secret tunnel itself. After more than half an hour, he exited the tunnel and returned to the prison ruins. He made sure the entry to the secret tunnel was sealed before he took cover in a corner. He took a breather and laid down his findings. Although the quest to rummage the corpse had cost him plenty of time, at least it was a successful one. And now, he could finally let out a sigh of relief and check on his loot. He bent down and observed the pile of goods, nodding in satisfaction. With this amount of loot taken in a span of 20 seconds, you could imagine what a brute Benjamin was. The poor body was almost stripped off its inner pants, and that beautifully adorned robe was torn into what could only be defined as rags. Benjamin did not have time to put thought into this matter, but now that he thought about it, the priest was a classic case of one who was dishonored and murdered. It would be hard to imagine the reaction of the church once they took a glimpse of the scene. However, even if they exploded with anger, they would not be able to pin it down on Benjamin. He had already gone through the plan in his head and made sure he left no trail. The people in this world lacked detective skills and did not have the technology to identify DNA. The church would not be able to link the case to Benjamin. So what is there to fear? And just like that, the church was placed on the back burner. Benjamin began to count his loot. Gold coins? Great, this is for keeping. Cross? There is no hint of the divine arts. It was useless. He got rid of it. Keys? Well, he was not sure what it would open, but it would be better to keep it. Ring? Awesome, it is a magical instrument, this is for keeping. Ticket to see the city's theater? Not interested, he should get rid of this. He took about 5 minutes to sort everything. Benjamin felt a weight lifted from his shoulders after he got rid of the useless items. He buried the rejects and then piled the remainders before him. 2 rings, 1 necklace, 1 little light particle crystal and a letter. To Benjamin, the finding was already quite abundant. The majority of the priest's wealth was in the life-saving magical tools that exploded like a string of crackers. Although it was a shame, if the 40 magical instruments were not blown up, Benjamin would not have been able to fight the priest. And that was why he was pretty content with the outcome. The rings and necklace were magical instruments. He was not sure of their functions, as was not as if there was a manual. He could only fumble about to find out. He placed the items into his pocket. Next up, the light particle crystal. Honestly speaking, this would not be useful for Benjamin as it could not strengthen the magical runes. Moreover, if he were to place the crystal in his space of consciousness, the water particles in the space would probably run amok. Needless to say, the particle crystals were known for their wide range of usage, and even though it serves no purpose to Benjamin, he could use it for leverage to trade. Benjamin carefully put the crystal away. Finally, the letter. He listed the letter as a useful item just because it piqued his curiosity. You'll never know if the letter contained a secret, although in reality, he knew it was highly possible it was merely a letter written by the priest to his family and friends. Still, he really wanted to take a peek. He scanned through the letter in his hand. It seemed that the envelope was sealed not long ago and had yet to be mailed. One could still smell a lingering wax seal scent when it was held closely. A neat and beautiful handwriting was written with a pen on the cover of the envelope. Chapter 100, The Split of the Empire. Beyond the most eastern part of the Kingdom of Helius, even further east than the Valley of Broken Armies, was once a powerful empire that was bordered by the Crusader Gateway. During the time of the empire, its relations with the kingdom was intense. Many wars were waged between the empire and the kingdom on the name of religious inquisition. The church wanted to spread its beliefs far and wide, but the empire resisted, in fear the monarchy would fall to the divine power. More than 10 years ago, tension was brewing between the two nations. To address the situation, the kingdom even launched a huge-scale war education. This was how the mock tactical games came to be. Nevertheless, the confrontation did not last. One night 8 years ago, things took a turn for the worse when the king of the empire suddenly died. The whole empire fell into chaos. The king had 3 offspring, princes and a princess. The empire was rattled when the 2 princes battled out to ascend the throne. In a dramatic twist, just as the 2 princes were occupied with their internal battle, the reticent princess arose and brought her army to claim most of the empire's territories in the west. The whole nation was flabbergasted by the turn of events. Both princes were not willing to back down just yet, and each conquered the south and north of the empire respectively. The once powerful empire was now split into three and no longer had its former glory. The three nations that was once the empire were now known as Ferelden, Isar, and Caretus. When Benjamin read that line of words on the envelope, he remembered the history lessons that the system made him catch up on. To His Majesty the King of Caretus. If he were to recall correctly, Caretus was in the north of the empire where the first son had conquered and built his nation. His Majesty the King of Caretus was the one who suffered the most losses from the power tussle. Although the empire was split into three, their attitude towards the church remained the same. Even if the church had used a softer approach to spread their religion, the three kingdoms, especially the neighboring kingdom of Isar that was built by the princess, were firmly against the church. The spread of religion was still progressing rather slowly. One could say that the three kingdoms were definitely not allies. His thoughts turned to the letter he held in his hand. A priest who was highly regarded by the church had written a letter to the enemy. At that very moment, Benjamin felt he just came in contact with a great conspiracy. If this were to happen to someone else, they would probably think twice before opening the letter in fear that they may be dragged into the dirt. But this letter had fallen into Benjamin's hands. He couldn't help but get carried away with excitement. Oh, what fun! Please count him in. And just like that, he couldn't contain himself as he tore open the envelope. He unfolded the letter and sighed. It was a lengthy letter. Well, he had to read carefully what the letter contained even if he was excited. Benjamin took a deep breath and started to read line by line. It was close to sunset and the day has yet to darken. He was still able to make out the content of the letter. He studied the letter completely in about 10 minutes or so. He laid the letter down after he was done reading. His earlier enthusiasm has dissipated. He had originally figured that the letter would be evidence that the priest was betraying the church and that he was pledging allegiance to the enemy. This, of course, would cause Benjamin, who was a mage, to gloat. However, the truth was that there was indeed a pledge of allegiance, it was just that it was the other way round. Caretus was prepared to come under the wing of the church. How could Benjamin tell? The letter mostly contained details about the crowning ceremony. It detailed how the Pope would assist in crowning the king and how a king should be devoted to God. The detailed accounts in the letter showed that Caretus and the church had been secretly communicating for a while now. This was definitely a headliner that would shock any nation. Rumor has it that a few months ago, Caretus had a missionary publicly executed to defy the church. Who would have thought that Caretus and the church were already in it together? What a play they put on! Benjamin let out a sigh. This matter alone was shocking enough. There was one more piece of information that was even more shocking: the church's promise to Caretus. According to the letter, the church will be sending out troops to fight Isar and Ferelden. As long as Caretus seized the moment to turn on them and crush the other two kingdoms, the church will award the two territories to the first prince so that he may reunite the empire and become the one true king. It was indeed a grand plan. Now Benjamin understood why Caretus pledged allegiance to the church. No matter in which world, the eldest would always be the successor. As the eldest son to the old king of the empire, His Royal Highness the Prince did not inherit the throne. Benjamin did not understand what had happened in the past. However, if the second son was able to compete for the throne with the eldest son, the second son must have possessed better qualities than the eldest. If having an outstanding younger brother was bad enough, try having a younger sister who quietly obtained troops to conquer the widest amount of land. The princess was definitely way ahead of the princes. It was not hard to understand why the eldest prince, who was pushed to the corner by his younger siblings and parted from land that should have been his, would decide to join forces with the church. Obviously, this was not a grudge that could be overlooked. That being said, after reading this letter, Benjamin felt like the church would only be handing the prince a bounced check. If the church really would send out troops to defeat these two kingdoms, would they really simply hand the land over to the prince? The church could easily vanquish the Caretus without the interference of the two other kingdoms. In addition, could the church spare any troops for war? Not even if the army was deployed, the church had to first settle the aristocrats. This would probably have to be delayed. If the eldest prince is pinning all his hope on the church, he would be dreadfully disappointed. After reading the letter, Benjamin thought for a while. He finally decided to tear the letter to bits and bury it. It was a matter between nations and beyond his control. If he were to reveal even the slightest bit of knowledge on this matter, he may be placing himself in grave danger. He did not intend to warn the Queen of Isar or the King of Ferelden. It would be too risky and he could easily expose himself. Moreover, what was the point of his action then? Who would believe a foreign hedonist? They might even mistake him for a spy. It would be troublesome too when the church finds out the letter had gone missing. The church would be after him at any cost, to the extent of tightening the security of the whole city to prevent him from exposing such a secret. They would be more inclined to search for him than Michel. If he was with the church, he would definitely not let this information be leaked. Now that he thought about it, even if he felt he had taken steps to prevent himself from being tracked, he still could not relax from the whole ordeal. He just dug himself a deeper hole. He thought that the prison ruins was quite the safe place to be. Now he was thinking otherwise. If the church were to discover the secret tunnel and made their way here, that would be the end. If they were to realize the letter had gone missing, they would be searching the place with a fine-toothed comb and it would not be long until they discover the hidden entrance. It was better not to stay here any longer.